too, you know?
Right?
Here's my flag. I put my anti-flammable American flag on the sun, and we played golf on it with anti-flammable golf balls. You
Like,
know?
all they have to do is just replace everything with Mario 64, right? Where how you were trying to go to Bowser,
Yeah.
and then have the music playing. Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, all of that is equally as absurd as anything they claim to do on the moon. Playing golf and all that stuff. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I
I
bet
mean,
you they can
playing
get
golf,
everybody to
I definitely
believe
don't
that this.
believe, but bringing a dune buggy, that's definitely believable. Yep.
Yeah, they brought a dune buggy to the moon. That's right. That's great. They
Yeah,
should do it
officially
on the
making it
sun.
a moon buggy.
I like the new addition to the suits, the swivel hips. They crack me up.
Well, the first question I would ask the Globers is, how come you don't believe in the sun landings? And then they're gonna be like, what? Someone landed on the sun? And then I pull up that one article from, I forget, what was it, North Korea? It wasn't North Korea, it was some weird I have to find it again, but it was really funny. Oh, there's even a Facebook website for the sun landings. Oh yeah, it said did North Korea claim to land a man on the sun? Dude, that's gonna be my first question. Whenever someone brings up the moon landing, just ask them, how come you don't believe in the sun landings? And then like, what? And then you go type it into Google and you'll find a bunch of stupid articles saying someone landed on the sun. Oh my god. It's so funny because just saying the landing automatically makes the idea that it's like a physical land, like,
I mean, that's their one trick. They just slap a label
yeah,
that makes you believe, right? Moon landing. That's all they have to do is say that. And it's supposed to validate space and the fact that you can even go to this place called the moon. Oh, man. That's their only tactic. Just put a label on it.
well,
They are geniuses, man.
seen
Where this
has anybody gone outside and looked at the moon and saw someone land on it? I would love to see, like, maybe a really old person, I don't know. Way back in the day. But that would have been my first question is, okay, so like on Monday, when you went outside and you looked at the moon, you saw some people playing golf or something? You just zoomed in with your camera and saw someone playing golf on that'd be hilarious.
I mean, that's what they were supposed to do with the whole upside down Earth, people on Earth thing. They're supposed to zoom in and show us boats upside down. Where's that at? That's what they were supposed to be zooming in on.
Well, they
Yeah.
put all the TVs in everywhere so that everybody could watch it so they wouldn't be looking at the moon to see it go down.
Oh, true.
That's a good point.
So, right. So while it's happening allegedly live, they just say, oh, you weren't looking out the window at the time. So there you go.
It's even funnier, they would just say, "Oh, they're just too small for you to see." Oh, okay. That excuse seems to work for
Dude,
that
I don't
and
know.
not other things, huh? So it's not just curvature that makes things disappear. Some things can disappear if they're too small to see. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Be hilarious. Also, I just realized they would just instead of saying the sun landing, they would just reply with saying, "Well, did you hear about the Mars landing?" And that just gets into the, drone. Wait, speaking of the drone footage on Mars, isn't it supposed to be spinning, right? The Mars drone? Because when it took off from the ground, it's supposedly rotating or whatever, but I don't know.
It would make sense to adjust the rotation, but to constantly be rotating, that wouldn't really make sense because how could you see stuff properly?
Yeah.
At this point, I think they'll go with anything. Like I seen the U.S. Congratulate Russia for putting some bullshit rover on the moon a long time ago. I think it was Lucknock or something. But if you watch the footage, like it is so ridiculously fake. Like they even added stars in the background, and like there's even videos of those one astronauts saying that they don't remember seeing stars, but yet they have footage of stars visible in space. But I think honestly, even if they were to put people on the sun, they would probably like use a filter to like they did on the moon to make it less bright, and everyone would just run with that. I think.
That would be hilarious. Oh,
Remember
the
they turned the
Glovers
lights
would
off on
come
the
in
moon?
here. Yeah, they would just say, "Oh, we used a solar filter," and then they
Yeah,
would just run. Yeah,
exactly.
that'd be
Yeah.
hilarious.
And then they put it
Yeah.
on the news and say, "Look, we landed on the sun." And everyone would believe it. Like just like that one dude was saying earlier. Like if they were to say there was no core, everyone would start acting like all the Globers would be like, "Oh, what? You didn't know there was no core?" And fucking act like they knew the whole time. Like that's what they did with the moon. Like when they fucking said that the moon was in the geocorona part of our atmosphere. I don't know if you guys knew about that part, but so they said that the moon exists in I think the geocorona exists on the outside of the exosphere. I don't know if the exosphere is the last
Is
sphere.
that corona? Is that the same corona as the beer, or is that the imaginary virus?
I don't
that
know,
no one
man.
has ever seen?
Probably at this point, they're probably just putting it in plain sight, you know.
Plain sight, get it? Because we're on a plane.
Yeah.
That's funny. I never even thought of that until now. But yeah, dude, they're probably just drinking Coronas.
They'll fucking run with anything, man. They even propped up Elon Musk fucking Tesla going around in orbit or whatever, launching it into space, and then it was like they showed it once and then never talked about it again. You think that'd be like, you know, like
Oh yeah,
fucking go down in
one where he
history?
said it looks still fake, right?
Yeah. So if they're gonna do that, you know, they'd obviously say they landed on the sun. But like I say, they've had a solar filter. They turned the lights off on the sun, just like they did the moon. They'd run with it. They prop it up just to prop up the heliocentric model. Anything is possible under the heliocentric model as long as they have their CGI. They can do anything they want. But no matter what, there's always gonna be people like us who are gonna dissect that shit and break it down.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
Exactly.
We would have way better CGI if it was fake. Well, you just gotta. Yeah, I guess.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
I love it. What a clown thing to say.
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars. Oh yeah. You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars. Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots. You can't end. There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons. You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way galaxy.
Magellanic Cloud.
That was
Well, there's a large one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can
Totally.
see the
Yeah.
zodiacal light.
Whoa.
The dark light.
Yo, Pillbox, what's up? Welcome back, Pillbox.
Honestly,
right after playing that part where he says you could see the stars, you find one of these other clowns saying you can't see the stars. Then you need to find the same clown who says both. You could see it's the brightest bright, but then it's also the blackest black.
I don't even know why they'd let someone like Don Pettit say some shit like that anyways. Like, I can't tell if Don Pettit is really, like, retarded or if he's just doing his job. Like, I have no idea. I can't read the guy.
It becomes difficult when there's multiple demons inside the individual.
Yeah, he does. He definitely has multiple personalities, it seems like. It's just like when you look at him and he's talking, he just doesn't have, like, an expression. Like, he's just, like, not there. Like, he's not a human being, it seems like. I don't know. It's
like
fucking, he's a weird guy.
It's like an NPC that's been programmed to have
exactly.
responses.
You're right on. You're right on with that. Like when you look at him, that's what you see is like an NPC.
Don Pettit.
Just regurgitating.
I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID.
Oh my god.
Virus.
Kofifi,
The Corvette, yeah.
Kofifi. Yeah, the Kofifi one that Trump talked about, and I think it was 2019, late 2019.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Oh, that's another that's not a non-conspiracy. That doesn't matter. He just slipped. He didn't mean that. I just wanted to point out lumpy gas in a vacuum. We had lumpy gas in a vacuum in the chat trying to explain, to Bendy Light that, the sun converges with the horizon just like everything else. And Bendy Light's question is, like, I have to read this because I don't have the brain capacity to remember this sort of question. So let me just read this real quick. Here's the question. 1 second here. Where is it? And why isn't that noticed by people near the horizon? And
wait, he said that in the chat?
Yes. And why isn't that noticed by people near the horizon? This is how stupid these people are. You're arguing with people this stupid that think they can find the end of the rainbow. Thank you.
Sounds like the horizon has an address then.
Yeah, it's 0666 West Satan Street. Congratulations, guys.
Hallelujah.
There's a magical place at the end of the horizon where you can go if you believe
it's a magic
in
speed.
cartoons. Just like the magic speed and just like the magical gravity.
Yeah. That one's brilliant.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Yeah, that one kills me every time.
Brilliant.
That one kills
that
me.
One.
A magic speed.
And why is that not noticed by people near the horizon?
That was not Neil deGrasse Tyson, is it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh my gosh.
You know what sucks is Globies get mad at me when I call the ball a magical spinning water ball. But yeah, here you have Neil smoking a grass Tyson calling it the magic speed. But why can he use the word magic and I can't? Why can George Musser use the word magic? As if by magic, right? Describing gravity. Why is it cool for them to say the word magic? When I call your ball a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum, that's a problem?
Are you saying atheists have a double standard?
A little bit, yeah.
That's never happened. I've been speaking with atheists for 15 years. They've never done that.
Magic speed. What are you clowns coming here and defend that crap?
Well, why is
tell us what the magic speed is that you can send an asteroid at no matter what angle and it'll always impact with a perfectly circular impact crater. Please tell us what that magic speed is. I would love to know.
Well, it's actually very slow and fast at the same time. It's approximately 1.5 million miles an hour, but actually it's not even one rotation of the great attractor per several years. So it's actually very slow and fast at the same time. Thank you.
Well, according to the flux capacitor, it's 88 miles per hour. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, but that speed doesn't matter. 1,000 miles at the equator, that's only one rotation per day. So it's actually very slow.
And fast and slow.
Correct. As like I've explained to you many times, you surfers don't listen. Space is very hot and cold at the same time.
And cold, yes.
Correct. Just like all these cats making kittens, I just had a litter of kittens 6 days ago. I even know who the dad is, and there you go. That we have 6 new kittens and 3 different colors, and that's evolution.
What do you mean? None of your cats gave birth to an iguana?
No, that's not what evolution says. I've talked to evolution, and that's not how evolution works, Chocolate. Why don't you listen to me? I explain this to you.
Oh, please, yeah.
That's called punctuated equilibrium. It was designed by Stephen Jay Gould in the 70s because he realized, wait a minute, there's no evidence for evolution. So I think that a bird must have hatched out of a crocodile egg. Thank you.
And then the human hatched out of the that one.
The bird. Yep, the bird laid an egg. Then a monkey came out. You got a few more steps.
Then a monkey came out.
And you had an orangutan, and the orangutan gave birth to an ape, and now we have internet heroes wearing masks. Yes.
Internet heroes. There it is.
Bro, I am rolling, dude.
But which one gave? So did the ape give birth to the human, or did the orangutan give birth to the human? Which one?
Actually, we got to back it up. There's a common ancestor of apes and orangutans. I can't tell you what it is. It's a magical speed character. And then eventually that magical speed character gave rise to something else that we don't know. And eventually that's how we got there.
You know what I want to hear?
The monkey that had the human.
You know what I want to hear is one of them. I want to hear one of them say the dinosaur gave. That would be so funny if they said the dinosaur gave birth to the human. That would be hilarious.
Well, the unfortunate
no, but
thing
none of these. You guys are missing the whole thing. Whether it was a monkey or whether it was a dinosaur, whether it was an amoeba, all of these things actually came from things that are not living or classified as not living, non-breathing. So we came from cosmic dust that, because of gravity, coalesced into something that was sphere-like. And then on this sphere, there was like other maybe tinier rocks and stuff. And then out of one of these
tinier cousins
of these rocks that were together and created, somehow there was some form of life inside of some water somewhere that some came from I don't know where. And then we came out of the water at some point. And then whatever came out of the water, they then did something to become whatever that then became the whatever parents to the apes or whatever that then parented us.
Well, I think first what it was is that we were tadpoles first.
You know what? You're forgetting something though.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
You know what's really funny about that is like, okay, if we're saying inanimate objects can create life, we need to see the, demonstration. But not just that, they would have to not only demonstrate that an inanimate object can create life, they have to demonstrate that after that life can birth a human being, basically.
I've told you several times, though.
You're forgetting a very integral section of that whole evolution process. Because if you're going to say that evolution happened, then every single time a sentient species or living, breathing species evolved, 2 of them had to happen at the same time, a male and a female, basically, to procreate. So not only did one have to evolve into this next level being, but a male and a female.
True. Pillbox, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that evolution used to make dinosaurs, but evolution destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build them back.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Might as well say that for aliens. You know, there used to be aliens, but we destroyed that technology, so it's a painful process to build it back again.
Right. And evolution forgot how to do that, which proves evolution because it's still change. Thank you.
Oh, right. Yeah. Forgetting something is yep, I agree.
Correct. If you lose an ability, if you forget something, that's also evolution. That's why Alzheimer's patients are the highest evolved people.
Oh, man.
You know what I forget? I don't.
See, right there, she's evolving. Her microphone cut out, which means it's getting better. There, she's
Right.
actually. If it stops working, that's also evolution.
Wait. Yeah, if it turns off. Deborah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just fascinated by, oh, we lost that data or deleted that data. I forget how they worded it, but I was like, well, it was written down. It's not like it was hard.
They destroyed the technology.
Yeah, it's taped over. They taped over.
Down to some flash drive.
Well, they taped over the reels, right? They had like 14,000 of reels, the telemetry data, and somebody taped over it because it was too valuable or some, I don't know, some dumb excuse they had.
Correct. Which they're just too stupid to fake it, Rogers. Also, what that proves, you can't think. I mean, how could the government fake anything? If they did anything wrong, we would find out about it. I mean, it's just they're not smart enough to fake, but they are smart enough to actually do it and never have an issue and never lose a life in outer space. And it's the safest place you could ever go. Thank you.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Right.
Wow.
Well,
Sounds like plausible deniability to me.
and yet they got to Mars. I believe it 100%.
Yeah, with a helicopter.
So they can recreate old cassette, I don't know, vinyl players, right? They recreate old jukeboxes, but a tape recorder, man, that's too difficult, right?
Actually, now that I think about it, a sun landing would be hilarious for the reason that the sun's made of gas, and gas is not supposed to have a landing surface anyway. So, yeah.
I can't believe that shit don't bother people. Like, even way before I got into flat Earth, like, you're gonna tell me the greatest human achievement ever, and we destroyed the technology that allowed us to do that, and destroyed all the data that came along with achieving
I'm
that.
kind of curious how to record budget exploration and things like that. You don't need to like reuse reels for one, but
Your mic cut out. We reuse reels for one, and then your mic cut out.
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
NASA admitted that it had lost the original footage of man's first steps on the moon.
The most heralded, most famous accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
But what the funny part of this is, right? While we listen to Harry Potter. So the funny part of this is that Bart Chabrel, he got a reel, right? He got some footage from NASA, and where it showed that they were faking the moon landing in low Earth orbit, right? So it was all lost, but Bart Chabrel got one piece of footage where they faked the moon landing.
That NASA just sent him. He didn't even actually want, right? They just sent him that by accident.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so they can keep up the lie, right? So you have a camp that denies the moon landing. Look, here's them, here's them faking it in low Earth orbit, but they still went to low Earth orbit, right? Still went to space.
And if you believe all that, I got a bridge to sell you.
Well, why don't the people near the horizon notice that? Thanks.
All right,
I
let's
mean,
see if it's
can a grown adult really sit there and listen to that with the guy from NASA saying that that NASA doesn't have any of this data. They just lost it. They can't even affirm that any of it is in existence. But yet everybody just believes the story and nobody takes that into account. I mean, is the brainwashing that fucking good that you can hear somebody tell you, well, yeah, this is all, we lost all of it. Yeah, we can't do it. Can't even replicate it. But please believe us that we did it the first time. Are you serious? I can't take this shit seriously, man. This is a joke.
Well, that's like back in 2001. I think it was like 2 days. Bush had to come out on a press conference and admit that they lost $2 trillion. Lost it. Where did it go? We don't know.
just like that one story about how the Pentagon lost 5 trillion or 4 trillion. I don't know, it's so funny.
Yeah, Donald Rumsfeld came out and said 2.3 trillion. We have no idea where it is. Can't find it. 2 days before 9/11. And I think he just died like 2 days ago or yesterday or something.
Dude, speaking about that, there was a headline that was talking about him being the architect for the Iraq war. Like the way they worded it was just so funny.
That's just so funny. Timing is great.
Maybe they'll find. Maybe if we search hard enough, we can find $2 trillion under a rock somewhere.
They hid it in the core.
Yeah, they put it in the core. That's right.
It ended up somewhere wherever the telemetry data is.
Yeah.
I think it's in the I think it's in the hole that the plane in Philadelphia left, right? The ground swallowed it, right? That was the story.
Swallowed everything except a passport and a bandana. Oh my god, bro! I remember watching that. Like, am I crazy? Are they really saying this is a plane crash? This little hole in the ground looks like somebody put with a shovel. This is supposed to be a plane crash.
But it had the magic speed, chocolate. It had the magic
You know,
speed.
Yes.
no, you guys, I
Yeah.
figured it out. It just occurred to me. It just occurred to me. So that $2 trillion, $2.3 trillion, whatever it was, they were probably laundering it. And you know what happens when you launder something, right? You lose a sock. So, you know.
That's where it is. It's in the sock. These people are nuts, man.
No, I mean, like, you always lose socks. So, you know, they were laundering $4 trillion and 2 of it ended up missing because it's Murphy's Law.
Well, they had to buy all the missing left socks back with that money that's missing.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. That's what happens when you go laundering money.
Hey guys, we actually have a Glober in here. Welcome, Branch. Are you ready? Ready to finally, show us the true globe?
Well, Branch snuck out of here the other day.
Welcome back, Twig.
Welcome.
One server muted him, and then he took off. Didn't come back.
Wait, just let him speak. Branch, are you there? He's not talking. Branch, we can't hear you, just so you know. I don't know if you're unmuted. Yeah, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. He left. Well, I guess that's the end of the...
Evolving. Yep, he's
Oh,
evolving.
yeah. No, he's back
Give him a
now.
second.
Wait, was
He's
that
evolving.
just
He's
globe proof?
adaptation. It's adaptation.
Was globe
Yeah,
proof?
yeah.
That was globe proof right there?
Yes, because it also proves refraction, which is the baby of gravity and evolution.
I just came in, but it sounded like there was like some kind of globe proof going on there. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah,
No.
Branch, repeat what your proof was one more time. We just want to hear it.
Yeah, I forgot it. Go ahead.
We're ready. Oh, wait, no, he's not talking anymore. He's
the
evolving.
Biggest achievement. It's the biggest achievement in mankind's history. So I forgot. What was it?
He left again.
Oh, what? Right. Yeah, that's whales. Yeah, whales. Exactly.
Oh yeah, dude. I was just saying, I'm just chilling today, not really talking.
Cool, man.
Oh, okay. Your
Hope you
mic
feel well.
was not working for a little bit there.
Yeah, I had to fix it. Some shit was up.
Damn, you're not gonna prove the globe today? Damn.
I never do, man. I don't really get into that type of shit.
Branch, do you have any idea
Damn.
where I can get? Do you have any idea? I've been really trying to find some information on this globe Earth. Have you heard of this? I'm looking for information about this globe Earth. Do you know where I could look? What's the best citation or source?
Never heard of it. What is that?
I don't know. It's this thing that they keep showing on cartoons, and I have all these demon-possessed atheists that say, you don't have a model. Then I go, okay, where's your model? Then they run away. I'm just looking for the model.
I hear there's this one dude in New York that was on the street and he was talking about it once. Maybe you should go to New York.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go to New York to find this globe Earth model. I'm just desperately trying to find a claim. Me and Sonny have been looking for years now.
Yeah, like look for this dude. He's got one of those what's it called? Those handheld microphone thingies. What's that fucking called again? He's got one of those things anyway.
He's a rapper?
And I think he was wearing a tank top or some shit.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Well, that nails it down right there.
Talking about Witsit in New York.
But I thought Witsit was a flat earther.
Dude,
Go ahead.
sarcasm. Come on, guys.
Yes, or globe Earth
Sarcasm.
or
Wait, Deborah, what were you saying? We can't. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, not all atheists are globers, and not all like people who don't believe in the globe are creationists or believers. Just saying.
Actually, I want to know, is there like how many people who don't or who think it's flat? I mean, sorry, who know it's flat? How many of those people like have the story as far as like what created or how we came to be? Like, I wonder what their story is. You know, if they don't think it was
So I don't believe All right, so I don't believe it was a globe. It's a globe. I don't know what it is, but I don't believe it's a globe, right? We're not spinning. It's not round. The map doesn't add up. Nothing does. But I don't actually believe in the Bible. So do I know what created everything?
Okay.
No, but that having
Do you have a
questions
claim
doesn't
of
mean
what? Sorry, go ahead.
No.
no. It's having questions doesn't mean therefore God.
Okay,
Well, the
I mean, but
antecedent
you
to
don't have a claim for it,
creation,
right?
the antecedent to creation is a creator.
Yeah, it's not for God, it's therefore creator. That's
Okay, but I mean, I'm saying like for the one who was talking earlier, do you have a, because when you say you don't know, that's not a claim, right? But do you actually
Correct.
claim create a story, or do you not have a claim? Because if you just say
I
you
do
don't know,
not
then
have a claim. I do not have a claim.
okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's so.
I would agree that creationist kind of just means you believe in God, right? God created it. Doesn't mean you
Well,
believe.
the problem with God is that it comes with a whole bunch of, well, I guess there's no problem because it's supposedly perfect, but you know what I'm saying is the word is different because you're using creator as opposed to God, which God has a whole bunch of other stuff rather than just creation. You know what I'm saying? Like the definition, or no, the properties of, let's say, a creator is just one, create, yeah, versus God is like, there's more than just create,
Well, and there's it. The question follows: which God?
Yeah, and which God and who created God?
That's the infinite regress zodiac. Remember we spoke about that.
Well,
But the funny, go
creator
ahead.
could be machine. Creator doesn't have to be God. God
Right.
God could be a creator, but creator doesn't mean God necessarily.
Correct.
Yeah.
And one of my most fascinating ideas, or it's not the theory that I hold, but I think it's fascinating to think about. Well, what if this is all a manifestation of a collective consciousness, or are we in a hologram, or I don't know what it is, but I just think it's fun to think about.
Okay, so like regardless if there's more than one or if there is infinite regress of who created the creator and then who created that creator and then go back to infinity, let's say the problem is you're not, if you don't claim anything, then it doesn't matter, right? If you're not
Yeah, I
making,
just think
because
exactly. I'm just like, ooh, that's a fun theory, and I just move along.
yeah. The fun part's when you get someone who actually makes the claim and then they say like, okay, it's either you know what I like? I like the ones who say it always was there, or that there was no beginning, because then you get to go into like not thermodynamics, but like how time works and how there's no way it would exist without it would have to have a beginning.
Even better, ontological mathematics is even more interesting to me.
Yeah.
Ever heard of the 0 point theory?
Vaguely familiar, but I would have to refresh my mind on what the parameters are.
Energy begins and starts at 0.
Is that the
I mean,
same?
mathematically, 0 is not really nothing. It's just infinite possibilities.
Does that story with the 0 point energy, does that include the beginning of time, or do you think time doesn't? I mean, the universe had no beginning.
I have no idea, and I don't know if anybody could claim to know, because you can't prove it.
Well, yeah, because we weren't there. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Like, nobody just had a recording video available. Here it is. No.
That's why when I pray I address my prayers as to the heavenly creator, because that's the only time I try not to screw up someone's pronouns. You know, I don't want to call the creator a dude if it's not a dude. So I just try to keep it very
True.
generic.
Fair point. Well, we don't even know if the God, I mean, because if let's just, for instance, say that Genesis is correct. He said in his image, he created them, male and female, he created them. So you don't even know, like, well, I mean, yeah, the whole Bible uses the word he, but man wrote that. So you don't know.
I know. I'm like, is that just like, that would be a Grabbler move to make it God a dude.
Right?
Like, you know, like
Right?
not saying that he isn't a dude, but like that would be such a Grabbler move to make God a dude.
You know what?
What makes
That
you
is
think
so
that you can
funny to hear
comprehend what
other
God
people
is?
use that word Grabbler. I love it.
I don't
What makes you
comprehend what
think you
God
can
is.
ever comprehend? Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
don't.
saying.
That's why I address him as the heaven. I address this thing, the creator, as the heavenly creator when I pray. That's why I keep it vague.
Does he want to be vague?
CYA.
More vague. I see a design, therefore there must be a designer. I don't need to give him a name, a pronoun. I don't need to give him anything. Him, her, whatever. Doesn't matter. There's design,
So basically
therefore
discrediting
designer.
history, right?
Say again?
So basically discrediting history, right? Historical evidence.
What am
We
I
just don't look at
discrediting?
that. We just go up. We just go based
What
upon
am I
feelings.
discrediting again? What did I just
I'm sorry?
discredit? What did I
No,
just
no, no. Just for
discredit?
the conversation is basically based upon feelings about I don't want to use pronouns. I don't want to use this. Like a lot of I's, right? It's because of feelings, based upon discrediting evidence and historical facts.
What evidence?
His historical facts?
Evidence of what?
Oh,
Yeah, his exactly.
Are we not talking about God or no?
Yeah.
Who do you think
So
God is? What do you
that
think God
evidence.
is? What's the evidence that God is a man?
There we go. Now we're
Other than
asking
what the Catholic
You
Church
saw a
teaches
wiener
you.
in the sky? You saw a wiener in the sky? What's your evidence that God is a man?
Yeah, the Catholic Church teaches you that.
Not the Catholic.
That might be a straw man. That might be a straw man there.
Well,
call
not
it an it.
necessarily, because you're using most of the people that most of the believers use the Bible as their claim and also their evidence. So she has a fair point. What is your evidence to say that God is a he?
Well, God couldn't come into the flesh as a hermaphrodite. He had to pick one. So that kind of leaves out the option of being both. So then we go
Well,
into
that's
how
also
does society
that's
work.
also using no. That's also using your scriptures to prove your narrative of the New Testament.
Oh, the scriptures are much more powerful than any internet gathering. Yep.
Well, I'm just one. No, but you're okay. So you said,
This guy.
all right. I'm just gonna throw this out there. So John 1:14 says the Word became flesh. What was the Word?
The Word is God. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him. Without him, not anything was made that was ever made. In him was
Okay,
life,
but-
and the life was the
In
light of
Genesis
man.
1, it was
And the
plural.
light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. And yes, it is plural. That's why he's multiple persons. One God. He can be man in flesh. He's the Holy Spirit. He's also the destroyer.
Yeah, he's also evil. But
Exodus 12,
so
the
I'm just
destroyer. No, he's anti-evil. That would be evil, calling the creator evil. That's why he
no,
destroys evil.
it's not. He actually calls himself evil. He says he frames evil against a man in the city. He sent evil spirits to King Saul.
He doesn't say he's
He
evil.
sends
Right.
evil
Right.
spirits. No.
Yep, he
It
hardens your
says,
heart.
I
Yep,
created
he hardens your heart. Correct.
I created the light and the darkness. I created good and evil.
That's right.
He was the one that planted the tree of the knowledge of good and
That's
evil.
right.
He is the author
That's right.
of evil.
No, he's not the author. He does create evil, but he lets his beings authorize the evil, and that's what a creation is. He's not a robot. He doesn't treat people. Oh yeah. He doesn't treat his creation like cockroaches. You're not a cockroach, so you are going to just like a video. Why don't we interrogate video design? Why do these video game designers make these really big bad guys? When a video game designers, we love big bad guys, but when God does it, how dare you, God, make a big bad guy? I only want it in my video games and movie. Thanks.
Is confusion evil?
No, not if you deserve it. That's why he hardened the Pharaoh's heart. He gives you what you want.
That's not free will. I mean, so he actually cursed Cain because his countenance fell. He cursed Cain to desire sin. And then when Cain acted on that sin, he cursed him again. How is that not evil?
Because that's what Cain wanted. That's what Cain wanted. He gives you what you want.
So he wanted
like
to
a
desire
head.
sin?
It was by choice.
Cain drew the
So,
sword.
Okay.
XO, you're like a hit of biblical mess, bro. Like I can't with the
I know you can't.
intensity.
I know you can't. I've been
I know.
hearing
That's
the
why I
same
keep it
excuses for
vague.
15 years.
That's why
I know.
I keep it vague. Because if you're gonna claim that God is a certain way, that I think is actually the rudest thing that you can do, because you're a little ant trying to pretend that you understand the mindset of God. The best thing you can do
That's a
is
lie.
say,
Nobody
I don't
said
know.
that. That's a lie. That's a direct lie. That's a lie.
How
That
do you
proves
show
that.
love?
That proves God, because you have to lie to about his children. Nobody said I understand what God does or how he thinks. It even says
You're
you can't
saying that you
search
know
for
he's a
understanding.
man. You're saying you know he's a man.
That's another lie. That's
How
another
do we
lie.
know
I said
that?
when he came in the flesh. I
How
said when
do
he
you
came in
know
the flesh.
somebody's character?
When he came in the flesh. He's not a man. He's fully God. Well, so when he
How
came in the
do
flesh, he had to
you
pick one of the
know
others.
Heated.
somebody's character? How?
I don't think he's
Getting
a
a little
female or a
heated.
male. He's a creator.
Time
So,
for a
When God
time
came in
for
the
a,
flesh, he was a
we don't
man.
know what he is.
time for a recess with a
So
cord.
he chose to be a man. Not only that, but it says he made us
Guys,
in his image. The
so
first person was a man. It was Adam.
Hold on.
this
Hold on.
is
Stop
guys.
talking, everybody.
Yeah.
It's not the right
Take
room to have the discussion,
hold on.
right,
No,
Roger? This is not the right room. Correct.
No,
Hold on.
we need to
Time
calm
for
it
the
down a
cord.
bit, right? It's a flat Earth
Back on
server,
topic.
right? We have other rooms where we can discuss such things. So Ron, welcome.
What's good, man?
So you new?
Oh, yeah.
Just joined?
Yeah, I got verified.
Cool. So how did you find the server?
The XO.
Okay, cool.
So this is a flat Earth server,
Welcome.
right? Only a flat
Yep.
Earth?
Welcome.
Okay, good. So did you guys find out about the flat Earth through the Bible?
No.
Okay, so through what?
Through a friend online. Told me that the Earth was flat, and I was like, "Nah, man, Earth isn't flat." And he told me like 2 times, 3 times. And I was pretty into the conspiracies, right? So I was like, "Nah, man, Earth isn't flat," and went in and tried to prove the globe and failed. So then did my own observations. Everybody has his own path. So, what do you think about the topic, Ron?
I think it's true.
True.
Okay. Yeah.
Why? Why is it true?
Well, first, I'm a Christian, so I read the Bible and it says that we live under a firmament, right? But other reason is because if the sun was bigger than the earth, wouldn't it be too, like, it would be so big that we wouldn't even, like, be able to be alive because it would just burn us.
Okay.
Not only that, but if you zoom into a planet, it looks like an angel. So those planets are not planets because they don't exist in the Bible. The Bible doesn't mention Neptune, Saturn.
So, what about the Earth itself? Right.
Not only that, but the Earth doesn't move. The Bible says it doesn't move, and if it did move, wouldn't we have a headache?
You'd get dizzy.
Yeah, exactly. Gravity's not real; it's density.
Yeah, your vestibular system.
Right. So it isn't a ball, right?
Yeah, it's not a ball.
Okay.
How would you describe the Earth, Ron? Would you describe it maybe with some other specifics? Obviously, not an object. You've heard me say that before. How
Yeah,
would
the
you
Earth is
describe it
not.
further?
The Earth isn't an object. You can't measure it. It's too much water around it. I can't really describe it. I would need to show you guys a photo.
What about position? What if I said the Earth is under the heavens and in the waters? What do you think
Oh
of
yeah,
that?
there you go. There you go.
Right on. There you
Got
go.
it.
Yeah, everywhere when we go to the edge, we reach the seashore.
That's
Yeah.
right. And the water extends. Yep.
And all that water extends out horizontally. We could see it like everything is perspective in this place we live in. The perspective is showing us where we are. Anything, your vision couldn't ramp up to the towards the level, your eye level. Like if you looked out into the distance on a ball, it would look nothing like we actually see. It's as simple as this. Well, that's why artists use perspective, because it mimics exactly. That's why it looks real, because they couldn't use some kind of curved. Think if they had to use curved perspective, man, what paintings would look like. Really, think about it. Everything would be different. It'd be in all your engineering specs for everything. Moving, anything mechanical would have that written into the engineering specifications.
Well, 5-6 years ago, they were telling us for perspective is something you guys just made up. Flirspective. That's how they used to make fun of us. Matter of fact, one guy told me perspective is only something used in art class. Like this is how they think.
Which I just described. Why?
Yeah, it's nonsense, man.
Yeah, how they get a generation of people to disregard their senses, the way they on me, man.
Multiple
It's absolutely
generations.
insane.
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question.
You start from when they're young.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
what is
all
your-
grow
what
up.
is your
We
question?
all grew up and we all figured it out. What the fuck?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, if most people in here are not Christian, right, and you guys believe in the flat earth and there is no heavens above you, then what do you guys like
I wouldn't
believe?
say most are Christian. I wouldn't even put it like I'm a creationist. I don't claim myself to be a Christian.
That's why I said I know most of you aren't Christian. So how does the universe work for you guys, or what's up there?
What's up there, we can only imagine. I kind of stick to where I'm at, close by here. Earth is
Never
where I
been up there.
live. So. I
Well,
don't worry
somebody
too much.
earlier on it
It's-
admitted that they can't know. I mean, I just have to point this out. Somebody earlier, which they were honest, said they can't know, and that they didn't believe the Bible. And I thought that was one of the most intelligent claims I've ever heard.
Yes.
I don't think you can know a lot of things. I'm very biased, obviously. I think a lot of things cannot be understood without the Bible, especially when it comes to this cosmology, with a loose term, like understanding the Earth isn't an object. That's the whole point of what I'm trying to teach people about it. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's entertaining. But it's
That's a drunk
like
hot mic, I believe.
Yeah, Sphinx, you're not coming in too well at all. You're having some trouble with your. It's not you. It's your connection.
He's evolving.
Problem is they created this Google generation, and they expect an answer for everything. They can't. I mean, it drives them absolutely crazy. You can watch them squirm when they can't find the answer. They have to have an answer whether it's right or wrong.
Actually,
know a lot of things about the Bible.
What, Sphinx?
Speak up, boy.
Yeah, I can't. You're roboting. Every time you come in, it's like pure robot. So we're not getting any of what you're saying. Sorry about that. So what's really fantastic is this Earth we're on is the most fantastic thing you could possibly ever imagine. We can't imagine where we're standing, what it actually is. We don't know. Neither does the globe, though. They only have imagination. What we have is at least an interest of curiosity to find out what really is, instead of what the story is. We heard what the story is all of our lives. Right, panel?
It's really cool.
Yeah, we heard about the story. We know all about the story. We don't want to, like, once you figure out water's always flat, it's horizontal, it is exactly as you've always known it was. Still, stable. You look out at the beach, you see the same thing, a horizon that's flat, horizontal. That's why they
Yeah,
have these words, horizon.
once you
I
realize
guess
it's
what
okay
happened?
to
They
go.
scienced the shit out of that. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I find it like humorous. But anyway, yeah, like it's flat. It's not in motion. It doesn't measure. You don't observe it to be curving anywhere. There's never been any reference to an actual measurement of curvature on Earth. That's what's astonishing. Think about that. That it's never ever been measured. Put that with water always flat, and we're in a stationary plane, like a terrestrial plane, topographical plane, where things do certain things at every time. Like Glover's come in and ask us, "What's up? Why does it go down?" These are things they want to avoid. That it's this creator made this whole entire place the way it is with these natural laws. Think about how graceful that is. Amazing that is. To keep like us here in the middle with gas pressure, that whatever pressure it is, it's perfect for us. Can breathe just fine. They think space is amazing. They haven't even begun the journey. Time to graduate out of Santa Claus. The adult fairy tales they're over. Come on, just give it up. Come on to the side of reality. You'll never be disappointed in reality unless you fight against it.
Did you know it was George Limiters that made the round Earth globe theory? He was a Catholic priest.
Which one? Who? The Big Bang?
No,
George Limit?
round Earth globe theory. His name is George Limiters, and he was a Catholic priest.
George
All
Limit?
roads lead to the Catholic Church.
And they're corrupt.
So how is it not a religion? The globe, that is? Please tell me. That's a good question. I mean, especially when they come in, they don't even know these things.
Not a religion. Heliocentric model. Who's Helios?
Exactly right. Who's Helios? Who's that?
Who are all these planets and shit named after? Oh, okay. Just checking.
The days of the week. Every day of the week is named after them.
Wait, so if we know that they're corrupt and they made this, and actually, hold on, give me a minute.
Ron, did anyone ever tell you sound just like Bong?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
What can we speak about here? Like, is there anything limited? Is there anything that we can't speak about?
We don't really talk about jabs and like the V thing, and like that's. You can talk about the lies and the actual lies that we've discovered. Like, what do you want to talk about?
No, I just wanted to say, if like for us Christians, Catholics are like corrupt. We believe that the Pope is working with Lucifer, and that's why they made the round Earth globe theory, so they can, because in the flat Earth, everything in the flat Earth proves God in the Bible, but the round Earth, it doesn't. It's for evolution, atheist, the Big Bang theory. So if we know that, why don't we know that God is real?
That's a good line of inquiry.
Bears in here.
I've looked into that too, the church, because I was always interested in history and how did these things start. So I went back to the very beginning at a pretty young age, because I get bored easily. So I'll keep digging. If I get bored, I'll start looking at more and more information. They never counted on me, or us rather. I'm not the only one. A lot of us here do that, I think.
Would it be correct to assume that there are a lot of bears in here?
A lot of what?
Bears.
You broke up a little bit. Could you repeat?
It sounded like
bears.
Bears.
Yes.
Roar.
I'm just wondering. The bears would know who the bears are, so I'm just wondering if there are a lot of bears in here because there's been a little bit of the similar language used.
Bears.
What? Need I ask? What are you talking about? I'm a little bit.
I'm a skinny white boy. So I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I know that.
She's talking
it relates to
Owen
ahead.
Benjamin. A lot of Owen Benjamin fans name themselves something Bear.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right, because I thought you were in the Californian type, and I was like, that's kind of a presumptuous thing, but alright, sure, whatever.
Oh, Benjamin is.
I don't know. There's so many things out there, you know, that we can't always be onto every little nook and cranny or every little
With that guy, I have no doubt in my mind.
group that's here. There's a lot of us, so I mean, time is limited during the day for me, so I only have so much time. I have to like sparse it out as to what I can take in.
Yeah, but weren't you the guy playing music for like 2 hours yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems kind of cliche, you know, just kind of like.
What's that?
I don't know. It's like, why would they complain about a simple good debate that ends in a 6v1 and ends up in a mute and a ban on a Glober, but then you end up having to fill in space with pointless music that isn't relevant to the flat earth.
Oh, don't say it's pointless. It's not pointless, my brother.
Well, okay, sorry. Just music in general to fill
very
in, you know, background noise or what. I don't know, bro. Like,
oh, you didn't like it yourself?
well, it was all right. It was just like, I've seen what the server used to be, and it's just kind of weird that you guys do a 6v1 and everybody's interrupting. Like, what happened to the arena? Like, why don't you just send them to the arena and then you can do a proper one-on-one?
Yeah, I think that is kind
argument.
of a problem. Myself, personally.
I miss.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with filling in time because what we're doing here is we're actually we have a culture here.
There isn't. Son.
So we're developing ourselves as individuals and.
What are you trying to say? That we don't give them enough time to provide their globe proofsies? Is that what you're saying?
Saying is
because the channel's open all day for the globe proofsies and we don't get any. So I'm confused.
And yeah, maybe it's just my style. I could play different styles, so you want some.
No,
like,
dude, you're taking it too
funk?
personal. It's not just that. It's not just that. I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about like in general, like Globers. Like when they come in, like the semi-intelligent ones, like those are the ones that you sent to the arena, and you know some big names of battle them, like Battle Mod and like.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Neggy was
they're
running
not at the level to even be in the arena.
That's
Seriously.
debatable. That's debatable. There were
That's
all kinds of
debatable?
people in the arena. I remember. It wasn't
It used
just
to be.
intelligent people.
Yeah, and it doesn't take any specific flat earther to take on some of these dipshits.
I know, because we usually have them like taken apart out here most of the time. They can't. It's like they're going through a Ginsu.
My 4-year-old.
I'd also like to make another point, just real quick.
My 4-year-old Down syndrome daughter could take it in her sleep.
Yeah. So the other point that I wanted to make was basically, it's not just about the Globers either. It's about the flat earthers. Like the arena was like honestly really essential for the new flat earthers to like listen and learn how to debate properly and like actually, you know.
We don't have any takers. No, we don't have any takers in the globe part to come in and do a debate in the arena. honestly.
Do you understand? Do you understand that now?
They haven't
People
come
don't
in.
want to
They're
learn.
not
They don't
coming
want.
in to go to the
They
arena.
don't
They
want
They
want
are
all
coming
to
in
learn.
here,
not to go to the
and
arena.
you
No,
guys are
they're not.
just 6v1ing them and then muting and banning. That's what I've observed.
Do you want to have a debate over how to debate in
Yeah.
the debate room? Because
See when he said like that.
Yo, can you
want to
just
go, honey?
All the moderators.
Damn.
You're gonna have a
I'm not
Volume's,
trolling. I'm not.
volume is low. Damn.
Come to the arena.
Oh. Hello. Hello.
All right, which 6 are going to get this one?
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
It was a joke making fun of your dumb ass.
Yeah, but once it's a 6v1,
We gotta listen. No, tell us what to do.
Who said
You
that?
came to our house and you're trying to tell us how to cook. So
no, not at all, not at all. I didn't mean it as like
Oh, okay.
disrespect. I was just like recollecting.
am I allowed to use my oven? Am I allowed to
Well, the
use my
question for you-
dishwasher?
I guess my question for you was: have you ever debated on the flat Earth side in the arena? In the arena?
Yes, I have.
Well, do you miss it, or do you just like not really care?
I don't know. I like doing it with other people. It's kind of fun to just tag team because one-on-one you get stuck in a rut. Sometimes it's nice to have other people to just have different approaches because if I get mad, someone else might not be mad.
I agree with that
You
statement.
can come
but that
in,
rut,
de-escalate.
that rut is the learning moment for a flat earther to become better at debating.
Flat earther? So it's up to us to be better at debate. What? There's no debate on the
So
flat
it's
earth
up for
side?
you.
It's a whole
You
community.
want us to teach you how to be a better debater. You want
No,
us
that's
to
not what
teach
I'm
you.
saying at all, dude.
Yeah.
No.
But
I
you're the
mean,
one
like,
who thinks you're not good enough at debating.
well, that's
only
fine for you to think.
It
That's
almost just sounds like you're saying, "Oh, the poor Globers are outnumbered."
Yeah, maybe that's the
As far as
case.
I'm concerned,
there is no
99%
more
of the
left.
world believes that we live on a ball, right?
Yeah, so maybe we gotta like expand this idea more to
So-
bring in even more people.
So flat earthers need to temper themselves now that it seems like, there's more
Nah,
of a...
I don't need to do none of that. Fuck out of here.
I know, see?
We're going to get some more preaching about street activism. Thank you, Orion.
More activism right here.
I mean, I understand wanting to stand up for the Globy side, right? I get that, but saying that, oh, you guys are going at them and they're outnumbered and none of that makes any sense.
No, that's not what I was
Because
saying.
I
at
walk
all.
I
No,
walk
no, no.
around the world, everybody thinks that we live on a ball. So I think y'all got the numbers, right?
I'm not a glober. I'm just speaking
Okay.
in recollection of like the old times when this server used to be full of people always having a proper debate. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the arena wasn't always around.
Yeah, man.
Right?
I was here before.
I don't
the
know
arena.
I don't know what's wrong with
Okay.
your memory, but you've got this. You sugarcoated the arena somehow because it never was what you're describing. Like, first
What are
off,
you
we had
talking
two different streaming accounts, right? So that both could be live at the same time. But that thing was never going all the time. All right, not ever. And secondly, when it was going most of the time, I would say it was still far from a proper debate. I couldn't stand listening to the arena most of the time. I, for one, don't miss the arena one bit. I don't know if anybody was, whatever. It's just, and the whole idea that we need to be training everybody to be a debater. Not everybody comes here to debate. This is a flat Earth server. Some people come to just be around other flat Earthers. They're not necessarily trying to debate the Globers who come in here. The very few of them, everybody's just supposed to fight over a chance to debate that guy. We don't have the flow like you're thinking of Globers
Yeah,
coming in. We've destroyed them.
mostly what we're doing is we're separating fact from fiction. A lot of people don't know the difference between a concept and reality, or a measurement and a formula.
Out of curiosity, with the debate arena, I'm gonna assume, like many debate arenas that I've seen in other servers, did it ever just divulge into just an ad hominem to each other? Because apart from Flat Earth, I've seen a few, and it just goes into your mom, no your mom, no your mom. That's where a lot it goes down to in the end.
No, no.
Well, that's
That's
what this
that's
live
none of
stream
that.
used to be, was the information part, and then the debating thing that goes on in this live stream used to not happen like as much as it does now, when there's just like one glober in here and then like maybe 5 flat earthers talking all at once. At that point, they would send that guy to the arena, and that's where he would get flat smacked, and then it was like pure awesome content.
That would only be if the guy was even qualified to have a discussion in the arena. Right? There's levels to this shit. Some Globers are not remotely prepared to be in the arena. They can't even be in here.
Yeah,
Or
they
we
can't
baby
be
them.
honest.
So what do you mean, man? I mean, I get what you mean, but at the same time, it's like it wasn't that serious, man. Right? And if a Glober really wants to, they can just come in here and say, "Hey, I want a one-on-one with this guy," right?
Yep.
Or this person, right? The arena still exists. It's not like it's just out of existence, but it's not really used that much because, again, these Globers don't come in here like that, and the ones that do are like duh. So what the hell do you want? You know what I mean?
It's not y'all's problem. Maybe it's the Globers. Maybe I need to go over to the Gem Panda server and I need to give them the same speech I just gave you guys.
Well, they're the clowns that
Yeah,
would
why don't
show
you
up
go
to
to
the
the
arena.
group?
Where are they? They're not. They don't show up anymore for that shit.
Yeah, why do you think they're not here anymore? Why do you think that I'm blocked from all of their channels? I am number
You're
2. Why am I
supposed to just
blocked from over
smack
1,000 atheist and Glober channels? Why is that?
Black Swan.
I cannot be convinced that every single Glober has been flat smacked. I'm just not convinced.
They haven't been. That's the point.
So
That
bring
they
them in
haven't
here.
been. They're scared to death. They run away from this. Why do people run away from a conversation? It should be so easy, right? Chocolate.
Yeah. How come it's not easy? It's slam dunk, right? It's settled science, isn't it? It's all
We've had
settled.
2,000 years. You've had 2,000 years. Every single governmental church, every single government, $4 trillion, and you can't even take a little channel on the end of the internet. Weird.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I've not been here long, so I was like, the arena, what the hell is that? And you're like, oh, sounds like fun, or
That's where the globe gets smashed to pieces.
see, I thought the arena was, I don't know, just some like Call of Duty lobby where you 1v1 and saying whoever wins this decides the debate. Oh, that'd be funny.
Are you a Glober?
Nah, flat earther. I just thought it'd be kind of a funny idea, just like a Call of Duty map decides it.
Oh, I was gonna say if I am number 2 wants to talk to a Glober, practice.
Oh no, I actually don't even have the role, but this guy's saying that he's a flat earther and he doesn't even know what the arena was about. Tells me everything. Thank you.
You're so full of it.
What the?
Oh, and
Maybe
You don't even have a role. You don't even have a role in your
Wait a
list. What
second.
the heck?
Wait a second. Maybe he's new, bro. Like people don't come into different kinds of thinking at different times. What? Everybody comes into the same kind of thinking all at the same time?
I
Nobody has different
literally.
time.
He
This is
sounds
literally-
like
he's a
he's
This is
flat
literally
earther,
the
and he didn't know what the arena was. I will
This is-
repeat it one last time. That is
second
a
time
problem,
I've been in this. This is the second time I've been in this VC chat. That's
why.
it.
If you're not a flat earther, why are you like talking so much then?
I'm a flat earther, but I don't have the role.
But
so,
okay, you don't have the role, so
whatever.
why are you talking so much?
You ain't a flat earther.
Not a flat earther, please.
If you don't even have the roles, then sit
how-
down, honey.
How are you a flat earther? I am number 2.
He's new. Give him a chance. Yeah.
No, he's not new. He's
He's
ETH
saying he knows
juice.
all about the
This is
server.
this
That's
is
just for your
ETH juice.
I was just sticking up for the server, and I had
Oh,
Mm.
maybe you should be banned then. Just ban
I'll go in. I'll go
no,
into the arena
no.
right now and test your information.
Why am I
You're
banned?
sticking up for the server by saying the server is pretty much garbage without the arena, because
You
that's
want
what I heard for all this
you want the
nonsense
arena?
in the
Saying
past
Do you
10
want the
minutes.
arena?
at all.
Do you really want the arena? Hmm?
Oh yeah, thanks for sticking up for me when I don't need anyone to stick up for me. By the way, thanks, bud.
Who's? I didn't catch that part.
Not for you, for the server. I was just
No, I know, but I'm part of the server, right? So he didn't have to stick up for me or anyone else here. We can stick up for ourselves. It's the server runs it. It's our house, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely. It's your guys'
We can
stuff.
open the arena.
We can
I was just
explain
I was
anything.
just saying what I thought
Just
about it. That's all.
if he's new, he's not gonna know.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, no one's gonna know what the arena is if they're new, and that kind of is, you know, an off thing because it is in Call of Duty. You know, I mean,
Like the thing is, I've only spoke
but
once today. This is
it
my
is
second
a
time speaking
one-on-one
today.
scenario where people just shut the hell up, and there's a referee that monitors only 2 people. It is a formal debate setting in the arena. So 2 people can speak to each other with a moderator, then that's it.
And we're all
And that's
Justin,
it.
hold on one second. Hold on one second. Sonoran, I don't know how to say your name. Sonorando? How many
Ran,
times have you been in here?
I've been in here twice, like talking VC,
Twice.
as it were.
Okay.
And how long have you been coming
One,
in
I
here?
chat. Probably a wee while longer. Just never really went in here because I'm part of a bunch of servers. So
Right. So you never knew the arena existed.
no, I never I never looked as far as like I looked at I scrolled down the channels every so often, but I never really noticed it, so to say. I was busy
Right.
chatting on other places.
Yeah. Unless you were hanging around in here for like almost a year or at least a year, you wouldn't even know about the arena being used.
The arena was fun.
Quite possibly.
Look, I want to apologize because obviously some people here thought that I was like attacking the server, and that's not what I wanted.
So good.
To get. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll stop talking about it. Honestly, I don't want to make it seem like that. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay, man. It's all right. I'll still go into the
Yeah, it's
Remember,
all
attack
good.
attack the information, not the person. When you start attacking personally the person or anybody, for that matter, you lose the conversation. You lose right away. So never attack the person themselves. Always attack the information.
Yeah. Principles over personalities, that's always a good policy.
And I'm sorry if I came off how I sound, but I don't deal well with bullshit. Yeah, that's me. Thanks.
Thanks, Chocolate. We need you here, man.
I'll debate Gato 1 in the live stream or in the arena.
Go arena.
Probably should learn what evidence is. Gato 1. You're flat earther or almost flat earther, and you need to be careful when you're saying you want evidence. Evidence is something you first observe and then can be repeatable and demonstratable.
Dishes to wash, or laundry to fold.
So when like a Glober shows like a textbook, like if a Glober shows a textbook and they're like, see, it says in the textbook that the earth is a globe. That's great, but that's actually not evidence. It's just words on paper. You have to show that it's observed and
Make me a sandwich, bitch.
That's Sphinx. What?
What?
That was Sphinx cursing at you, Mrs.
Me? Oh, I have a timer, so like my app just closed right as he was cussing.
Wait,
I'm so sorry.
Perfect
That's
timing,
Sphinx?
Sphinx. You deserve a band, Sphinx.
Aw.
Yeah. Yeah, you deserve
I
to be
missed it. I'm so sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I caught
What
it.
was that all about? I heard just like a tiny bit.
It was Sphinx cussing at Kai.
But why?
Called her
Frustrated.
a
He
bitch.
has Tourette's. Actually, his demons have Tourette's. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Enoch.
Shit.
No problem.
Like, what did you even say? I mean, like,
I don't
what
know.
the hell? Like,
Like
your woman voice just made him just flip out.
Yeah. Why
No,
why you
here's the,
so
wait,
mad?
wait a minute.
Why you so
Wow.
mad, bro? Got freaking
love
women
it.
problems or
Wow.
That's half of the reason I come in here. It's just so fun. Like, I am not a man hater whatsoever, but some boys, okay, they get so triggered, and I just love to
They
trigger
will
them.
not understand. What the what? I can't. What?
hilarious.
My mind is blown. You didn't even say one word, and he just like goes off on you.
I know.
He's from the what is it, Gem Panda server, where they are
Uh,
Legion over there. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, the Roach
Wow.
Motel.
Wow.
Maybe it's just because that guys, like some guys are so isolated from quarantine when they hear a girl talk, they just like short circuit. They don't know what to
Yeah, some guys need to get laid.
Yeah, but that's really the
Gem-
wrong way to be short-circuited. That's bizarre. What the hell? I wouldn't
Gem
think it would go that way.
Panda server.
Actually,
Gem
they
Panda
have
server.
they
What's
have an
the?
old lady, an ugly old lady. They have Queen of Trolls or something like that.
Wait, he was trying to speak. Go ahead.
Gem Panda server, is this like the polar opposite to this place, or what's? Because I've heard just
Pretty
small
much.
snippets of it.
Yeah, it's like Hades.
Totally. Yeah.
Oh,
Legion
sweet.
of Doom.
So,
Worse than
sweet.
Hades.
Someone sent me an invite. I want to see what this place is. I want to see hell.
Oh dear God.
I just want to see. I just want to see.
Everyone's been banned from there, so yeah.
Oh,
Be careful. Be careful.
If you didn't have enough cursing and screaming and just despicable kind of language and despicable human behavior, if you haven't had enough of that in your life, then I would say go ahead and go in there.
This place has been no service does stuff.
Go ahead on, Dan. Go ahead on, Dan. You want to go in there? Go ahead on, Dan.
All right.
Yeah, just don't talk, and then you'll be okay.
First thing you do,
You won't get
go in
muted.
there is you go into that live stream of theirs or into the VC of theirs.
Yeah.
And you tell them that they are idiots for believing in the globe. Just do that right away.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of people in
Oh,
debate.
you'll
All right.
instantly get banned.
Okay. This should be.
And you won't have to subject yourself to that nonsense. Yeah.
They don't ban like very many people. You have to be pretty bad to get banned there. So
Well, no, I used to go in there and I would just calmly say it to Jim. I would be like, "You're really spiraling, bro." Really nice, calm voice, and then I would get banned every time. Why are you spiraling so much?
Lunatic, just go over there and mention my name and see what happens.
Oh yeah.
I know there's certain
I've been
people.
threatened.
Yeah, there's certain people, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Does anyone have a link to this Gem Panda server that you keep mentioning?
Yeah, I think it's off the edge of every cliff.
We shouldn't even be promoting it or talking about them. Just gives them more energy. It's like the loser table in high school.
There are some
We
of the
just
best
don't
proof
go
of
over
flat
there.
Earth. You just got to listen to them. They're some of the best proofs of flat Earth. So all you got to do
If
is
you want to
listen
see
to
the
them.
byproduct of what infanticist psychopathic cartoon religions do to people, go right over there. It's going to solve every problem.
I think it would just be interesting to find out their arguments for the globe, really.
Just Google it.
Yeah, good question. What is the argument for the globe, Chocolate? That's what I was trying to figure
just
out.
Google
Yeah.
it. All they got to tell you is whatever Google tells them.
Just
That's all they're
Google
gonna
it.
say. Just Google it.
Google is your friend.
Yep.
They're
That's
just
all you
going to
gotta know.
repeat the same mainstream narrative that you've heard since you were 5. I mean,
That you can look up yourself.
Yeah, where's Matthew? Where's
which
Matthew?
makes
Get
me
Matthew
laugh
in here. He'll tell
because
you right now.
if the Earth really was what they were saying, why do they need to defend it? What, the Earth can't defend? It can't stand on its own 2 legs? Can't defend itself? Nah, right? Because nobody experiences that shit. So we need a whole clan of people to reconvince us of the same nonsensical story we heard when we were 5.
So
Like some kind of
Gems
little
isn't really.
automaton. Sorry.
I don't know if he's got really the right description of Gems. It's not really the polar opposite of here. Okay, their server is basically built around this server. It exists because of this one. They are there to kind of like be like a paparazzi on the flat earth and like spread their gossip and shit. That's what they're over there doing.
Oh, look, one of the roaches is here.
That's kind of true.
Tell us all about it, Gypsy.
I mean, we don't mute you. I can't
You
even
can
talk on their
tell what
behalf. I can't even
you
talk on
can
their behalf.
tell.
I've been busy with work for the last months. I come in and out.
You can tell what kind of server Gem Panda is by the mosquitoes flying over there.
I
Isn't
mean,
that
as far as I'm
peculiar?
concerned, it's just Thought Police Central, right? Oh, you guys dare to think for yourselves? Well, come here. We'll regurgitate the same shit you've been told all your life.
Mm-hmm. Go back to that nonsense.
How dare you think for yourself?
Come on back with us with the
Oh, you didn't understand what the textbook told you? Oh, here's our explanation of what the textbook is telling you.
Yeah. Either way, both sides. Screw what
You
this
flat
guy
earthers
says. I'm
think.
saying this.
Say that again.
You flat
Both
earthers think
sides.
you're so smart for thinking for yourself.
No, I was gonna say both sides are the same argument, where it's screw what this guy said. Listen to me.
No, that's not true.
Nah, because we actually tell people you can go out and do this stuff for yourself, right?
Yeah.
We actually
Where's
convince people to think for themselves, not
where's the
think how we think. You're gonna tell me differently? You're gonna tell me it's different?
It's just logic that's preached here, son.
Just
Yeah,
reality.
Go find out for yourself. It's
We
all
like the really is level here, right?
Yeah, so go over to Gem Panda, and when you go over there, ask them for the proof of those 3 claims. Curvature, rotation, and gas pressure without a container. Make sure you ask for, don't forget, we need actual definitive proof of those 3 claims. Ask for that and see how that goes.
Oh, I know the whole spiel. I've been listening for years. Come on, you know who I am. You guys actually made a not a GIF, a meme about me. Do I still have it? Oh, I do. This was made a while ago. Why am I the yellow man one? I wanted to be the green one.
Hello.
I have no idea who Connie is, though. I think I vaguely
Hello,
remember.
welcome to the server.
Yo. Wait. Gypsy, yo. Wait, is he? Yeah, you're a Glober. Welcome. Yeah. Are you still a Glober?
Is this guy new?
He thinks he is.
Yeah.
He
doesn't know you,
thinks he
Gypsy.
is.
Oh, okay.
So just explain yourself.
Oh.
I know.
Don't worry, the questions will get easier.
The only part
You
I
should know all
remember.
the questions, of course.
Oh god, who actually knows my arguments in this channel?
Me.
Are we supposed to know who you are?
You know me.
I remember
Who
him
are
from the
you?
arena.
You know me pretty personally, Gypsy. Come on, man.
Hey man, I'm trying to
Gypsy, you were in the
scroll
arena,
down
right?
here talking,
I think.
son.
It's Justin up here at the top.
Okay. I vaguely remember you.
Doesn't sound like it went
You're in
over
a
too
couple of
well
servers with me, dork.
in the in the arena. That didn't sound like it went over too well, I don't think.
Oh
And
no,
then I
the
think
arena was the arena was back in the day when I was working again.
Yeah.
It got me
Yeah,
up
Yeah,
we
I
were
every
there.
remember you.
day.
I remember you. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I think I
No,
banned you a
man, I'm
couple
just
of times
chilling,
too.
working. When I
Still
got
not
some time to sit back and chill, I'm doing laundry right now, so I'm sitting
all
back
right.
listening to you guys.
On a flat Earth.
You
Okay.
don't want to prove you're not in the.
I'm sitting here wearing my gold chain and my
He
silver
knows all
ring
the arguments. He does.
How do you
Okay.
know you're just sitting there?
with
Wait, you're
wearing my
sitting.
gold chain and my other precious metal, my silver ring.
Silver.
Oh, wow. Oh, a man who loves silver will not be satisfied with silver.
The bling
What do you
bling.
mean? What?
A
That's nice.
man who
That's
loves
nice of you to
silver
describe your personal accoutrement. We weren't asking
shall
for
not
that,
be
but anyway.
satisfied with silver.
But you were talking about sitting down on your seat, so how do you know you're just sitting there? You sure you're not flying around somewhere?
I'm actually laying on my side, and I got my mic hanging off the
How do you know you're
bedpost.
laying on your side? How do you
Does
know
your silver
that?
turn green?
No, it doesn't. It's 99.9999. Wait,
How do you know your
99.99999. 5
How do
nines.
you know your directionality, that you're laying down horizontally? How do you know
How do you know that number is true?
Oh my
Hold on,
God.
let's get a real question here. Can you point to the star of Polaris right now?
Who's going
That's
off on you?
Polaris. I know.
Can you
Right?
just raise your arm up and see if you can point to the star of Polaris? Can you do that?
Well, there's a ceiling fan, a light.
You'll never
So
relax
you don't
in
know.
here.
Oh, okay. So you don't know where the star of Polaris is unless you're outside of your house.
Hold on, let me give him a clue. You're going to be pointing beyond where the ceiling is and all that? Yeah.
Correct. It's gonna be definitely be higher than your ceiling.
Wait,
Yeah.
so is he? Are you ready to? I mean, are you actually going to try to prove the globe today?
I just so he's a glober, right? I just assumed all flat earthers know where Polaris is all the time because I have for 7 years. But oh well.
Yeah, I want to hear his arguments.
Yo, Gypsy, you there?
No, you guys don't want to hear this on your live. This is why they made the arena,
Sure we
so people
It's
sure.
probably
can talk
true.
about it live.
She's probably telling the
We'll,
truth now. Yeah.
we'll live
Oh,
stream
then
it.
Say it
you.
anyway. We're bored. No one. There's no other globers right now. So.
I
Oh, we
know, they're
do
all
have one. We
chicken
have
shit.
Chicken Nougat. Maybe he's better.
I want to challenge Gypsy. Hold on. I want to challenge Gypsy to the arena, and
Chicken left.
The topic is the subject is the directionality of Japan from his location.
Oh, good question.
Yeah. So stand up and point to Japan.
Yeah, it should be east.
Just rotate
Well,
that globe
direct
around real
or
quick.
traveling wise?
No, you yourself, the human being, Gypsy, the human being, stand up and point to Japan.
He can't.
Okay,
Are you on the
if
west
I were to
coast?
travel,
of
or
the,
if
are
we
you
could
on the west
point
coast of
through
North America
objects.
or east coast?
Stand up in your room.
Do you know you're east and
Okay.
west?
And point
Because
your
there's
finger
two
to
answers to that question.
Japan.
There's two answers to that question.
Two answers. Yes.
No, there isn't. No, it's
There
stand
is.
up and point
Yes,
to
and
Japan.
sometimes.
Point to it. Point to it.
Okay, I'm pointing through the ground.
I knew he was going to do that.
Yes,
I knew he was gonna do
excellent.
that.
No
Point
one.
I know who
Right,
I am.
Eric
Come
got
on.
him. You got him right there. He has no idea where Polaris is, but he can point down to the ground to another country. Congratulations.
That's not where it is, bro. It's out across the ocean. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, yeah, there's two answers to that question: by travel
No, there
or
isn't
direct.
two answers. If you stand up on the seashore and point to Japan, what direction is it? What is the position of your arm if you're pointing to it at the seashore?
You've been hanging out at Gem Pandas, huh, Gypsy?
No,
I
I've
just
been
want to
working.
know what the condition
he
of
does,
your
he
arm
does.
is compared to your body if you're standing vertically. I
Why
wanna know
deny?
what position
I'm
is
sure
your
you guys
arm in.
understand what you're trying to ask, and I'm sure you guys understand. I know what you're trying to ask, and I know what direction you're trying to go. That's why I'm saying there's two answers: travel
So
by
you're
foot or plane,
non sequitur.
or
So
boat, or direct.
So
yeah,
you know what people think before they tell you, right?
an inability to answer the question.
There's
He
two
pointed
answers.
towards the
What kind of-
ground.
Wait a
I
minute. What
gave
kind
you
of
two answers.
witchcraft is this? There's two answers. This is
Yeah,
some
that's
witchcraft,
true.
sorcery.
Yeah.
Because basically the reason he had to point to the ground is because he thinks it's on the opposite side of a curve.
Down on the
Well,
other
that's
side
like
of the
asking,
ball.
is gas a vapor and is vapor a gas?
That makes sense to me.
Is water vapor a gas?
Any vapor or any gas. Is gas a vapor or is vapor a gas?
What direction?
Why do they have to be related?
I
What
just blew
direction
through
does
your
gas
minds,
go?
eh?
Look,
Is that
I-
evolution, Gypsy?
Gas does not
Evolution.
have gas is not necessarily
Gas
a vapor.
evoluted into it.
Gas is not necessarily
Correct.
a vapor, but a vapor is necessarily a gas.
That's right.
Correct.
That's a good answer.
You got to get the terms correct. So we're talking water vapor. So yeah, that's in the gaseous state.
How does
we have to wait around a
evaporation
million
work on a
years.
globe? How does evaporation work on a globe? Gypsy.
The same way a vacuum exists next to a pressurized system.
Wait. Let him answer. Wait, just let him answer.
How does what?
How does evaporation work on a globe?
What kind of answer do you want? Scientific or layman?
The real one.
Scientific.
The best one you got. The best one you got.
I can't go scientific right now. I'm half lit.
The answer you don't have. Give us that one.
You said half what?
Lit. Dude, I'm about to go to
yeah.
cabin. I got my laundry getting done, washing my bathing suits and my shirt,
I thought
renting
you
a
said you were
cabin with
laying
private
down.
beach for the weekend.
A
Dropping
minute
some
ago, you said you
MDMA.
were laying down. I asked
I
you to stand
am.
up.
I am.
Took
You
your
want
Just
me to take
answer
a
it in the
picture?
best way
You know
that
what?
you can.
I'm gonna take a picture real quick. You'll see how I'm
Got the
chilling right
answer
now.
wrong on Japan,
No,
bro.
no. The only time you can get a Glober to give you a picture is when it's a selfie in bed. Unbelievable. Congratulations.
Yeah, he wants to brag about what he's wearing, where he is, and what he's doing, but he doesn't want to answer a question. He's too busy to answer a question, but he can tell us
But he'll
everything
take a
he's
selfie.
doing.
Oh, then he should just mute
I'm not
himself.
taking a selfie.
If you're too intoxicated to speak, then just be quiet. Just be quiet.
Oh, I'm not intoxicated.
I rather listen to like seagulls chirping or babies.
Well, may I ask you a question?
No,
after you tell us about evaporation on a globe, then you can answer. Then you can ask us
See?
a question.
Explain precious metals and how they come into being.
No,
Once,
bro.
after you answer
totally not even
evaporation on a
Tate
globe.
wants to know too. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna
Not
use my
even related.
referee. I'm gonna use my referee. I know, with all due respect, they're Kai. So, answer the question, please, Gypsy. How does evaporation work on the globe?
Gypsy, that's you.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm sending my image. This is how I'm chilling. So yes, I'm laying down.
You're just taking a picture of yourself instead of answering the question. Gypsy, you can hear. Just try to answer how evaporation
great.
happens on a
We
globe.
really,
Go ahead.
we really want to see your cell. I mean, come on, man. Cut it out.
Okay, so are you conceding that you don't know how it works on a
Now
globe?
I know he has carpet.
He said 2, but then he's
On his
deflecting.
He likes
Your
to
arm
buy
is
bottled water.
looking a
I know
little shrimpy there, bro. You got to get some gains on that arm.
It looks like a leg.
I think my arm might have more muscles. Not as much hair as you, but more toned.
So let's see. I never
just
got
want
an
to-
answer.
Yeah, Gypsy, can you answer how does evaporation work on the globe one more time? Silence.
No, I'm busy. Okay, shit.
Okay, he can't. Okay, let's just move on.
And so there we go, folks. You saw it here. Remember this day.
Yes, hold on.
I am number 2. This is why we don't really use the arena anymore.
Crikey, mate.
Okay,
This is the
I kind of do see
route
it.
we have.
I didn't
Yeah.
want to unmute myself. I didn't want to interrupt, but yeah, maybe it's the Glober's fault.
What happens when you boil water?
Put a note on Gypsy's little tag here so I remember him when he comes back. Didn't know the direction.
He pointed toward the ground. Is that?
Yeah. So he got
First
it
of
wrong.
all, he has no idea where
So he
Polaris
got it
is.
wrong. That's right.
Right. He
Because
has
it's
no
flat.
idea So I just wanted to point out, Sonny has no idea where Polaris is, which we've used for sailing for thousands of years. No big deal. Go ahead.
Anybody that would stand at a seashore and point down to Japan is retarded. I'm sorry to use the term. Actually, no, I'm not going to apologize. Yeah, just retarded.
Nemo is new. We have Nemo.
Oh, how do you spell N-E? Oh, he's deaf
N-E-M-O.
and oh no, he's not deaf and wait.
He's just muted.
Wouldn't pointing down to the ground mean like the same as saying that Japan doesn't exist?
Where is Nemo? I don't see him.
He's under me. He's right below me.
Yeah, I just switched over to my laundry.
Oh, there he is. Nemo bloody something.
Right, there you go. Got him.
Okay, so what's up?
Yes. Do you have the answer for evaporation on a how does evaporation work on a globe?
It's like boiling water.
In a vacuum.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You asked the question, so.
Oh, I'm gonna try something out. So does air that's been heated up defy gravity?
Yeah, I don't know this topic, so I'm not claiming it. Does sun heat up the air?
And wait a
So
minute,
you're asking
you
if the
brought
air
up
gets lighter or not?
You brought
Wait,
up
just
the
let him
vapor.
answer.
You brought up vapor.
That's kind of the same question. Like, if you're going off buoyancy and density, then on a humid day, technically, us humans that are 90% water would weigh less, would we not? But we weigh more.
I asked you, how does evaporation work on a globe, and you said like boiling water. So then I'm
Pretty much the
asking.
sun heats up microparticles of water that are sitting around the earth, and it's all spread out, so it's easier to heat up, especially in the mornings. You should see the fog that's on the highways that I work on. It's crazy. Sometimes we can't even work until about mid-noon. Fog is so thick, and then
Okay, so
it
when water
evaporates
is
up.
heated up, sorry, no, you can finish. Go ahead. Sorry, continue.
That's about it. Water's heated up, and then what the fuck is making that sound?
Go ahead, Maurice.
My load of laundry's off
Voices.
balance. Hold on.
I mean, Mrs. Musk, go ahead.
Oh, I think he stepped away.
He left?
Well, he said he was going to go check out his laundry. I was going to ask him about the thermosphere.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, my laundry was
Okay.
beans.
So the water vapor that's now being evaporated is going up because it's been heated up. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And gases that are hot or
It also vibrates.
higher gases that are in higher temperature than the surrounding air rise as well, right?
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, it would. So
If it
okay,
was
let's
containing
just
any,
reconfirm that. Let's
if it was
just
containing
reconfirm
any
that.
water.
Gases that are in higher temperature than the surrounding gases will rise up. Okay.
I don't know. I can't claim that. I don't know. That's a little too scientific.
You don't know that?
No, can
Why
you
is
tell
the
me?
smoke detector on your ceiling? Why is the
Can you-
smoke detector on your ceiling?
So that you don't trip on it if it's on the floor.
Well, smoke is less intense than- Huh.
Okay, he said yes anyways. Let's keep going.
Oh, sorry. This is so painful.
It is. Please
painfully
educate me
slow.
instead of asking me questions like a classic.
Well,
flat
I'm
earther.
just trying to
Please
ask
tell
you
me, because I
questions.
got a buttload of questions I could be asking you to make you seem very unintelligent as well. So please
Oh,
tell me
really?
this gas thing. Go on.
Really? I really doubt
Tell
that.
us. Ask
You
us the
doubt it?
question
Please
then. We're
explain to
ready.
me
Go ahead,
precious
please
metals.
do.
How do they come into being? How are they on this earth?
No, it
How
needs
does
to
it
be
rain
related
upon
to.
us?
It needs to be related to flat Earth.
Wait.
It is
Are-
very related
No,
because
it's
suns
not
are
I
real,
have a
related to flat
supernovas
question.
are
Earth.
real,
Sorry, guys.
and the gold and
Sorry,
silver around my
guys.
neck and ring are very real. There's proof right
Hey.
there.
Oh, I
Nothing
doubt
on
that. I
Earth
saw
or
your
in
picture.
Earth
I saw
can
your picture
produce
where you're at,
gold
honey.
naturally.
Gypsy, since when precious metals are beings?
He's like, bro, I got
Since
24
when?
carats, but he's in like a dump. Like, get out of here.
I'm in a dump? Oh, wow.
Mic check.
Wow.
Yeah, we
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you,
me, guys?
Sasha.
No.
Yeah, you
Thank
asked
That's
you.
fine,
wonderful.
that's
I'm
fine.
get beget.
Well, anyway, how do you
Yeah.
explain precious
Get
metals? How do you explain the abundance and the
How, go
presence?
tell us. How do you explain them?
Oh, no, I already answered your questions and you made me so go ahead, answer mine. Like I said, if you don't know who I am, don't ask me. Everyone else
No,
staying quiet, thank you.
Explain what about
I'll be
them. What do
short
you
and
want to
sweet.
know about the precious metals?
Yeah.
What aspect of them?
How is it created?
Oh, so now there's a creator?
How does it come into being? What produces our precious metals? Gold, silver, and
Creator
platinum.
created them.
You just
They
said
were
it. How did they create it? You just said created.
Okay, hold
Thank
on,
you,
hold on, hold on.
Creator.
Are you
How
serious
does
to
it
talk
how
about
is
this
it
right now?
found in
Did you thank the
snowflakes that
Creator
fall
today
from the
for your
sky?
precious
Little
metals that He
specks of
created?
gold found in a snowflake falling from the sky. Nowhere near any volcanoes. And you know how dense gold is, right? You know when you pan for gold, it stays in the bottom because it's super dense, right? You know that, right? And
Not
gold
super
cannot
dense.
evaporate. You know that, right?
Yeah, what
You're
are you trying to say?
Precious
metals
metals
are right
Not the
there.
metal
Wrap it
server.
up.
This is about
Precious
nothing to do with
metals
flat
Solved
Earth.
are
everything. Nothing
destroyed
to do
Not
with
the
it. Yeah.
metal
Nothing to do with
server.
flat Earth
Yeah.
at all.
What
Nothing
about
So
to do
you
with
want to
flat Earth.
know how the precious metals were created? That's your question?
How are they? How is it come
I
into
just want to
being?
know, Jebsy, what does that have to do with flat Earth,
Produces
though?
precious metal? Because
At
it proves
all?
He
the sun
thinks
is
you're
real and
he thinks you're
supernova is real.
God.
But it doesn't prove flat
It
or
Does that
silver.
Metal's only
No, it
precious to
doesn't.
those that think it's precious.
How does that prove? Now you have a claim there when you just said yes, it does. So how does it do it?
Because flat earthers say that the sun isn't real.
What
Nobody.
a
No.
That's not.
bureaucratic.
That's
He's
not
an
a
autonomous
claim.
demon.
Oh, come on, Jim.
Space is
Nobody
real.
says
So
that.
other
Hold
suns
on a
aren't
second.
real.
One at a time. Go ahead with the sun.
Okay, Linda.
You said space isn't real, so other suns and supernovas aren't real.
No,
No,
I don't know any
what?
flat earther that thinks
What
the
are
sun
you
isn't
talking
real.
about, man?
You
I never
guys
even
state
heard that before,
No,
man.
we
flat
never
earthers state
stated
that
any.
space
This
Space
is
is a
your
paradox.
claim. This
Just
is your
even space
claim,
is a
man.
paradox.
Yeah, I'm a sunburn denier. I'm a sunburn denier.
So
Just
you
don't
guys state
understand
that
what
space isn't real?
you are going off of here, man. Who are you talking to?
You guys
Yeah,
state that space
how
isn't
many
real.
people are inside of him that we're talking?
I
Yeah,
don't
vacuum
understand.
of space, not
I've
not the
never
sun.
heard. I've been here this whole time. I've never heard flat earthers say anything about whatever you fucking just
Right.
said.
Listen,
you
I
didn't
got it,
even want to
Justin.
say
Justin, let
it.
me
I
explain
haven't
something
heard
about
it.
this.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I haven't even heard it.
Watch, Justin, watch this. Because you're denying Earth curve, therefore you're denying everything with curve. I think that's
It's
what the demons are telling
amazing
him.
though that you can speak about the sun. End of story.
You're the one who thinks
Guys,
the sun is the star, so actually we're the
guys,
only
I
group that
mean,
knows the sun is real.
how can you speak about the sun at all?
Yeah. That's a
End of
great
I
number.
story.
propose.
You shouldn't
I
have to go
propose.
off of anything. You
That's
talk
a
about the
propose
sun,
everyone.
you lost.
That's a numpty
Yeah.
clip for sure.
But I
End of
propose
story.
every one of
Okay, I
us
have one
here
question.
say, make the statement if the sun is real or not, just to check out to see
Right,
if
we'll check
he's
that out in a
right
second.
or
Yes,
not.
get me.
Yeah.
No, of course we know. The Gypsy, did you used to play with Ouija boards as a kid?
No, have you stuck in crayons up your nose a
Because you
little
can't
too
be
far?
that stupid on your own. You can't be that stupid on your own, or you're just purely trolling, which makes the most sense. I
Okay,
guess.
well, let me grab this mic and sit up a little bit and turn my volume up so I can hear you
Yeah,
more.
pull your pants up.
Okay, so the sun, not the sun in our sky right there. I'm talking about other suns in space, right? Supernovas that happen when a sun explodes turns into a
Okay,
supernova,
right back to
right?
cartoons.
There's
Okay.
no
Right?
such thing as
You guys have
other
claimed that there's no such
stars
thing as space,
the
right? So
size of the
if you
sun.
claim there's no such thing as space, then there can't be any supernovas. If there can't be any supernova, there's no
Space is a
existence of
paradox.
gold
How do you
or
explain
platinum.
gas between a high pressure system and a low pressure system without equalizing?
How do you explain
Especially
clouds that are in the
extreme
sky
low pressure,
without
like a vacuum of
walls? Show me
space.
the walls to a cloud in the
Hold on,
sky.
hold on. I think he was
Show
going
me
to
the
tell us
walls
how
to a cloud
gold
in
and
the
silver get here because of supernovas. Let's listen
Yes,
to
you
him
need
for
a
2
container for
seconds.
clouds, retard.
Hold on a minute. Why are we allowing this clown to say that we're claiming that something that doesn't exist doesn't
You
exist?
guys were
Correct.
poking me.
Correct.
Now
Thank
you're
you.
getting all
Yes.
butthurt. I'm coming out with no.
No, you're exposing yourself. That's the point.
I'm not exposing
Gypsy,
myself.
well, guys, I have a question.
Feelings are for your periods. We're not on a period here, so just focus, right? You're talking about space as if it's real, saying that we're claiming it's not. That's retarded. That's
Your
literally
dermis is visible.
That's literally backwards. So why don't you provide evidence for your claim of space, and then maybe we can talk.
Okay, I got gold around my neck, silver on my ring with gold diamonds.
And that gold comes
Earth
from
under pressure,
supernovas.
carbon.
How did that gold came right here? Because your claim is that gold came from supernovas. The sun is not a supernova, so
Sun is not a
it must
supernova. I
have
already
come
stated that
from a
because you're hanging on
supernova
to that
which
truth.
is trillions of miles far away, light years. Yeah.
Since
And
when has an explosion
it took
ever
thousands of
created
years
something?
for the light to reach the earth, like
If you want
billions
to
of
know,
years,
platinum's actually
not
stored
thousands.
within inside the sun. Same
Can
with
you
silver,
provide the
on
source that
outside the
says
platinum.
gold is
And then
formed by
gold,
supernovas? Just
gold
provide
Yeah,
the
created
source.
from the
he's
Provide the
claiming that.
academic source that gold is formed
Yeah,
from supernovas, because I think the
yeah.
academic source says there's a different reason why
gold
gold is
takes
formed.
a shit
The
ton of
dude thinks
nuclear
he
Just
was made of
post
fusion
the
star
source.
to be
stuff.
Just
created.
post the
I know
source.
that
I don't
book.
even care if it's Wikipedia. Just post it. Because
Yeah,
right
get your
now when
notes
I
number.
Google
Takes
how
nuclear
is gold
fusion to be
created, it
created.
says gold minerals form in hot rocks and in and around volcanoes. That's all it says. It says nothing about supernovas.
Yeah.
So
Did you know
provide
there's
that.
gold in
Provide that
every
Very,
rock?
very
supernovas.
wrong. Do you want? I can tell you if
Every
you want to
rock
know. I can
contains
tell you
No,
about
don't
gold.
gold,
tell him.
silver, and
Don't
platinum.
tell me.
Provide the evidence.
Just provide the source, even if it's Wikipedia. I don't care. Just provide something
Platinum
that says
stays in the
supernovas.
center. Same with silver. Okay, and then gold is
Learn
created
about
once. And
Tellurides.
what happens
Oh my
is the
God.
chemical reaction and the nuclear fusion that happens after the explosion. There's nothing on Earth or in Earth.
Why are we listening to
That's
this
not
chanting?
citation.
Just
To
provide.
It's time for this time to go.
That's a
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah. Thank
All
you.
I'm hearing is
Bye-bye.
chanting.
Gypsy,
You're gonna have to redirect.
can you
Okay,
explain
moderators,
what
you're gonna have to
nuclear
redirect.
fusion is?
No, you're letting him do this, guys. You got to redirect the psychopath. He's gonna do this. It's just gonna ruin the
Yeah.
opportunity.
Classic flat Earther, you got to redirect and get them on your path, right? Your script.
No,
What do
we're
you
gonna
think you're
continue talking
fucking
about
doing?
cartoons.
Jesse,
What do you
Jesse,
think you're
been
fucking
here-
doing?
You've been here long enough. Okay, we're not going to take any bullshit. You can't prove anything that you
Yeah.
say. Nothing.
First,
You
he
have
lied
said
about everybody.
you
He
can
lied about
prove.
everybody, Justin.
You can't
That's what
do
a
that.
helio-religitard, that's what they do.
So
all I heard was
we
chanting,
are
to be
in
honest.
our right mind. You're in someone else's mind, speaking for them.
Yeah, we've had
Okay, I got
enough.
another one.
It's time. It's arena time, right?
No, you've already lied. I mean, that's the point. The guy already falsely
I have
accused the
not
entire
lied.
panel.
I have
here.
not lied at
He
all.
said
Do not
everybody.
say
He says
that.
you
Well,
guys
you
don't believe
said
in the
that
sun.
flat earthers said
You
it,
guys don't
dude.
believe in
No
the sun.
flat
Yep,
earthers
flat earthers
said
have
that.
said space is not real. Many
But
times.
no
You said
flat
sun,
earther
not
said
space.
anything about what you said a flat earther said, dude. Nothing. I don't have to say any of it. I don't have to reply any of it. Anything that you said about a flat earther is incorrect. That's absolute lying to people
lying.
about flat earthers.
So
Correct.
then you say space is real.
So back
That's
down
not-
to Earth, Princess.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
back down to Earth, Princess. We're going back
Gypsy,
down to
you
Earth.
said-
Now you're gonna hide from your
That's
claim.
just nonsense. That's sophistry, la-di-da-di-da-di-da. Are you a clown or are you a man?
Gypsy, you
fucking
said
man, my guy.
that flat
Then
earthers
talk
say the
like
sun
one.
isn't real.
Then talk like one. You're the one who's claiming space as your model described it.
No, that
Why
wasn't.
don't-
Listen,
Why don't you go and prove that?
Okay, no, let's
Instead
step back.
of trying to apply
You guys want to get to nitty
dichotomy
gritty?
on
I
the
got
people
nitty
that are
gritty.
saying that because you have no evidence, we don't have to take it seriously.
What made you first think of that the Earth was flat? You stepped outside and you seen a flat horizon, right?
What made you think it was a globe?
No.
real life experience.
I guess
Oh, wow, the
you
horizon
haven't
was-
been
We need the
around
globe
for
proof.
my story then, because that did not happen for me.
I'm not going to.
The hell are you talking about?
Side trails, dude. You're applying a false.
I came in trolling in here when I first heard flat Earth. What are you talking about? See,
It's
you tried to
irrelevant.
talk
It's
for
a
flat
non-
earthers,
non-
but you don't know one of them. You haven't actually
it's a
met
non-sequitur.
one of them.
He's just clowning. It's a non sequitur. He has to deal with
I
his
got
claim.
another one. I got another one if anyone wants to answer it.
Yeah, another non sequitur.
You
Another.
still haven't
another
even shown
false
Yeah,
dichotomy.
you haven't
mainstream
even proven any of the other
saying
ones that you claimed. So
create
Another
gold. You haven't
fallacious
even shown that.
presentation. Yeah.
All you have to do is just provide a source that says supernovas create gold because Drace already posted
What would I
the
do if I
mainstream
provided
explanation
Exactly.
for how gold is formed, and it has
What
nothing
would
about
you have
He has
done?
to provide evidence for supernovas, and then he has to provide evidence for outer
Yeah,
space,
like
and
I
then he has
haven't.
to provide
You're
evidence
skipping
from monkeys
everything,
in
though.
fairyland.
Hold on.
You
Someone's
want
got to
the
mute
end
Gypsy.
scenario.
Thanks.
There he's
Bye.
gone. He's already at the end scenario when we're talking about before the scenario even started. Like he's skipping everything to go where he wants to go, and that's no.
Yeah.
I already that's no.
Because here's the reason.
Until they
Because
do it.
that's what you get with moral relativism. That's a product of moral relativism.
I think he's in a bad mood too. So that's another thing. He'll just come in and take it out on us.
We can.
We're not going to take that from you, though. Sorry.
We can address any new person in here. I see
Yes.
the Maestro, or you can unmute
How you doing,
yourself.
Maestro? Sorry about that kind of confusion.
Or I am number no 2. Is fake Brit here? No, he's already flat earther actually. Curly and
Art.
R2D2.
Oh, we've talked to Art before. Are you here, Art? I guess you muted
Definitely.
yourself. Good job.
Are you South African? Are you there? Or I am number 2 or
Well, I
Chaos?
am number 2. We've talked to
Ron.
Chaos.
The Maestro.
Yeah, the Maestro. Are you there?
Chaos, are you here? I haven't talked to him for a minute. I actually checked him in.
Yeah, he's cool. I remember talking to him.
He's from the Chatterbox and the Unfiltered.
Okay, so Maestro is not talking. Let's see
Oh, what
who
about
else.
something gold new? What why are you muted? Hello?
He's been here for a while. I don't know why he's just VC verified, but I know he's been here for a
does
while.
that?
I recognize that name.
Oh,
I'm trying
he's
to-
from the pseudoscience as well as algoric to bullshit. I have no idea what that is, but
Hold on.
oh yeah, I
I'm trying to
remember that
reckon.
server.
I'm
Okay.
trying to reckon with what just happened there. I mean, wait a minute.
Hold on, he unmuted.
don't have
Here
to.
we go, something.
Okay,
the way,
something
guys.
old new. You there?
That's what Jemsy does, though, man. I'm telling you, all of them are like part of it. Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Good. So have you been here a
Go ahead.
while, or what's up?
Yeah, I've been here for a while.
Good. So what's your take on the Earth? Give us your little spiel.
Level plane.
Awesome.
Level water level Earth. Easy.
Down to Earth, yes. Not in the sky, where you look up to see the ground, correct? I mean,
Yeah.
that's literally what
I'm
they
just-
come in and say. I mean, go look upstairs, up there. It's the sky. It has to be the ground.
Yeah, well, I'm just listening. I'm actually working right now.
Do you think the Earth is not moving, or do you think the Earth is moving?
Not
moving, right? Okay.
Is there
Yeah,
such
you already get it. I mean, we pretty
Yeah.
much get it already.
Is there such a thing as outer space?
No, this is a realm, definitely.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
He said a realm.
A realm. Yeah. The question is like, why isn't outer space real? Here's another one.
Can't have a vacuum next to a pressurized open system.
There it is,
Bingo.
boys.
Bingo.
Dude, he already gets everything. I think you might be one of the OGs.
I know he's been around for a little
been
while.
here
I
for a
think.
minute.
Haven't you been around
Pretty
for a month?
much. I'm about like 5 years in with this.
5 years, heck. All right, man.
Should we give him the role, or how long have you been on
I-
this server?
It hasn't been on the server for that long. We'll keep track, so don't worry.
I've been on the server.
For how
Okay,
long?
no worries.
I think I've seen you for a little
We-
while.
we always
Few
keep
months,
track.
maybe.
Justin, remember yesterday that was his significant other that was here that you verified.
The one
Yeah.
that
Yeah, Aola or Ao. I can't even pronounce the name.
Man,
You went
that's your
off on
wife.
me.
You can't pronounce her name. Congratulations, just like me.
That's not her name. That's something that she came up with.
Yeah. I know.
Just kidding.
She kind of went off though. Isn't that the
Yeah.
one that went off a little? Off the beaten track.
You mean Eve from the Garden of Eden? What kind of wife are you talking about?
Oh, great! You summoned Beelzebub back here, the gypsy. Great, thanks, Zodiac.
Roboting a little.
It seems to be a slight increase in people that are able to use their brain. I'm sensing an increase in those numbers.
Will this be something between you guys? You know, like as in, will you be coming together or separately? Because it's kind of a cool thing to have, you know, couples in here saying, you know, we're here as flat earthers, or we're here as a globe earther and a flat earther. I mean, that would be
Yeah, that's
insane.
awesome.
I mean, if she happened to be in here at the same time, we may. I told her about ladies' night, so we may be on here.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's ladies' night, Friday. Yeah.
Can't you just beat Flat Earth into her like I did?
Not really.
You have a
no,
cricket? You have a cricket club over there?
Nah, I just suggested some things. Gave us some things to think about.
A caveman on her.
Oh, no, it's a big. It's
See
a
this
big,
stick?
huge dog.
All right. So, all right. I guess he already gets it. Is there any other glober in here? A Branch is back. Welcome back, Branch. Are you ready to prove the globe?
Snuck in at the bottom there.
Dude, I don't know if you've ever heard me, but I don't do that. I've been in the server for fucking ages.
You don't
It's
prove the globe?
There's no point doing that every time I come in.
Right, so you're just like every other glober we've ever met.
Can you imagine if every time that people that know me were in here, they asked me the same freaking questions
Yep,
over and over?
every
It'd be
time.
boring. Yeah, I mean, just don't do it.
Well, that's the echo chamber, right?
I have a question
You
for Branch.
bring it.
Branch, I have a question. Does the plane dip its nose while keeping altitude flying around the sphere?
Does a cruise ship?
A plane, airplane
There's a
dip
cruise
its
ship.
nose.
It's in the same,
He's just
the
obfuscating
same logic with the cruise ship, right?
Obfuscating.
The same
You're
logic with
attached to the
cruise
ground. You're
It's
attached
not-
to
it
the
didn't-
water.
You don't,
so
you
yeah.
don't, you don't feel a cruise ship tipping, do you?
A cruise ship is not able to go up and down. I'm asking
You're
the plane
completely
can physically
your
go up and
own
down.
in the sky, Branch, right? Aren't you? Yeah, you are.
So he says cruise ships don't nose down.
It's
and that's because
amazing.
water is flat. Isn't that crazy?
Uh-huh. But
And
he
they
doesn't
don't-
realize
cruise ships
that
don't do it.
it's
Cruise ships
attached.
don't do it the same way as planes don't do it, so they don't.
But
Says no.
no,
I mean,
you don't
cruise
even
ships-
understand.
Cruise ships go up and down in the air?
Neither of them dip their nose. Neither of them dip their nose.
A cruise ship is nothing like a plane, Branch. Sorry, you're an idiot.
Well, neither of them dip their nose.
Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth.
Wow.
You're right.
And that's
Bingo.
proof of
We
what?
have a winner here.
That's
Thanks
proof
from Glover to Flat Earth.
He's just accepting
and that
it.
statement means what in on your side of the argument?
He's supposed to say it's though that it is dipping, but he's just accepting.
They don't dip. I mean, if that was true and they were dipping, then you would definitely feel it on a cruise ship.
How fast
And
does
if
a
they
plane
weren't-
go? How fast does a plane go?
It doesn't matter. They're both.
How
moving the
fast
same
does a plane go and a ship go?
It
How
doesn't
much?
matter.
Yes, it
Doesn't
does,
matter.
Branch. You're a
To
fucking
make your
moron.
point,
Yes,
hey,
it
hold on a
does.
second.
They would
To
have
make
to
your,
be dipping every
you don't
fucking 5 minutes if they're going that fast, you fucking moron.
talking louder doesn't prove your point any stronger.
Yes,
You
it
are
does
so
prove his
dumb.
point.
You
It
can't
does prove his
listen. You
point.
just talk over everyone. You can't listen. That's why I have to yell. You idiot. You're still talking and you're muted. It's amazing. I can still
Hold-
hear you talking over me
Hold
right
on.
now.
I want to address something. It's a non sequitur. Gases are not bonded. Ships are non sequitur. Thanks.
But my cruise ship.
Uh-oh, my cruise ship and my plane aren't tipping down anymore. So if the plane doesn't tip down around the ball, does it just go right into space?
Listen, Branch was just baited and he fell for it. That was hilarious.
If a plane was flying flat, straight, it would go into space if flying over a sphere. Yes. If
Well,
it didn't
that's
dip,
never
it would
happened.
go.
I've never heard of
just
planes
kinda-
just flying off into space and then getting lost.
Well,
So-
cruise ships do it, obviously.
I mean, who goes to the ships on the ground when we're speaking about planes in the sky? Like, what are you talking about? That's why I went to speed. He just completely disregarded the speed that the ship has to be going.
Hang on, Branch. If the cruise ship didn't keep to the curve of the Earth, wouldn't it just go up into the air? Is that
into the air?
Yes, a cruise ship would take off like a plane
It was
eventually.
going that fast, yeah. I mean, it's fucking, oh my God. Every time I think about it. Every time I think about it.
Oh, brother.
These guys just don't know their own model.
Isn't the point of 8 inches per mile square meaning that it does dip at some point, and if not, then it would be flat.
Yes, it dips at 8 inches per mile squared.
Does Branch know the science of that?
No, he doesn't. I don't
And
think he does.
if you are in a plane, your radius is larger, so your dip is even greater.
And guess what, guys? A Concorde goes like 1,200 miles an hour. So if you're in a Concorde jet, wow,
Holy shit. You would have to be dipping so fast.
Maybe that's why the nose of the Concorde bends.
Wow.
Does it?
Yeah, it's straight on the ground, or when it's taken off, the nose is pointed down. It bends.
Oh, man.
So they can see the runway.
At 500 miles an hour, it's 2,790 feet per minute.
But then you got to take the radius you got to add that radius of 3,959 to the height that you're at, how many more miles. So whatever.
I love
You're
that,
still going to
though,
be dipping.
How he just skipped over and went straight to a boat on the ground. I mean, it's like there's so many things that he just skipped right over when he goes to the ground like that.
He could have used the car. Like, does your car dip going from LA to Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you go on a hill somewhere.
If your car didn't dip, then you would be in the air, wouldn't you? Or not? I mean, ask him that.
Well, the gravity holds your car to the ground. It doesn't hold planes or ships.
Yeah, that's why they build railroads on datums, completely horizontal datums without much deviation. Only minor rises to
Okay,
levels
so then
to
he's
another.
saying that gravity does the dipping for you, is what he's saying, right? We don't have to do it because of gravity.
Gosh. I don't know what the hell he was trying to do.
It's so curved because it's so flat.
Around $10,000. Don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses. Your family is going to get stuck with a bill. Don't let that happen. Call the Life Insurance Savings Group right now. And if you're between 45 and 85, you can get up to $25,000 in affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed. That's right. If you're between 45
Or the truth.
Is that it then? Did we kill the Globers?
Well, I have a Glober, talking to a Glober on Quora, and she answered this, she said, I see no need to put this in the simplest possible terms. No, pilots don't have to dip the nose to match the curve because, in relation to the pull of gravity, wherever they are on the globe, they are at level.
Oh my god.
How's that? How's that for an answer?
What about
So
the
that-
Bob and Alice paradox then?
What's that about?
So if you have one plane that's at the top of the ball facing another plane at a distance at the top of the ball, there's a chasm in between them.
Meaning what?
Meaning it's a paradox. You can't be on top of the ball because everybody would be nose diving down into a chasm in between each other at 8 inches per mile square, going away from each observer. It's a paradox. You can't live on a ball. Nobody can. It's retarded. It's literally cartoon reality.
It's like how
Magic.
do you look across at one another across, let's say, 10 miles, right?
Crack villain. Whoa.
Welcome back, crack villain.
I've been about last few days. I keep getting everyone's like, "Yo, welcome back," and I'm like, "I've been."
Wait, is that crypto? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Crypto.
Yeah, it's me, bro. How is it, right?
Oh. They sound
Crypto.
exactly the same anyway.
No, it's
No, it's I can tell a little bit of a difference. Crypto's kind of like
I'm
high
kidding.
pitch, kind of.
I'm kidding because I like to do that.
Yeah, we know everyone's kidding. Big difference between me and crypto.
I think he sounds like Jin.
You know how I tell them apart? One of them says, "Wait there, right there, right there." I love you, Crack. Not in a gay way, brother.
Wait, there's a good way. Wait, there's one of the politest ways I found of telling people to shut up.
Are there any Globers that are interested in seeing my unicorn? Its name is Gravity.
Right now, I'm sat outside my house having a coffee, having a fag, and the police are sat outside my house in cars, just sat there.
Is it a Newtonian unicorn or is it an Einsteinian bendy unicorn?
Wait a minute. Did
The
you say you
rainbows
saw
look pretty
unicorn?
bendy.
That's
Wait a
it.
minute.
My unicorn's name is Gravity.
Did Crack say he saw has a unicorn in your yard? Is that what you said, Crack?
He said he's something about a fag. I heard that.
Yeah, he was outside.
He's smoking.
Listen,
smoking. Have a fag.
I said I'm having a
He's
coffee.
He's drinking a
I'm having a
fag.
coffee.
Smoking
I'm having a coffee and I'm having a cigarette. And the police are sat outside my house in cars.
Police. Why? Everybody.
Black Swan. Black Swan.
Everybody be called Black Swan.
Why are they outside your
Tell
house?
the police about the Black Swan.
Black Swan.
It'll get you. And you throw paper at them?
It's under your pillow.
Wait a
What's
minute.
happened
It's
today,
written
then?
Blackpool Swan.
Black Swan.
Blackpool Swan.
Wait, we got a new person. Is Contingency? Are you there? Okay, never mind. Continue. Black Swan.
Wait, we do have a new guy. He doesn't have any role. Where did he go?
Is that Curly or no? That's someone else.
Hold on.
I see Stu Ungar.
Contingency.
Stu
Stu,
Ungar.
how you doing?
How do you spell that?
Oh, wait a minute.
I have a question.
Unger.
Yeah, what's your question?
Does anybody have the? I know I saw a meme last year that recorded the base coordinates of two buildings like a couple hundred miles away, and then the top of the skyscrapers, their coordinates, and there was no difference.
Wait, where's this taken? What country or continent?
Oh, I think it was in the U.S.
The Brazil measurements.
I remember
Are,
what
are
the
you
tower is
measuring?
called.
Are you measuring two buildings at a
Yeah.
distance?
The base elevation or the base coordinates, and then the top of the building coordinates.
Was it over a lake or was it just on land?
I don't know, but I remember seeing it, and I wish I had saved it, but I didn't. So I'm just wondering if anybody has that.
It might be in the long distance observations panel. Like that's where we could
But
be.
then even
'Cause
if
if
it's
it's not a
in the
laser type.
top,
If that's true, couldn't we measure the base of the Empire or the Eiffel Tower and measure the base of the Empire State Building to measure the tops and see what the difference is?
Yeah,
just
because there
wanna
should be a difference if there's a curve.
So somebody posted, Miguel posted some memes. What you're talking about, the long distance
That would
geodesic curvature.
determine on how far away they were from each other, right?
So
Right.
it's in the live stream. Check it out.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Wait, I thought she
Wow.
was talking about the one with the building. Is not. Is that the same one?
Oh, well, that's very similar. So, yeah, they should be. There should be a distance.
No one in it.
No, no. Oh, yeah, there should be a not the obstruction, but the base of the building and the top of the building should be. There should be a distance.
Yeah, a big
Difference.
difference. Look at the
Be
picture.
wider.
Yeah,
wider,
I see that.
Farther distance at the top because they'd be leaning away from each other.
Like a whole building length distance, if not more.
Right.
Well, whatever.
I don't
So
know.
we need somebody to measure the top of the Eiffel Tower, and we'll pick the Statue of Liberty. Those are about the same height, probably. The Statue of Liberty.
Okay.
Close enough, right?
Yeah, and that should give you. You should be able to see a giant. Just take your drone, fly it up in the air near it, and somebody take a drone, fly it up in the air near the Eiffel Tower, and get the coordinates. Bring them down to the ground. Turn your drone on. Get the coordinates. So you're
Get
using
the
the same
elevation
thing.
too.
And guess what? Oh yeah, that all comes on your drone.
It's
Right.
as soon as you recognize there's no elevation difference, the globe is dead.
Drones are amazing. What you can do with them now. Now you can measure things
Sure.
that's really going to scare people away.
Yeah, I figured that when I saw that meme last year, I was just like, holy crap. That was pretty big. That was a big, big thing for me.
That might have to be
Other
used
people
tonight.
see different things.
You guys might have to use those tonight. Save them.
So if it was in the US, then it's probably one of the major cities, I would assume. Do you know which city is
Yeah,
it?
I want to say one of them was Chicago and the other one was like Minneapolis or something like that. And I know that the distance isn't super great, but the distance between the tops of the buildings should have been different than the base, and they weren't.
Chicago and Minneapolis? Okay.
Something like that. But I don't remember which. I think those were that, but you don't hold me to it for sure.
Is it on YouTube somewhere?
Deborah, but you're going to need to know
No,
the
I
distance.
can't find that. Like, you know how hard it is to find the information now with all of the
Yeah.
censorship going on? Like, tons
Yeah.
of stuff that I was able to find just 2 years ago is completely scrubbed.
Well, that's what 2020 was for. Scrubbing the internet. Because they did it then.
All right. Well, yeah. The
While
only
you
one I
watch,
can think of
while
is
you
for the
watch
long
them
distance
do it sitting in front of
observations
your
channel.
computer.
Anyways,
Thank you,
yeah, I
guys.
don't
That
know.
was super helpful. I appreciate it.
Have you ever taken a look at the channel for long distance observations, like down in
No,
the?
I haven't.
It's okay. Don't
Searching
worry.
specific channels, I don't really know how to do that. I was just invited to the ones I'm in. So
Hey,
No,
there's
not,
only a
not on YouTube.
handful.
The Discord channel.
I
It's
know. I know.
okay. Yeah, I just posted it.
I'm a
I just
little
posted.
yeah, I'm a little oh cool.
I have a
I'm a
question about
novice to
Deborah's.
being
It
able
might be in
to.
there, but it might take a long time to find it. Go ahead. What's your question?
That's fine.
I have a question about Deborah's buildings. How far do they have to be away for us to tell? Like for us to make a determined measurement?
Well, I mean, you just use the curvature of the earth, and if you have like at least a few hundred miles between the buildings, you should have some sort of measurable difference.
Oh, yeah.
Right, but how
I've
much are
seen
we
the-
looking at? Because that's going to be a small amount, I think. Because you're talking about the height of buildings, maybe what, like 100 stories,
Right.
or
So let's just say you have a building in LA and a building in New York. You're going to have a significant difference of distance from the base of the building to the top of the building if there's a curvature.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you
But I
seen the
need to know how
photograph?
much.
Sorry, go ahead.
I need to know how much you're looking for, not just say significance. That's like a general answer.
I didn't catch that.
He wants the specific numeric values for the observation, but I don't think you remember.
No, I don't. But I do remember seeing that there wasn't a difference in the distance between the base of the buildings and the because it was an experiment that had been done.
So it's almost like
And
the Earth is flat, you know? It's almost like.
I mean, I don't know if I'm convinced by that, but you know.
Damn. Okay, maybe next year.
Right. I'm glad you picked up on the sarcasm.
It's almost like there's no curve. No way, right, guys? Wait, so you're telling
See,
me
I'm
so
convinced that there is no curve. As far as it being a flat Earth, I don't know. But I
there's
know there's
mountains
no curve.
sometimes, right? So it's bumpy. I say it's bumpy sometimes, you know?
It's bumpy, right? I get that.
Yeah.
I can visibly observe the hills in the back of my yard right now.
Yeah. So it's
Okay.
it's a pretty bumpy, sometimes bumpy, and when there's no mountains, it's sometimes flat, you know? If there's
Well, the
like
lakes that
south.
I have observed myself have all been flat. And the
Yeah.
oceans that I've observed have all been flat. And since challenging the narrative that I was taught from a kid, I've been up in the airplanes a few times and I've not observed a curve.
Have you ever
So
have you ever seen when you look at the horizon, do you see the horizon spinning or do you see it not moving?
I don't see it moving. One of the big things for me was when if you take a hot air balloon up on a completely windless day and you leave it up there for an hour and it comes back down, it hasn't moved.
Yeah, it's almost like the Earth is not moving.
I know. I don't understand that.
Kind of just like that.
Blows my mind.
It's almost like there is zero motion and there is no rotation whatsoever.
No,
Practically like
but we're
none.
told when we're told that rockets that take off to go out to outer space and you see this trail that curves, they tell me that that's because the Earth is spinning. But if a hot
The
air
Earth.
balloon doesn't move for an hour, why didn't it have
Wait. Okay, let me ask you this. When you see the trail, the curving trail, is that because the Earth is turning underneath, or are they both moving at the same conservation of momentum garbage argument?
I know, right?
Okay, because
It depends on which one you want to
telling
use at any
me-
particular time. You could go either way with that.
Which magic do you want? Do you want the lie of that one, or do you want to go with
Oh
the Earth
no,
moving in
I
lockstep?
actually subscribe to the Russian proverb. I'd rather be slapped with the truth than kissed with a lie.
Yeah.
Watch me pull a curvature out of my hat.
Hey, let me see. Wait, I can't.
Well, if you could pull it out of your hat, I would think you would be able to take a ruler and give us some measurements for that, you know?
Yeah, you know what else? That's very interesting. I saw that before where they measured the distances. That would be noticeable anywhere. Also, buildings, the walls, plumb walls, if it were on a globe and the story was correct, the walls would be wider. All buildings would be wider at the top than at the base. And then the further away those walls are apart, there would be a increase in the amount of angular distance between those walls.
Tilted.
Because the plumbs would be going to an angular location of the center of a sphere. They would be angled inward.
And they would be tilted too, right?
You would see it. You'd see it even when you're driving away from a city. You can see it all in the distance. It would be leaning back away and tilting to the side from your view.
Yeah.
Be measurable.
Oh, that would be like you're living in some sort of a Dr. Seuss book.
Yeah,
You know,
because
have you ever seen that Inception scene where it looks like the ground is moving
Yeah.
upward?
curling up over.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
Just
made me
imagine
motion
it going
sick.
down instead, and that's how it would look.
right. Exactly. So think about
Oh,
what a picture, like a pictured long distance landscape photography of distant cities. We've all seen those, you know? There's nothing
I
about
think we
them
would
that's
have a
tilting
problem with
back.
our drones. We would have a problem with our drones.
Right. And I mean, if the Earth is flat, then it makes it a lot easier to do pretty much literally anything. But, it's almost like that's what it is. But, it just has to be. It just has because it has to be, right, guys? I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys get that reference.
That would be one
I,
perfect little proof, though, if they could if a glober could provide that how the measurably these buildings are tilted to the side, to the angle. That would be definitely one white
you know what
swan.
I find totally fascinating is like there's a specific proof that most people are like that's what got me, and a lot of for many people it's different. Like for me my proof was the perspective and the fact that the line on the sun, the line reflection off the water from the sun,
Hot
um
spot. Yeah.
no, from the horizon to you, like
Oh, right.
stays all the way,
Right.
right? That was for me, that was like the thing that cinched it. But a friend of mine, I talked about flat earth like, I don't know, 6 months ago, and he just was giving me such a hard time. And he finally decided 6 months later to start researching it a few weeks ago. And he called me up and he's like, um, 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 and I'm like, spit it out. What? He's like, I think you were right. I just decided to dig in last night, and he goes, I am totally spiraling right now, and I don't know what to.
Mm.
But for him, right? For him, it
That's
was the North
actually
Star.
good. That's good because usually when people research it, they get hit with all this fake debunking, biased sources. So I'm actually surprised he managed to find the real ones.
There's another conspiracy type group that he is researching right now, and somebody that he actually respects in that group was talking about flat Earth, and so he's like, "What? This guy that I like totally respect on this subject is talking about flat Earth," and my friend Deborah was talking about it too. Maybe I should look at it. So
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, that's
real.
really what got him.
I think after like a few months, maybe not overnight, but like after a few weeks or months, then it kicks in after a while. But it's funny. It's like way before any of the education. It's like already, um, it's like it's almost like intuitive.
Well, once you see one thing, you start and it's I hate the analogy of like going down the rabbit hole, but really is like that. Once you see one truth, then your subconscious does this like shift, and all of a sudden you're questioning so many other things, and it just takes you down this rabbit hole of,
Yeah.
well, what else did they lie to me about? And you're awakened to that pre-programming, and you're like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What else? What really? And then you feel like this black sheep outcast weird person, and it's so hard to talk
Wait,
about
let me
this
ask you
stuff
this. Let
with
me ask
other
you this.
people.
Okay, wait, let me ask you this. When you were talking with that guy who discovered it, did he ever get stuck on why would they do it? Like the motive?
He asked me that too.
He did? Okay, yeah. Because
Yeah.
usually what happens to people that I tell, usually what happens is they come back and they always get stuck on that and they literally cannot move past. It's either they get stuck on that or they get stuck on gravity and they can never move past it, even though
Well,
you can
so
debunk it
so
5 ways from
gravity is
Sunday.
gravity's still a theory, right? So That for me was like,
Colloquial
oh,
theory.
okay.
Colloquial
Right.
theory.
Exactly. I agree. But for me, it was easy because I had spent like 9 years researching politics, and I came across
Yeah.
that little meeting that an eyewitness recorded the ex-CIA director stating, and it was in the meeting minutes. I don't know if it still is, but the ex-CIA director said in 1983, I believe it was, our disinformation campaign will be complete when everything the
Once every
American people
American
believe is a
people believe
lie.
is false. Yes, I remember that. Well, William Casey.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I
I remember
saved
that.
that meme. I was like, wait a minute, what? Okay.
Once our disinformation program is complete, everything the American public will believe is false. And I don't even think the operation is over because of Operation Mockingbird, but who knows? But there's definitely links between Hollywood, media, government, and all the financial systems and
Well,
what
and
else?
religion too. There's a
Yeah.
huge disinformation campaign within the religious community too.
And pharma. It's pretty much every industry. Is there any industry that's not
I
maybe
think
like
the biggest
firearm?
I think the biggest complicit company or oligarchy is the media.
Yeah, that's true. Because once
And
if
they're
you
wholly
control
owned by the grabblers.
it would be funny if like one of these days if they just said, "Oh, just kidding." Like you know how science people the globers that come in here, they always tell us that science doesn't prove anything, and that's obviously not true, but what they can do is they can use that to like lie to pretty much anyone as long as they just say, "Oh, it's science, so we're constantly improving." So tomorrow they could just announce that the Earth is flat and space is fake and all that kind of stuff. But if
Well,
because
think about it.
science never proves
NASA just
anything.
came out like what was it last week? They said they were going to take baby squid and baby bear,
Yeah.
bear something or other, to space, and I'm like, what would be your purpose for doing that unless you're going to try to see if marine life can live within the firmament or whatever the heck it is. Obviously it's some sort of an element that behaves like water, but you have NASA people up there saying, "Oh, we have to go back inside. We have water in our helmet." I'm like, "Why do you have water in your helmet?"
Yeah, that it's funny because there's those clips of bubbles in space, and that kind of like
Yeah.
clues that could be used for multiple like symbolically it could represent either the fact that they're faking it, but it also you could say, "Oh, well that connects to the waters above," whatever. So
But
it's like
do you think they are in the firmament with
I have
the
no
ISS?
idea.
No.
I have no idea. Everything that they put out is so fake.
Mm.
It's laughable.
Right. So why
Again,
would you even
I
think
said
that
this
there's a
before.
flying tin can? Why would you even think? Because
Well,
you've seen
no,
all the
I get
fake
that.
footage.
I get that. I totally get that. And you have such flimsy doors, and none
Right.
of it makes any sense. And I mean, like, really, that's going to protect you? Okay. Your suit is supposed to protect you from the elements, but you're going up with a blanket on your lap? Okay.
Yeah. So whatever they are telling, they are going to take with them. They're not going to a tin can in the sky, right?
I don't know
Right.
what's up there. I really don't. But everything that they're putting out is just it's so fake. But again, when the moon landing was supposedly all in the news in the 1960s, half of the United States people did not believe that it was real. Half. Well, the programming has stepped up its game.
Well, I'm just waiting for the sun landing. I don't know about you guys, but you know, assuming the sun is gas, it would never land because gas doesn't have a surface. But you know, there's already a weird article. I don't know if you guys heard about this clickbait where there's North Korea is supposedly landing on gas. Okay, so apparently the North Koreans figured out how to land on gas, which means gas is somehow has the properties of land now. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's
Yeah,
news to me.
I'm pretty sure that was a meme or something. I don't.
Yeah.
I should believe that. I should believe that. What do you guys think?
I don't think that was real, even for the Globers.
You know, right?
Oh, it's more exciting than the moon landing. Because at least with the sun landing, you get the chance to see like, crazy fire and stuff. But the moon landing is just a bunch of, there's no excitement after you get over the fact that, that it's fake. Fact. To be fair, when I go look at the moon, I don't see people playing golf on it. That's just me.
For me, it was about a year into researching this. I was studying the constellations at night and the not trajectory, but the way Venus was showing up in the night sky. I actually recorded Venus at night in the sky at 11:39 p.m.
Wait, you said you recorded what?
Venus.
Venus in the sky at 11:39 p.m. That was 3 hours after sunset. You're gonna tell me that I shouldn't be able to see it, but I saw it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We got a new person. His name is your mom. I'm not even kidding. That's what his name is.
Oh,
So,
okay. Cool.
Can you hear us? Oh wait, no, he's muted. Never mind.
Yeah, nice profile picture. Also, can he change that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're banned. Bye-bye, good.
Well, that was a good run, guys.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even
He's
get a
gonna
chance
put
to
his
look.
picture like that? No, that's not tolerated.
That was so quick.
What was it? I didn't see it.
I'm not even gonna say anything. You
it's
do not
irrelevant.
need to know.
Oh,
Irrelevant.
good. Thanks, Justin. Now I understand. Okay, I appreciate it.
That
Is
is not
To see
tolerated.
something horrible.
Was it of the pornographic nature?
We don't need it. We don't even need to
Yeah,
even discuss it.
Okay.
Shush.
Is I am number 2 here? Okay, never mind. He's muted too. Hakim Q. Oh, that was the guy that Justin. Yeah, HAKIMQ. You there?
Hakim?
Yeah, I unmuted you, by the way, if you wanted to talk. Hakim. Damn. Okay, he's muted. Oh, no, he's unmuted. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just interested to hear what you're talking about. I don't have any specific things to add to the question. I'm just interested to learn.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, welcome.
Welcome to the Flat Earth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. You don't have any questions or anything?
I do believe in the. I'm more leaning to the globe Earth, if you can call it that. But I'm just curious to learn about the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. Do you remember seeing like Earth curvature? Like, do you remember seeing the Earth as a sphere in real life?
Yeah, I think so. But no, I'm not sure actually now. When you ask,
Where were you at when you saw the curvature? Where were you at?
I was on a cruise ship. I think I saw the curvature, but I'm not quite sure. To be honest.
Did you? Okay, and when you were on the cruise ship, and you saw this, did you ever take out like a recording of it, or you didn't, or you just saw it?
I didn't, to be honest, I didn't think so much about it. It's just like in the past month or so, I've been binge watching YouTube's videos on about flat Earth. So I thought maybe.
Okay.
I mean, interesting to learn.
Because it would be interesting if you had, I mean, if you actually did have a recording of it, we could actually talk about what it could have been, or try to address that specifically. But if you don't have it, it's okay.
So
No,
Hakim,
I'm yeah, yes, hello.
okay, so what videos have you been watching?
What's that called? Eric Dubay, is
Okay.
it that?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
But to be honest, I'm just new. I'm kind of new to this, so I'm
Sure,
just
okay.
here to listen. I don't have any specific questions. I just want to talk to you guys. Oh, no, I mean like listen, and just if I have a question, I will ask some of you. But honestly, I'm just here to listen to the discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you think the Earth is not moving, or do you think it is moving?
I haven't experienced the Earth moving. Well, so what I've been told is that is moving, but I haven't I can't see me myself
Are you
that have
undecided?
experienced it.
Are you undecided, or like
I'm not
would you?
undecided actually. I'm just curious about the arguments that the flat Earth, about the flat Earth. I'm just excited. I'm trying to
Okay.
figure out on my own. I'm just trying to. It kind of intrigues me.
Is there
Like-
any?
That's respectable.
Is there
Well,
any?
bear
Go
with
ahead,
him and
sorry.
answer his questions. Bear with him and answer his questions. Just they're very simple.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so I was gonna ask, so if let's say you had to make a bet as to like the best guess, based on everything that you've experienced, would you bet that the Earth is not moving, or would you bet that the Earth is moving?
If you asked me like a year ago, I would have said it's moving. But after doing my own research, to be honest with you, I don't talk about this. I don't know, to be actually. So that's why I'm curious to learn more. I'm still
Okay,
on
so you're
yes
not
that it is
decided on it.
moving, but
Oh, you are?
yeah, I'm not
Oh,
decided.
okay.
Yeah, I'm more on the yes side, but I'm at this point any argument for and against can move it to the other side, if you know what I mean. I'm just trying to learn.
Okay, so currently you do think it is moving though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what would be the best reason for that?
I don't know, the sun cycles, that we have 365 days in the year, all of those things I've been taught in school.
Okay, so let's take one at a time. So in the case of the sun, when you see a sunrise or sunset, we both agree that we see the sun move across the sky, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on our perspective, we see it could be either the Earth is not moving and the sun is moving, or it could be the other way around, right? Where the Earth is rotating and the sun, or they're both moving, right? Or neither, right? There's a few options. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you know of anyone who has measured Earth moving or seen Earth moving?
When you say measure, what do you mean? Like how?
Like detected through, it could be an accelerometer or some type of experiment that they prove the Earth is moving.
No, I haven't personally. No, I haven't seen it. Any of it. No.
Okay. Because so let's see, what else was I gonna say? I forgot. Someone can take this from me. I just forgot can't remember what I was gonna say about that. Oh yeah, okay, actually I do remember. Okay. So besides the idea that, obviously we're saying it's not moving, the globe is saying there is moving, and obviously the globe is saying there is curvature, and we're saying there's no curvature. The third thing is that they have outer space. Do you think outer space is real? Like the vacuum of outer space, do you think that's real?
Yes, I believe that's real. Yes.
You said yes?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So the argument against that is basically when there's gas pressure next to an open vacuum, like for example, have you ever heard of a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay. And if there's let's say you open the door to the vacuum chamber, what happens to the air?
it flows out.
It goes out. No, no, because the vacuum chamber has no air in it. So when you open the door, the air goes in, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Unless
There's
you're
no, there's
okay, if
no
you're
air in that vacuum. How's it going out?
Yeah. Yeah. I thought I thought of something else. Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
it just twisted your mind. I know.
okay. I
Yeah,
think
because
you're thinking of if there was a
to be honest,
spaceship
I
and
just
there was
came here
air
to
in it.
listen. I didn't know I was prepared to be asked
No,
questions,
you're
so
okay.
I'm a little bit nervous.
It just
That's why,
kind of
like,
like
I'm not. I'm just to be honest. I was just here to try to listen to you guys.
you're
I
okay.
didn't
You're
expect
okay.
to be asked questions, so that's why I'm like, you guys throw me off a little bit.
It's just
It's
we're
the
just
fact that
telling you the basics.
we're supposed to know it though. That's right. What we're supposed to know these answers to these questions, and we don't. Do you understand? That's the whole thing. They put these things in the books that we're supposed to learn through school, yet we don't know them now. I mean, it's really
So this
really
is
hardcore.
right. So this is perfect example of when I first came to this Discord a couple of years ago. I didn't know anything about the second law of thermodynamics, and I should have known. But being explained as though if you take a two-story building and you take all the air out of one floor and you cork it, then you release that cork, you're going to have a violent change of gas pressure that equalizes between the two floors. If you have an of space, it should fill the empty space, but we don't see that in nature, and there is no natural vacuum that we can experience here. It cannot be duplicated. The only way
Right.
that
Without a
somebody
container.
somebody tried to explain that, but they used two chambers. So you
Yeah.
have, without a chamber to hold our oxygen in it, if we have a vacuum of space next to oxygen, per the second law of thermodynamics, it should fill the empty space. And we don't see that happen.
So you're saying there's a barrier, like, okay, how do you guys explain that? Can you try to like simplify it for me? Like, if you don't, if
Yeah, gas.
No globe
There's no such thing as gas pressure without a container. That's as
Correct.
simple as it gets. You cannot have pressure at all without a container. You can't even measure pressure without the square inches of a container.
So what is the
So it's-
container in this scenario? What's the container here?
No one's been there, so no one has the answer to that. Neither do you. Neither do they who say they're going to this place that can exist in reality. That's what we're saying about the second law of thermodynamics. If there's any theory that goes against thermodynamics, it's destined to fail miserably with humiliation, literally. So
Okay, so
here's
you
how
guys-
you know. Listen,
Yeah.
so I just want to say something because
Yeah,
I know that I know the
sorry.
convo went on, but here's how you know you're not moving. The kinesium in your inner ear, in the vestibular system, is on one side of the hair cell. There's geometric location of the endolymph, which is a liquid, presses on certain parts of the semicircular canal and activates physical hair cells like nerve connections that are location based. So when you turn your head in like to the left, whatever, a slight degree, and then you move your head like laterally to the side, perpendicular, there's different locations. So you're not moving in this spiraling 4 different
Why is it so
vector.
quiet?
Radwin, you're over talking someone. Go ahead, Sonny. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm talking. So So the canicilium in the ear, this endolymph is a physical thing. That's a liquid, and it pushes up against certain locations geometrically. That's actual specific locations of these sites that are in your inner ear that activate your balance system. That's how we know we're not moving, because any movement at all you have to do is move your head. Then you're not used to that movement anymore. It's in a different physical location in your inner ear.
Sorry if I stepped on you.
That's
I
okay.
couldn't hear anything.
So I just wanted to explain that briefly. Look into the vestibular system. There's a video from my channel I made myself on this system. So there's been no evidence ever presented that the canicilium in the ear is being suppressed from its normal activity that it does without fail, as long as you're conscious.
Speaking of senses, so I just cut the grass. Probably heard the mower by accident. Anyway, so as I was cutting the grass, I felt a little tiny, teeny weeny little, felt like a bug was biting me, but it must have just been a piece of dust that hit me. So if I can feel that, I should be able to feel the earth spinning.
The only
Okay,
time
so
the only time I feel spinning is if I'm drunk.
And I don't do that anymore, so I don't even feel spinning unless I go to Cedar Point or something like that, and then my day is shot the first ride I go on, no matter what it is. The very first ride, I'm done for the day.
I'm actually glad I don't suffer from those artificial spinning sensations caused by alcohol anymore. I'm glad I don't have to feel
Or
that.
vertigo, yeah.
I did quite a long time. Yeah, that's a long story. Anyway, that's over.
Me too.
That's another...
Me too. I had the same story.
Yeah.
It was fun. Actually, it wasn't fun now that I think about it. There was no fun at all.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
It was a freaking nightmare. So anyway, everybody's not there, and that's neither here nor there.
Oh, I know that.
But we're still... No,
I
I mean,
wasn't talking
it does
about
mean, it
anybody
means a
else.
lot. Yeah, it means a lot, though. It's good. I think that's just part of the progression. Like, we're either gonna not survive, or we are gonna survive. So sometimes we have to make choices.
Really quick before we continue, so we just went over the 3 points already. No vacuum of outer space without a container. The Earth is not moving, and the Earth has zero curvature. So, do you have any questions? What's his name? I don't even know if he's still here. Heck, do you have any questions so far?
No. Thank you for all the information. I will just go and I will try to research the stuff. And thank you for the answers. Thank you very much.
Okay, he doesn't know. Okay, let's see if there are any is there any other Globers in here that have any is Reckoner still here?
It's only 5 minutes. Isn't it 5 minutes till ladies' night?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yes,
Ladies' night.
Yeah, I've been watching the time. I want to make sure we don't step on ladies' night.
Who's gonna run it? Who's gonna host it? Is it
Hey,
Mrs.
I chose the perfect time to come.
Yes. I'll lead it if the other ladies aren't here. Does anyone know what happened to Lulu?
No,
I
I
realize
haven't
I haven't
seen
seen
her.
her in ages.
She's on vacation.
Oh.
Oh, I'm jealous.
I'll lead it. That's the only details I can say.
Well, I hope it's a good vacation.
Better than one I'm on.
Oh, Indio, by the way, I've been watching so much Kevin Samuel shit.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to try to get on one of his episodes because I like some of the things he says, but comparing women to dogs, I was like, bruh, come on.
Yeah, I don't agree with everything he says, but I agree with a lot of what he says. The general theme I agree with, but some of the details I don't.
At the end, I want to say Earth is flat.
Yes, please do that.
I really do. Or wear like a flat Earth shirt. Because he was like a chemist or something, so I secretly want to trigger him. Sorry.
I wasn't going to say this, but I've been thinking that this whole time. Like, with his, he just mixed no logical sense and this, that, and the third. I was like, yo, the way he's talking, he have no choice in the conversation but to say, you know what, you're right. I have no idea what the earth is. Like that would be so interesting. But hey, if you could work that in there, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, I just want to bomb it at the end. And by the way, the Earth's flat.
Comb, in your experience, flat Earth women make the best wives.
I'm sure if I say that though, he'll like clip me and like put me on blast like some of these other ladies.
You're gonna be like, show me the data. Where are you getting your data from?
Oh, we got
Yeah.
3 minutes left until it's ladies' night.
Oh, sorry, I'll mute myself.
Are you still? I mean, how many do we have? Is how many other ladies are there?
Can someone give Deborah
I'm
the
here.
ladies row and also Joan of Arc? I'll tag her in the that way we can go ahead and tag them and let them know ladies' night. Which I mean, I could.
How do you spell that? How do you spell that?
Okay, Deborah's in the room, and so she just needs the tag, right? But Joan of Arc, I think, needs the ladies' night tag.
Okay, I'll give it.
Hello, Truth Prevails.
Hello, Radman. Hey, Kai.
So we got like
wanna,
4.
Yeah, we have like those are the 2 new ones. I don't know. I think there might actually be another one new one, but I can't remember. Can't remember what her name is, but I know these 2 sound awesome as hell. I'm glad to have them here. Like I've been listening to Deborah today, and Joan of Arc was in here last night. Like as long as we can keep her focused on the Earth-related topics, but she's cool as hell though.
All right, 1 minute left.
And Shines is also here too. Hi, Shines.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. Hopefully my mic is okay.
Yep, crystal clear.
And Bambi said she just got out of the shower and she'll be in soon. And yeah, I guess Shines is somewhat new. She's been here for a little bit, but she is kind of new. I'm glad to have her around too. I think she's wanting to start a ladies' night Discord server, but she's not sure. So you ladies give her your opinion about that.
I'm not new, but I did change my name. So I've been in the Discord for almost 2 years, I think.
Well, what was your name before? Like, how come I didn't recognize your voice?
Light Energy.
Still don't remember you, man.
Yeah, it's been about probably 6 months since I've been in. I took a little sabbatical to work on a project.
Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Light Energy. Yeah, kind of. I think I do vaguely, but anyway, it's good to have you around. Stick around this time.
Okay. My project is done right now. I was writing a book, and it's the audio is being worked on right now. So
cool. So Kai, do you want to do the intro? I mean, we're kind of doing it, but do you want to do the formal intro?
Sure. I don't really know what formally to say other than
well, maybe just
giving
just giving a brief description for those who are listening that knows what it's about. That way they can figure out if they want to join or not.
Okay,
it's got to be a freestyle rap.
Oh shit! Okay, now ladies.
Operators are standing by in VC check-in for newbies.
Oh, perfect. Yes, send them in. Well, welcome. It is Flat Earth Ladies Night on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. It is Friday the 2nd. In America, it is 4th of July weekend, so hopefully everyone is having a great weekend. This is the time for the ladies to shine and flat smack the globe. So do we have any globers in the building? If not, all the ladies can introduce themselves really quick and just say, hey.
Yeah, Zodiac was sure to run through them all as quick as he could before Ladies' Night. He wanted to get one more in at that last 5 minutes.
I can't help you. I can't talk because I'm not a lady. Sorry.
Well,
some would disagree.
Okay, well, do all the ladies want to just quickly say, hey, how they're doing? What are their plans for the weekend?
This
I'm
is
going fishing.
Deborah. I am just chilling this weekend. No plans. Happy to be here. That's it.
Mine's easy, short and sweet. I'm going fishing, so.
Ooh, what kind of fishing?
Whichever kind of fish are biting. I'm probably going to do both. There's a pond that have some pretty large bass in it. I'm probably going to go bass fishing there, and then at night I'm going to go do some catfishing, and then I'm just going to play around and enjoy it.
Nice. I'm gonna go to a bar this weekend, and I'm gonna do fishing, but different kind of fishing. Just kidding. What about
I'm
you,
jealous.
Sean?
I love fishing, and I haven't been in years. We just went and got our fishing license, and my husband got a VW bus. So we're planning on going camping this summer, but this weekend we're just chilling and hanging with the family and staying away from the.
Nice. Any other lady in here? I don't want to miss anybody. Okay, I thought I saw. Oh wow. Okay, go to the bottom. I see Wayne. 34565 is in the building. Hello, Wayne. Oh, I don't know if he can unmute himself because he's not VC'd.
Yup.
What? Was that him? Did you just talk? I don't know if he just talked. Okay, since you're not talking. Stebert. He just has a listening pass, though.
Are you talking to me?
Oh, wait, who was that? Who just talked?
Aloela?
Wait, sorry, say your name one more time?
Aloela.
Aloela. Welcome.
Thanks. I'm just here to listen.
Oh, you don't want to talk to us?
No,
I
just want to listen.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't bite. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you.
This is my first ladies' night.
Mine too.
Are you new to the server, Deborah? I haven't seen you before, but you're flat earther.
Well, yeah, but I haven't been around for a while.
Well, welcome. It was fun chatting with you earlier against that those guys who were super passionate about the Bible. That was really fun chatting with another lady.
You were listening then, huh? That was fun.
Yes. Okay, let's see.
I had to go because I had just pulled into the house, so I cut it short. But it was a fun little chat.
Okay, I feel like we have lots of Globers in here now, or just new people. Okay, we have Dazok, Daza OC. Hello, Daza.
What's up?
What brings you to 21st/7 Flat Earth Ladies Night?
My pronouns are steering wheel and bottle of juice. So.
Do what?
What?
It sounded like he said my pronouns are still laying in pollen juice.
That's what I heard too. Okay, well, you mute yourself then.
Do we have to be females in it? Do we have to be females?
No, not if you're new.
Oh, okay.
Wait, who's talking? Say, what's your name?
Andy, I think.
Andy. Hi,
Yeah.
Andy. What brings you to the
Hi.
server?
I don't know. Just here to listen, enjoy life.
You just decided you woke up on a Friday and were like, I'm gonna
Yeah, man. Just had a few
learn about
points of
flat
Guinness.
Earth.
Few points of Guinness, and yeah, fucked off my mind, and I'm here.
Oh wow. Well, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
How yeah, Andy?
All right, that's I think I really don't know. I came here to learn more about it because I've always felt like I've been lied to. So yeah,
You got some trust issues?
exactly.
Ah, dang. I can relate. Well, as much as you want to learn, the best thing to do is actually kind of learn about the heliocentric model, because the more you learn about that, the more you realize that the Earth is flat. So we can ask you the 3 questions to kind of kick things off and see how much you know about the globe, because I'm assuming you're still a glober. So does one of the ladies want to ask him the 3 questions to see where he's at?
Oh well, that's awkward.
Well, I mean, it's like I'm not gonna. I want to give the other ladies who may want to, a chance to. So we're gonna give them a chance to. If they don't jump in, Kyle, we can do it.
Okay, if they don't want to ask the 3 questions, or if they don't know how it goes, does one of the ladies want to just kind of pick Andy's brain on maybe his proofs for the globe?
I'll go ahead and ask.
Okay.
So, do you know anything about the second law of thermodynamics?
What? No.
Okay, so this was something that truly should have been taught in every school, in a cursory understanding. It should have been explained in science classes across the world. But the second law of thermodynamics basically, and I'll just stick to one specific subject of it, gas pressure. How do you have gas pressure?
You're talking to a clapper. This Andy kid hasn't.
They're
a clue
misleading
what
you.
the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah,
No, I'm just.
I really don't know what you boys
If
are
they
talking about.
keep interrupting, they will be muted. So male mods, just mute whoever is interrupting. Thanks.
No, that
Yep.
Zayak lad. I know him. It's alright. He can slag me
I
anyway.
don't care.
Well, not really. Andy, just be quiet, mate.
Alright, Crackville. Simp. Anyway, no, I don't know how the gas yoke works.
Okay, so in order to have gas pressure, you have to have a container. If you were to take the 2-story building and you put a cork between the 2 stories and they're sealed completely, and you drain all of the atmosphere, the oxygen or whatever gases are in one floor, and you completely drain that specific floor of all gases, and you remove that cork, what's going to happen?
All the gas. Guys, I'm sorry. I had too many drinks. I can't. My brain.
You're going to have an equalization of that pressure between the 2 stories. You're going to have it will equalize itself between the 2 stories. Initially, it'll be violent, but you're going to have that happen. So how do you have a vacuum of space next to oxygen and gases that are existing on our plane? How does that happen?
Oh, now it makes a bit more sense.
Okay. So
Oh.
you cannot have a vacuum of space right next to all of our atmosphere that's here. And I hate using the word atmosphere, but I use it colloquially. So you can't have oxygen and all the gases here next to a vacuum of space. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, it makes sense. Hmm.
So I'll turn it over to another lady here who wants to ask other questions. But that one should give you a lot to think about.
Yeah.
My question is, you said you were drinking some beers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that beer is flat and level in its cup. When you tilt the beer to drink it, you'll notice that the water stays level. Like it moves with the cup, but as you're tipping it, it's still remaining level. It doesn't curve up on the side of the cup. Okay? That water has a property, and it's always seeks its level. That's why it's called sea level. This can be demonstrated over and over again that water is level. Now, they tell us that the ball is 70% water. Okay? So that would infer that most of the water is covering the ball and that most of the water has to curve. Here's the kicker. Water doesn't curve. It doesn't curve. It always seeks its level. You can see this. Your beers that you're drinking are a great little hat tip to the fact that they're lying. And they have stories about how things work. And the stories are great until you realize that the reality doesn't match up. And it's like Deborah was saying about gas pressure, or the property of water, or the fact that there's no measurement of axial rotation, no measurement of observed Earth curvature, which should have a drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which doesn't seem like a lot, but over 10 feet, I believe it's 60-mile drop, 100 feet, 1,666 feet drop. We should be able to detect this over flat and level water, especially over frozen flat and level water. But yet, we don't. We see too far, or if we do laser tests, the laser will hit the target. The laser shouldn't be able to hit the target if there's a 1,000-foot drop. But lasers don't curve, and water doesn't either, and neither does the Earth.
I'm actually gonna check that out next time I have a beer.
Interesting. Hold on. Let me.
There's one more kicker too. A specific tip to the truth in the word astronaut. Astronaut contains a part of the word nautical.
Hang on, Crackville in your hot mic. Or wait, is that you? You were lighting up, but I hear some background noise coming from someone.
It's not me.
Yeah,
I
that's
can assure
probably
you, I
me.
was on local mute.
But the word astronaut contains the word not, which is a nautical word. It refers to water. So I'm not quite sure how an astronaut would not be containing properties of water if it was supposed to be going up in space.
Or maybe they talk about like astrology, not it's like not thing. Could that be a thing as
It
well?
ends with NAUT. It's actually tipping. They always put things in plain sight when they're trying to deceive people. And the people in the know, if they understand the etymology of specific words, you're going to find that truth is right in plain sight.
Yes.
Do you have any proof that you live on a spinning ball?
Me? No.
Okay.
I'd love to be in space if it's real, but yeah.
Well, as Deborah explained, you can't go there because it doesn't exist. Not in the way that you think it exists. Not in this cartoon spinning. Like there's spinning balls and asteroids and aliens and things like that. That whole realm that you see on TV Which, by the way, you try to watch any space documentary, it's all CGI. Like, obviously, CGI. Unless you're a boomer, you might not be able to tell. But you're young enough, you'll be able to tell it's CGI. And, yeah, they can't show you any videos, any real videos. It's like you said with the gas pressure. So helium rises, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have helium within the atmosphere. So let's say we pop a balloon full of helium and that helium gas is going to rise. Well, why does it stop? Why does it stop at the edge of the atmosphere? Why doesn't it continue to go into outer space? Why doesn't all the air here continue to rise up and go into outer space? Because we know that gas expands in all directions. You can prove that by smoking a cigarette. Goes in all directions. So why does it stop? How are we still breathing here? How is there any air left here for trees to grow, to produce more oxygen? Why doesn't it just keep going up and fill the available space?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Maybe we should talk to somebody else. Seem a little out of it. So
Yeah, I'm very.
no worries, honey. Just mute yourself. It's okay.
Yeah.
Cheers. All right, let's go in alphabetical order. Let's see. Who is after Andy?
Cody Cakes is sitting in here without a row. If you wanna participate, you can hop up into the VC check-in and someone will hook you up with a row.
See, Flanny has VC verified. Hi, Flanny.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
What brings you to the server today?
Well, just ladies' night in there. I'm just listening in to the conversations.
Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
No, I don't know what it is.
You're on the fence,
Yeah,
undecided.
I'm not fairly new, so
Well, what makes you think it could possibly not be a spinning ball?
because I've never saw anything like I've never seen curvature.
Okay. Anything else?
Not really. Sorry, I'm not really good. You put me on the spot here.
It's okay. You don't have to talk, but
Okay, well, I want to ask something about that. It's so you know that the Earth is flat because you've never seen curvature, but couldn't the Earth just be way bigger?
I mean, I've been on like planes myself and like pretty high up, and I've never seen curvature.
Fair enough. Have you done any other observations, like to try to see if maybe you're just missing it, that maybe it could perhaps be there?
No,
somewhere?
I'm not sure of like any of the ways I could test it. I don't know.
All right, go ahead, Kai. Just wanted to pry a little bit.
oh no, it's good. Well, there is a way to test it, and like I was telling Andy before, what we would want to know so we have this predicament, right? We don't know if the Earth is curved or flat. And as you said, and as all of us agree, unless you're a delusional person, we don't see any curvature. But does that actually mean the Earth is not curved? Well, we don't know, so we have to test it. So the best place to test it is over water. Water is flat. It always seeks its level. It would be pretty silly to try to test it over land because there's hills and valleys and bumpiness, all kinds of things. So we would test it over water. And what happens when we test it over water? We don't find any curvature. Also, there's something called the black swan, if one of the ladies wants to break that down for our guest and the others listening. And that also shows that the horizon is not where it should be, because they tell us that when you look in the horizon, that is a hump of Earth curve, that boats will disappear behind this hump of Earth curve. Well, here's the problem. You can sit at the shore with your significant other, romantic picnic on the beach. You can watch boats disappear into the sunset. Then you pull out your camera and you zoom in and you can see the boat again. So is the boat actually disappearing behind the hump of this Earth curve, or is it just leaving your field of vision? So does one of the ladies want to break down the black swan for our guest?
Well, if no one else wants to, I mean, it's pretty. If you click on that and read it, it's pretty self-explanatory, right? If P, the modus tollens. If P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. And the logic behind the black swan is if you've been told all of your life and you've only known of white swans ever existing, and that's the argument that all swans are white, all it takes is one single black swan to disprove that argument. So someone can come along and say, yeah, but look at this white swan and look at this white swan. It doesn't matter because you have already seen one black swan, right? So if you see one black swan, then that disproves the argument that all swans are white. So that's the logic behind this argument, because if you ever see the Earth extend beyond, if you ever see the horizon extend beyond where the predicted geometric horizon should be, then that falsifies the radius. It falsifies where they claim the radius is, what they claim the radius is. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, it can be shorter, but it can never be any more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. So when you click on that photo of with the horizon, and where the horizon and the distance markers, which are the oil swans, if you click on that, look at it and then tell me where you see the horizon at. Are you looking at the?
It's posted at 2:22 p.m. if you can't find it.
I'll repost it. I don't know what the hell's wrong with my it's like I'm stuttering a lot for some reason lately. I don't know what the hell's that's about. But anyway, just click on that and tell me where you see the horizon at. And do you understand the logic behind the argument? First, let me ask you that. Who are we talking to?
Flanny.
Flanny.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find it.
Well, I just reposted it, man. It's right
Here,
there.
wait, should we tag him in it? Let me tag him.
Live stream voice text, please.
Right, does he even have a row? Yeah. Should be able to see it.
How do I tag you?
I got him.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, I'll post it one last time, just below where I tagged you at.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so do you understand the argument first?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Okay. So where do you see the horizon at?
Just below the oil rigs.
Just below. What do you mean below?
Where the sky and the ocean meet.
Yeah. So you see the sky and the ocean appear to meet where? Where'd you say you saw it?
Oh, I think he left.
Yeah, we can go into someone else. It's like I felt like I was pulling teeth just trying to get him to talk.
That was brutal.
Hi, Bambi.
Hey, hey.
Happy Friday or Saturday, where I don't know what time it is yet for you.
It's Friday. I'm only at 10:27, so a few more hours.
Glad you can make it now. All we need is for Lou to just make a surprise appearance and Dandelion to show up. And
We got this.
yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Damsel.
Let's see. Do we have any new? There's the Glober, the Flying Scotsman.
Hello.
If Scottish, I'll be disappointed. Are you Scottish?
My grandparents it's my granddad's nickname, Flying Scotsman. But
That's not good enough, but I'll let you slide. So you're Glober.
yeah, I'm a Glober, but I accept the fact that I just believe what I was taught in school. I've never verified anything myself, and I accept it's possible the government, NASA, could be lying about stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, do you mind if I ask you a simple question?
Yeah.
Is there anything that you or I could go do to prove what we're living on?
Yeah, I'm interested in the sunsets. Like, is there? Yeah, because like I've seen like the classic flat Earth models where they show the sun always stays above the disk and keeps rotating. But I've heard many other flat Earthers say they disagree with that. So, but in my mind,
Yeah, that's not really what I'm asking, though. So something to prove what the shape of the Earth is, like the sun and the sunrise is like a separate, like pointing to the sky. Is there anything that you or I can do to figure out what we're living on by maybe doing a measurement, an observation, something?
like with equipment or just my
Let's say with equipment. What have you got?
eye. Well, I can't think of anything other. Well, I guess the laser test. But yeah, I've never done that or anything. I do have a laser.
So, but what about like for us living on a massive sphere? Is there anything we can do to prove that? Anything that you or I can do?
Well, I guess if the Earth is a globe, it'd still be too big. It'd still look flat if we really were another like telescope or something.
Yeah, but is there anything that you or I could do to prove that we're living on a sphere?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Do you not think that there would be like a measurement that we could do? Because they give us like a radius and a circumference. Is there not like a measurement? How did they get that? And how could we do it ourselves?
I watched a flat Earth debate the other day. They talked the surveyor Glober saying they do the plumb lines and optical stuff to measure the curvature.
With plumb lines and optics.
Yeah, or whatever modern equipment they have. I think
What is
I
it they did?
understand the principle what they describe, but yeah.
What is it they did? Sorry. Go on, Truth. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just going to say, from what see, I'm not a surveyor, but we have surveyors in here, and anytime that I have like people, even if they're not surveyors, they use surveying equipment, like Batamod and Indios talked about the surveying equipment, and I've heard other actual surveyors, talk about it too. And from what I understand, they use planar like they use planar measurements, and then they add the calculations to make it.
Well, the surveyor in the debate said he doesn't, that you can find the measurements without presupposing that it's already a ball or something. That's what he said. It was the wits it gets at debating the other guy. Oh,
yeah, it's got it pretty good. I mean, he breaks it down pretty good, maybe. But anyway,
Yeah.
I don't want to get too deep into the surveying or whatever. So,
And I did agree with Witzett's point that the surveyor is using optics. So how can he know that refraction isn't changing stuff? If there's always refraction, no matter how many times you do the experiment, how do you know what's perfectly accurate or something? I agreed with that point. I had a question for you. You're the one that mentioned the a beer in a glass, and you can tilt the glass, but like the water always remains level. Yeah. Was that yeah, and she said like the water molecules or something always find their level. Were you implying the water itself causes it to find its level, or an external force is causing the water to remain level?
Truth, are you
Well,
here?
yeah,
Oh,
I didn't know
sorry.
he was asking me.
Sorry.
Yeah, because I'm not the one that mentioned that, so I thought he was talking to
Oh,
someone else.
sorry. Yeah,
But
I
I mean,
forget.
that's cool. I mean, look, I can still explain it to you because I mean, we have, you know, just everything finds its place of equilibrium, and when water is left undisturbed, it will seek its level. We know that that's how water behaves. That's all we ever observe it doing. So knowing that more than 70% allegedly, right? Because I've not seen the entire Earth, but they tell us that more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. Knowing that, then and knowing how water behaves, it would like it would have to be flat. You know,
Yeah.
and
So my
unless someone.
question. Yeah. So my question is it? Are you saying you think it's an external force causing the water to behave like that, or the water molecules itself?
Well, I mean, I don't really think any. It's not like I'm not going to make up a story, right? It's just I know this is what I will tell you. It's what I do know. What they claim goes on, like gravity, that what they call gravity, has never been validated, never been verified, right? So, and you can look for it. It's all just it's not even a theory, right? Because there's no experiment to give it any validity at all. So they say that it's the cause, but they also say that it's the effect. So they just put a name on it so that you are not looking into the other elements the other variables that are in play. So there's different things, there's different variables that have been tested, that's already been tested, that have shown to determine and actually change where an object will find its equilibrium. You can manipulate the medium, you can manipulate the electromagnetic nature of the medium or of the object, you can manipulate the electrostatics. All of those things do change, but none of them are gravity. So it's just within the energies of the earth and how the creator formed the earth. There are these energies that are within nature that cause cause everything to find its place of equilibrium at the at the earth, at the level of the earth. Now if it's less dense, then it's going to find its equilibrium higher up, and the more dense it is, it's going to find its equilibrium at the earth, because the earth is the ground. That's why it's called it's the ground,
Yeah.
right? And it's the dielectric inertial plane. It's the center of this creation that we live within. So as far as that goes, now we can and I'm sure there's other variables that have not been, identified or tested, but I will tell you that gravity, what they tell you gravity to be, is not one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
So does that help you?
Kind of. Yeah. Okay. So here's a video done by the BBC, and now I've seen the PBS do the fake stuff, so I'm skeptical. But okay, so dropping stuff in a vacuum. Do you believe those videos are real and they're not faking them?
Do you know do we have any? Is that indicative of nature? I mean, it's because that's a man-made situation for one, and it's not an experiment. It's not any way to prove a cause, because you don't find vacuums in nature.
Yeah.
So what is being manipulated in that? Let's get to that part anyway.
The medium, they've removed
Okay.
air.
Then it's not gravity. They're not establishing that gravity is the cause of anything, because they're manipulating the medium, right? Just like the one that I posted, they're also manipulating the medium. So you need to find something where
But-
they're actually manipulating gravity if you're going to establish that gravity is the cause of gravity.
Well, they're also showing a container there in that video.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah. But if
You
they're
know.
telling the truth, then it's a vacuum. The container doesn't matter. It would be the equivalent of it being in the middle of space, if that's all real,
Because
like we've been told.
That vacuum is containment, and nature abhors a vacuum. So what's containing the vacuum of space? Are you saying that there's a container that's containing?
I mean, their vacuum, the chamber they use isn't a perfect vacuum, but they've taken almost all the air out, but it's not
No,
perfectly.
I get that. I think that you're just missing the point that it's a chamber. It's an enclosed system that they've sucked all of this air out of. Now they're claiming that there is space, that there is no containment, but yet we have burning balls of gas within a vacuum. You know, none of it correlates.
It's also, just for clarification, the vacuum in a chamber on a small
Sorry,
scale
Crack,
versus.
it's ladies' night.
I know it is. I just want to clarify something though.
Yeah,
I
you
know,
don't
but
need
that
to
should be
ask
for
if
the
you want me to
ladies to
clarify.
clarify. It should be for
Well,
sorry,
space versus a small chamber is different.
Cracks, we don't need you. I'm sorry.
mansplaining.
Sorry, Cracky.
Crag, I'm very sorry I muted you, but it is ladies' night. If we want a hand explaining something, we will ask you. Thank you. Go on, Kay. Were you finished?
Oh no, I wasn't talking. I think it was truth or.
Oh, sorry,
I don't know who it
Oh,
was.
I mean,
I'm
I think was it Deborah that stepped in after I'd said that. Did you have anything else to add, Deborah, or did Flanny have a response to what Deborah said?
Well, I was just saying that that's a container, and if you're going to use a container to prove a vacuum, then you're just proving our point that you can't have a vacuum without a container.
I kind of see what you mean. Or in my mind, they're just because they're in air on Earth, they have to use a container to mimic a vacuum.
And you have to have air pressure in our environment to have any kind of oxygen and air pressure. So having an experiment that is trying to explain the vacuum of space using a container only proves our point.
Well, in my mind, in my opinion, the container doesn't affect that experiment because the vacuum inside it shouldn't be affected that it's in a container if they've got it in a proper vacuum. But yeah, that's just
So how do you have the vacuum of space without a container?
I mean, that's a good question.
Gravity.
In my opinion, like the whole universe is just massive and it's infinitely nothing forever, but then there's planets and balls of gas and suns within. So space itself, in my mind, is a complete vacuum of nothing. And then we have
Okay,
planets.
that violates the second law of thermodynamics in that
Yeah,
all of
I do
the
believe in
gases.
creation. I do believe that our Earth came from something other than the Big Bang. And even if the Big Bang's true, then what caused the Big Bang? Like, yeah, my opinion there.
Do you understand that the contradictory of that right there? That, okay, so there's the vacuum of space, but all these things in it, then it's no longer a vacuum.
Well, I mean, a massive area of vacuum with pockets of matter and gases lumped together.
You ever heard the phrase, nature abhors vacuum?
Nature what vacuum?
Abhors a vacuum.
Well, I mean, hypothetically, if you had a
Not
massive space,
hypothetically. This is a statement that's
by who?
nature science studied. Where do you find a natural vacuum anywhere here on Earth?
We probably don't.
That's why it's called nature abhors a vacuum. You can't find. You have to create it. That's why we build a container. That's why we build a container. See, I don't really keep saying your opinion. Well, your opinion doesn't match reality. Known law.
A propeller
the
going through
problem.
the water creates a vacuum. That's what the bubbles are on boats.
Oh, really?
Actually, wait, I could be wrong. It might be the oxygen coming out of the
In
water.
nature, I think
because
there's
they
a
get
shrimp
together.
called the pistol
Nature.
shrimp, and
Abhors vacuum. It's created by
pistol?
something with a container. Once again, you guys are both talking containers or man.
Yeah, but it's underwater. It's not.
Are you interrupting?
Who?
You. Who are you?
No, interrupting who?
Who are you? Is this
Joe.
talking one person?
It's male cheddar, who's also named not so sharp cheddar. So keep that in mind.
Oh, I know who Cheddar is.
Just have some manners, cheddar. Let her finish.
You're interrupting a conversation you weren't invited into yet. You still had a man-made thing to get these vacuums you're both talking about, or a creature that made its own vacuum. You want to claim that there's a vacuum. You still have a container, though.
You're cutting in and out a little
The
bit.
water.
But I think you could hear it. Go ahead.
So again, you keep saying your opinion, but you're violating the natural law. So you got to either decide that you're just going to have a belief system based on your opinion, or you're going to actually start to look into the natural things that are consistent that we have never been able to violate and figure this out.
So what's not natural about it?
Cheddar, were you invited into the conversation?
I'm happy for someone else to speak. I don't have any more.
Yeah,
keep
but I was
speaking
talking
if
to
no one else
you.
replies.
I was talking to
Thank
you because you were the one that we
I
were
mean,
talking
yeah, I
about.
can't really think of a response to your question. It's a good question. I mean, in
Well,
my mind,
that's why I ask it, because
Yeah.
you keep saying opinion. You've mentioned opinion I don't know how many times. We don't base our decisions on opinion usually in this forum, because that's the problem. It's a belief. It's your
Well, I
opinion. You
mean-
don't have fact.
What's not a fact about the pistol?
Again, Cheddar.
It's my opinion that you guys are fools.
okay,
Yeah,
I
you know, I could have an opinion.
In my opinion, your statement that nature abhors vacuum, I believe that can be true on Earth. But if Earth is still a ball in the vacuum of space,
How?
I don't
If
see how.
how? See, that's the problem. You're violating the laws.
Okay, have you seen the?
I've seen everything.
I'll see if I've got a better video. So there's one of Veritasium in a 0G plane playing with blobs of water, and when the water's by itself, it forms a sphere. But I think the water
Can he
did was
form a
spinning.
sphere the
So I
size
gotta
of a
find better
car?
video.
Can you form a sphere the size of a car? Here on
I believe if water was left in a vacuum in zero gravity by itself with nothing disturbing it, it would eventually settle into a ball.
you don't
Nothing
those
else. But you're
tension
right, I
forces.
haven't looked at proper experiments. I could be wrong. Yeah, I saw a ball once in one of the 0G video. I got to find a video to back that
But
up.
how small was that ball? See that we're talking scale now. What does water do
Very
normally?
Small, as small as a teaspoon.
What does water do normally in large body?
Yes, but I believe that's
Does
my
it make
opinion.
a
Is that's
sphere?
because of gravity.
Your opinion again.
Okay, my opinion is okay. So water finds its level, but so does every other object. You can hold a physical object right now, let go, they all go down. Is that each molecule in all those individual objects deciding they want to go, or the fact they all have that in common is something else causing all of them to
Do
go
they
down?
all go down? Does everything go down?
Yes, because helium balloons, they're going up because the air above them is being pulled down by gravity, and the helium balloon is less dense.
And
That's
so
what
it's
I've been
not
told.
pulled down by gravity. It's selective.
No, the air around it, just like if you have a life jacket underwater, you'll float up, not because something is pulling you up, because the water is heavier than your life jacket. So it's going down around you and you're being forced up by the
Yes.
pressure of the water
So
all around.
density.
So
Yeah,
density
density.
and buoyancy and equilibrium we're talking about. We're not talking about, again, you're going all over the place, making examples of different things, but we're still talking about air pressure, containers, violation, physical law.
Can I just chime in for 2 seconds? So he mentioned these balls of water that were being created in 0G, right?
Yeah.
But where were those balls of water? Were they not
It was
inside?
in air. Yeah, it was in air.
Okay, but were they not inside of a contained machine?
Yeah, in the airplane, which is
With
in the
pressure.
atmosphere.
Right.
Pressure.
Right.
But the water was free to go in any shape. The air didn't force it into a ball.
What was the
Sure, but it was
scale?
Made
still
it
inside
tiny. It was like a teaspoon size
inside
of water.
of
Yeah.
that specific container.
Okay, what if the airplane had the same pressure as the air outside? Would the airplane then not be like a container? It just happens to be a wall, but the pressure wouldn't be different.
You're missing it. You're missing
Yeah.
it. That specific.
You're not logical.
If that water was out in the middle of nowhere, right? If it was specifically in a vacuum of space, it wouldn't keep the same shape. And if it was within our specific atmosphere or our what we breathe around us, it would fall because it was more dense than the air around it. But you're seeing those bubbles of water inside the machine that's up in a 0G atmosphere.
No, it's in a
Yeah,
fall.
you get it.
It's in a created fall.
Yeah, so
Give you a
Yes,
sense
we know
of
that, but I'm trying to explain it to a baller, so it's a little bit more challenging to try to explain it using their language.
kidding. Especially when it's based on opinion.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to add a little bit more perspective. It's inside their chip, whatever you want to call it.
I think this guy's going to have a hard time really in these kind of discussions because he's just talking about his opinions and his belief.
Yeah.
I don't want to make you feel bad, but when you're having an intellectual debate, those words are really not what you should be using in your toolkit.
Yeah, I mean, well,
you need to
I
go
can
back.
only-
It sounds
yeah.
to me like you just have a religious belief, which I don't really
Yeah,
care about
pretty-
people who
well,
have.
yeah, I accept.
I don't care about people
Yeah.
who have religious beliefs, right? There was a group of religious zealots that drank poisonous Kool-Aid and killed themselves. You know, people that have beliefs do all kinds of sort of things. If you're going to come in here and claim that you know the Earth is a globe, though, you're going to have to do a lot better than saying you believe in stuff. So I would probably read up and, come back with some better evidence. You don't have to be a flat earther, but you need to bring better evidence so you can be more prepared next time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, so basically, like everything I've ever been taught, I've never seen anything that contradicts in my mind, except those laser experiments you've shown me on Lake. So I'll look into them more, and I'll see how the globers address it, and see what the other.
Did you
If
ever
I may.
consider? Oh, go ahead.
If I may, I would challenge you to look at how a submarine periscope would work on a globe Earth.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Now I'm trying to figure out, if you are here to get past a belief system or if you are wanting to just, have a belief system, because it sounds like you need to go to a religion.
Yeah, I
where
just want to
they
try
don't-
and objectively look at evidence from the
Well,
flat
you-
Earth point of view, and then decide
yeah, which is
those
great.
arguments.
And
yeah.
it's sure, and that's great. It's just interesting that you're coming here when you know that we want hard, solid, empirical measurements, things like that are not beliefs and opinions. We don't do that, and so it's going to be very
Repeatable-
difficult.
Repeatable, verifiable evidence.
And it
so
sounds like you have an opinion of the world that was given to you, child, and that you've held on to it. But you said yourself, well, everything around me tells me it's a globe.
Yeah.
What tells you around you that's a globe? What does that? Do you walk out your front door and see evidence of globe?
In my mind, that doesn't contradict if it really was a globe.
I'm
it
asking
still
what
looks
you
flat.
see. I didn't ask what was
Yeah.
in your head. I asked what you actually experience and see,
Yeah,
not
it
what
looks
you
pretty
think.
flat. Yeah.
Because we got
Okay.
off on all these hypotheticals because you were asking about the water seeking its level, and you were trying to get into what the cause was. So I mean, regardless of what you think the cause is, it's it doesn't change the fact. And surely you admit that water does seek its level, and more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. So therefore, minimum of more than 70% of the Earth is flat and stationary. Well,
Well,
that's
you ever-
flat.
I mean, in my
Yes,
mind, the world
flat
would done, yeah. Because like if the Earth is moving at a constant speed and not accelerating, then
You
the
experience
world will be fine. It doesn't matter if we're moving thousands of miles an hour. Yeah, like
you
if you're on a train,
experience.
it's fine.
Do you experience
Yeah,
that?
okay,
though?
yeah. Oh,
Again, I'm asking
no, it
you
feels
from
pretty.
the
No, it
basis of
feels
what
pretty
you
still.
actually know. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but when I'm
you're-
on an airplane at 600 miles an hour, that feels pretty smooth when there's no turbulence.
oh,
and
really?
not being-
You can tell exactly when they're going in for a landing, can't you? If
Yeah,
you're
because
asleep,
they're
it'll wake you
accelerating
up.
and decelerating.
I'm
They're
sorry.
Well, no,
but
even
does
when
the
they drop elevation.
Yeah, because
Does
they're
the Earth act like an
changing
airplane
velocity.
though? Do we just excel forwards? Is that all we're doing? Are we just excelling forward? Because planes move in linear motion. Is that all the Earth's doing?
Yeah, but once they read cruising speed, they're not accelerating, decelerating. They're at a
But
constant
they're just
speed.
moving at linear motion, aren't they?
Do you mean
Is that
in a
what Earth
straight
is
line?
doing? Yeah, it's linear motion.
Yeah,
Is that
well,
what Earth's
according
doing?
to globe theory, it's a orbit around the sun, and then the
Yeah.
sun is going in through space as well.
Yeah,
But
and
in
Earth
my
is
You've been in an
mind,
airplane.
no.
You have been in an airplane, correct? Have you ever been to an airport that only has east-west landing and takeoff?
no, they do have north and south as well.
They have north and south, exactly. So how in the world does a plane take off and land north and south if the Earth is spinning?
Have you been in an airplane?
Yes.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
but what
walked
kind of
out of
motion?
the seat without holding on to anything and walked to the bathroom or wherever while it's flying at 600 miles
Closed
an hour?
system.
Have you?
That's an
Exactly. Yeah.
enclosed.
So the
It's
Earth is
in
like
an
a closed
enclosed.
system.
Right. So it's an
According
enclosed system. So
By
if I'm
closed, I
in an
mean
airplane, it's enclosed.
yeah.
But if I'm
Wait,
I'm in an airplane and I'm landing north and south and the Earth is spinning, how does that work?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean closed system as in the Earth is surrounded by a container. I meant closed as in it's stable and there's no outside influences.
It's probably a Freudian slip. The truth
not
slips
what you
out from time to time.
said. Yeah, exactly. You admitted that. Too
Okay,
bad.
so according to Globers, the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees an hour. Now, when you think about that rotation, it's not that significant. You wouldn't really feel it
Really? Are
if
you
that was
sure?
true.
What
Well,
kind of
15
motion is
degrees an
that?
hour is pretty slow.
What kind of motion is
Yeah, it spins at like 1,000 miles
it's
an hour.
spinning?
Crazy.
So an airplane, you're talking about going linear, right? Linear motion.
But yeah, just like
If it
the Earth.
makes a curve, what happens? What kind of motion are we experiencing, and
Yeah,
what
but you're
changes?
moving relative to the force of the
Yeah,
Earth.
what about if
gravity
you
or
were on
whatever.
one of those waltzer rides? You know,
Exactly,
the
but
one
there
where you
is
put your
two.
back.
There, the forces change, and you're okay. So again, linear is very different. The vectors are different when you spin.
If they do it slow enough, you might not notice. But they never do it slow enough because that would be
You
too
do realize that no one has ever detected motion of the Earth. That the only way that they infer it is looking at the lights in the sky. So you do realize that there's never been measurement of movement.
They claim they've done it with a gyroscope, but other people claim it's inaccurate drift that causes like 7 degrees.
No, it's that it's caused by something else.
Yeah.
Tested.
you
It
possibly
changes the elevation with a talking a ring light gyro, and found that it actually changes based on elevation along the same latitude of the Earth, which means if it is spinning, if you change latitude, that would not give you a result. But if you stay on the same latitude and the drift changes because of elevation, there's a problem. That means instantly that it is not related to the spin of Earth at all. It means that there is no proof of spin there at all. It's something else. And that's one of the problems that most people haven't looked into, is how a ring gyro doesn't have the same drift along the same point of latitude at elevation changes. And that should tell you right then it is instantly nothing to do with gravity. Nothing. And nothing to do with spin.
That's a
It
drop
doesn't
the mic.
prove anything. See, people don't go and look a little deeper to find out why that is such a bad example. Don't understand that it's been tested beyond what everybody else has told you. Yeah, it showed a rotation at 15 degrees at one elevation in several tests. But somebody was smart enough to go along some latitude, same exact latitude, and change changed elevation and the rotation changed by a significant amount. We're talking 13 to 14%. It's like 3 to 4% difference in the speed that they were noting by just a few hundred feet per hour. That was 3 to 4% from what I understand. I'll look it up again. But that was per hour, and you got 24 hours a day.
Okay, yeah, cool. I'm happy to keep talking, but if someone else wants to turn asking questions.
Well, I would just like to point out that
encourage you.
Speaking of the 24-hour cycle, if you have high noon at in June, by the time you hit November, you shouldn't have high noon. You should have midnight. We should be losing way more significant daylight hours in our cycle around the sun
They
per the
do in the
heliocentric
northern
model.
hemisphere. They have
But we're
constant midnight.
oh,
Well, not
okay,
that
right.
in the-
But that can also be explained on a flat Earth. But if you have a travel around the sun, high noon should be midnight 6 months later.
Okay. See the logo for this server. If you hover your mouse over it, it's a GIF showing the sun and moon spinning around. Do you believe that's genuinely the flat Earth model, or that's sort of just a meme? I heard other people say it's sort of more of a meme, and they don't believe that's the actual
I don't
path of the sun.
subscribe. I
Okay,
don't
yeah.
subscribe. I don't subscribe to the flat Earth model. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, fair
But I
enough. Yeah,
know we're
because
not
that was
spinning.
one of
I know
that
we're
was
not a ball spinning in space at 1,000 miles an hour. I know that.
Yeah, because in my mind, when I see a sunset, that contradicts the flat Earth model of the sun spinning around.
No,
thing.
but
yes,
if you
I agree.
look at
Yes, you're saying that's not the real model of the flat Earth.
I don't know what
Yeah.
the model is. I
Yeah,
can't
fair
prove
enough.
it.
Yeah.
I can't test it. I don't have the equipment. I don't have the resources to do that kind of testing. But I do know that it doesn't. If you look at our visual capabilities, and I posted it. I don't know if you can scroll up, but some of the craters that we see in the moon, we shouldn't see based on our available visual abilities if the moon is that far away.
Cool.
So if you can tell that the sun is that far away, right, and that big, then we shouldn't be able to see a sunset the same way. And what we're seeing in the rays of the sun peeking through the clouds, it should be straight all around. If it's that far away, you shouldn't have the V-shaped sun rays through the clouds. It should
I
all
know
be
what you mean.
straight
Okay,
all
yeah,
the
I'll
way
look up.
across
Yeah.
perspective.
Okay, yeah, I've never thought about that. I'll look into that. Is if the Globers have anything, what their argument for that is, and I'll see.
Funny that you want to model when your own model globes because you're asking for a physical. It's like you have a globe.
I'm asking.
And the
for,
funny thing is that globe isn't accurate either.
No,
it's not. It's not even representative. It even says on the bottom a lot of them not to be used for anything to educate because you definitely don't navigate with them.
I
Be
actually
lost.
I went to several stores just looking at globes, and every single one of them had that same disclaimer on the bottom or on a tag, not to be used for educational purposes, and I just laughed.
I never knew that.
You guys want to hold on to this physical thing that you think that your realm is like because you've been told that since kindergarten, whatever.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Preschool or whatever, and put in front of you every time it said, "This is where you live. You live on a beautiful blue marble."
It was not my fault they indoctrinated me.
Well,
I'm trying to
and that's
break
the
that.
whole
Yeah.
thing with like your belief and everything, right?
Yeah.
Do the research, do these things, go and validate these things for yourself and make your own decisions, not just what you've been told. Right? That's what we're trying to promote you doing here, right? We're not going to, convince you. You have to do that yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
then be
so
careful when
far,
you go to the Globers for to find arguments for it, right? Because be careful and pay attention when you hear what they say, and make sure it's not based on baseless assertions, full of
yeah,
assumptions, propped up and backed up by calculations and explanations. Look for verification and validation.
yeah. That's why I'm here. I'm getting the evidence from the flat earthers as well. Then I look at both the evidence from the flat earthers and the Globers to explain something, and then look at
Well,
all
just
the evidence
understand
from
that
both sides.
correct. Just understand that if somebody's trying to tell you, no, 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 this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it, that's oppression to conformity. You have to make up your own mind, or other people will make it for you.
Yeah.
Same what goes for going to those sites that you think are for your education, are actually for your entertainment. The Glober sites are for your entertainment. Where do they actually teach you to go and research and look up things that we're telling you that are known
They don't
laws,
tell you; they just tell you to believe it. They don't
or the
tell you to research
equations, or how they got, or any of these that you need to actually go do yourself instead of expecting to go to a channel and have them teach you. I mean, you could go to MIT's courses electricity and get much more than you ever will to go to some globe hating channel for entertainment, who will lie to you, will not give you the full picture. Like they will tell you the light ring gyro is a significant proof of motion of the earth, when they don't. They didn't give you the full picture and the other tests that have been run to make sure that that isn't what's.
Yeah, because I see the random YouTube videos
Certainly.
claiming to debunk flat Earth, and they say blah blah blah. Oh yeah, they did the gyroscope test and it measured 15 degrees like flat Earth, but I'd never
Yes,
looked at the other
and
test.
they did,
If it had
but they
errors.
didn't go and look further. They didn't go look
Yeah, I
further.
agree. Yeah, I didn't do the test myself, and someone
Or
else
they'll
got
tell
test
you
got errors or something.
refraction, or they'll tell you refraction, refraction, refraction. I have never seen, ever, I've never seen a city refract over the edge of like my hill behind me. I've never seen my neighbor's house refract up. I've never seen an entire city over Nevada refract up per refraction. But they claim that's the case over water, which has a much cooler surface.
And then when you ask them to define which kind of type of refraction could extend the horizon beyond where it actually is, then what they do is they say, oh, rhetoric, I see. But it's like, really? Seriously, because all of the refraction, it makes the horizon appear shorter. None of it. So if anyone, that's something else you need to keep in mind. If you hear them say, oh, it's just refraction, they just deny it, right? You need to ask them, say, well, exactly which type of refraction, and then look and examine have them to define it. And tell, and then you have to also take into consideration that these laser tests, like Dr. John D, he is a PhD in, and maybe someone can say it so I don't butcher it, spectroscopy. Well, I can say spectroscopy, but it's spectrophotometry. There we go.
Photography, those. Yeah.
He's a PhD in spectrophotometry, so it's like he takes into consideration the FE core laser test. They've repeated it so many times just to address all of the issues and everything that anyone brings up, and they take it into consideration. They give you all of the data. So if anyone asks them to do
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, and that also another thought I've had. If the Earth is flat, shouldn't there be no horizon? I mean, shouldn't it just gradually fade into pollution? Like
Let me
the
ask
black
you this.
swan.
Yes. Okay. So let me ask you this: the boats that go over the edge, right?
Yeah. Is it refraction making us?
Okay.
Sorry.
So right, but the boats that go over the edge, the globe is actually claiming an edge, not the flat Earth models.
Or the globe is claiming a gradual curve, and if the
No,
boat
they're
goes
claiming
flying
an
up-
edge.
What do you mean, like a hard edge?
Like
a cliff.
Okay, so
Is that what you mean?
right. So the globe believers will claim, where's your edge? Where's your edge? Where's your edge?
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah.
Right? But if boats go over an edge, then the globe model has the claim of the edge, not us.
What do you mean? Are you saying the globe has claimed the flat Earth has an edge, or the globe is claiming the globe Earth has an edge?
The flat Earth model doesn't claim an edge. We do not claim an edge.
Well, it has to. Does that
We
mean
know
you're
we
saying it's
don't have to
infinite?
actually claim an edge. But if
Or
you're
do, as
claiming
in,
an
or
edge,
the
then you
government is
have
lying and stopping
the
people
burden of
going there.
proof. You have the burden of proof, right? But if we have actually proven that there's no edge, because we can zoom in to something that has extended beyond our visual capability, per the black swan, we can zoom in and say, oh, there it is, right? But if you have a curvature, you're actually proving an edge. You're claiming an edge. Now you have the
What do
burden
you
of
mean?
proof.
Do you mean a cliff edge? Like
No, not a cliff edge, but an edge of like the
an
boats
edge
went
of sight.
over an edge of sight, right?
Okay.
It went beyond our
yeah.
vision, so it went over an edge, it went over a curve. But if I can zoom in and see it, then I've disproved that edge.
Would you agree if they're claiming it goes over the curve and that's why it seems to disappear and you can bring it back into view? Would you agree it's not in fact going over any curve?
Okay, so do we have footage of a cruise ship eventually disappearing over the horizon from
Are
the
you
bottom?
following the live stream voice text? Because there's tons of GIFs and.
Yeah, but it's just showing a boat at a fixed distance. It's not showing what happens if it just keeps going further away.
Well, just click on it and watch it go. Continue to go on out of sight.
Which GIF? Okay, the sailing boat just is like 5 seconds repeated. The GIF is. Is there a GIF, a time lapse of a boat going so far away till you can't see it?
You can find videos. Yes, you can.
Okay,
You can find videos.
Yes. Do those videos show the boat just getting smaller and smaller and tiny, like the perspective, or do they show the boat disappearing from the bottom up while you can still see most of its shape?
Just click on that last one. It totally disappears. Right, and then it comes back into view, and the bottom is the last portion that you see when it comes back into view. Therefore, it's the first portion, and that's just due to angular resolution. You have a smaller angle, you have a tighter angle at the bottom than you do at the top. So it's obviously going to disappear from the bottom up. That's just perspective, because you can get a flat surface and you can try this yourself. You can get a flat surface and you can get down at the level of the surface. And you can look at something. You can do this little test yourself. You can do it on the table.
Yeah, the flashlight. Yeah. You put a flashlight at the end of a long table and you lower yourself to the edge so your eyes are level to the table. You will see things that appear to disappear. And if you use a flashlight, you've then shown how the sunset works on a flat plane level.
Why did it get bigger towards other people then?
I just posted a GIF of the coin on a table,
Yeah,
and it's like, a little. You can do a little test like this yourself, an observation like this yourself, and see. And so you know that the table's not curving.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to look into that more. That's weird. It seems to get blurry, like they blend together, but it does look like the coin's disappearing below, even though it's not. Yeah,
right.
that's
Part of your vision. Yeah, it's part of your natural vision. How your vision works. It always way.
But don't the cameras on a zoom lens also show it? I guess true. That's just like
Same
an eye, but more
thing.
powerful.
It's made
yeah,
after
you're
the
right.
eye.
It would be the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
you've
I'm
got
gonna
the same
research that.
problem.
That's interesting. Yes, in this chat, I've seen 3 things that I found interesting that I don't have an answer for at the Glover. So I'm going to research them more.
Because you claim a physical horizon on your globe, and this doesn't. You don't see a physical horizon like a wall coming up and blocking your vision around a corner. It's not happening.
And make sure that you check out the additional information at the bottom of the server. There's tons of helpful, useful information down there. You'll find all of this.
Do you ever see refraction happen around a corner?
I mean, with my own eyes, I've only ever just seen the mirages from heat. I'm not sure if that is that like on a road, on a highway.
Right.
But
have you ever seen something refract vertically? Do you ever see,
probably
like,
not.
if you have a garage that's detached from your house, and you're sitting in the behind you're sitting behind your house, did you ever see your garage refract to the right or to the left?
I mean, it's too close, isn't it?
Right, but have you ever seen anything happen from a distance?
No, I guess not. Like the film of skyscrapers they just seem to get sort of blurry.
Right.
Like
Right. So if we don't have refraction vertically, why would we have refraction horizontally?
Oh, because the layers in heat from the water is horizontal.
Okay.
Like the
Because of
air's
what?
warmer. With the
Right.
weather, the air's warmer.
Because hot air rises, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So I see mirage when I drive through Nevada, right? Of course, the heat rises. You see what looks like a lake of water over the road. So the road looks wet from a distance, correct?
Yeah.
That still doesn't explain having a boat mirage up over water. Like, for that much of a distance, if I can see 70 miles away, I
That
can see
GIF
from
is
Hawaii
interesting.
to Kauai. I can see from Hawaii to Kauai the next island away. How would I be able to see that even if there's mirage? That doesn't make any sense if I'm seeing looming or towering 70 miles away is far too much of an extreme example. That's eisegesis. You're taking your own liberty with that specific type of refractive. And you're saying that I can see 70 miles away because of refraction? It should be like 60 miles below the curvature. 60 miles of towering refraction happens?
60 miles. Wait, wouldn't it be like
So
1 mile
per
or
the
something?
curvature, per
I
the
can do
math
the
of
calculator.
curvature.
Yeah,
Okay.
70 miles, is it?
70 miles I'm able to see from the beach of Hawaii to Kauai.
Okay,
And I
yeah.
can see that because of towering?
Yeah, okay, yeah, so there should be 2,900 foot towering in between.
Right.
So like over half a mile. Okay, but how do you know you're not just seeing the lands and mountains taller than half a mile?
Because I can see
Have
the
you
beach
measured?
if I zoom in.
Oh, I see.
If right.
Okay.
If I'm on the beach and I can see the other beach with a
Yeah.
telescoping camera or a telescope, or on a
Okay,
clear day
yeah.
with my own eyes, that does not.
Yeah. Okay, if there's refraction, how can we know what if the Earth is curved and the refraction is allowing the light to travel over the mountain? I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying what if that is a possible explanation?
But that's taking extreme liberty with a specific refraction.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
I can see
speculate.
maybe
Yeah.
70 feet, maybe, but there's no way you're gonna see that much from that distance using refraction.
Okay,
There's
have
just
they
some
tested?
infrared.
Yeah.
There's just some infrared photography, and if anyone's going to claim that, like I said before, again, you're going to have to get them. You need to get them to define which type of refraction can cause an effect like that, and then there's certain variables that would, even for refraction to exist, like you can determine whether or not it's possible for any refraction to exist just by knowing the variables of the atmosphere.
Yeah, that was my next question. So have either ballers or flat earthers determined exactly how refraction actually works to know what you should be seeing and how
They
much
won't
what
even
you're seeing is
define what
distorted.
refraction they invoke. When you ask them, they won't. They say, "Oh, well, that's just rhetoric." That's exactly what I get. I just got told that yesterday.
Yeah, this highway GIF that Drace posted. That's very interesting. Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's clearly
Okay.
showing how flat the highway is. Yet when you go down the refraction, makes it look like how I see the horizon at sea.
Okay, so I'm
So,
going to
yeah.
post this, and I'm
Yeah,
going to
so,
ask you.
yeah.
I'm going to ask you how you see this if it's refraction, and it's there. How do you see silhouettes if it's refraction?
Okay, see the gap of the buildings on the left in my mind. Okay, what are the measurements? That's Chicago, isn't it?
Yes.
So what if the buildings are just taller than the amount of curved earth in between?
Right, but how do you have a silhouette with refraction?
Well, what if all the light from the sun is also part of the refraction? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying
I
like,
don't think you
how
can
do we
get a
know if it
silhouette.
is or isn't?
You
What's
can
the
you just
difference?
can't get a silhouette with refraction.
That's the
And
problem. A physical item has to cause a silhouette. You cannot have some looming apparent object. Apparent meaning that it's not the real thing, just like you guys are claiming an apparent horizon. We all claim a horizon. There has to be physical horizon, just like there would have to be a physical item to have a silhouette. Light shines through
I don't
things.
understand. Isn't the silhouette no different from just if it was midday, those buildings were lit up? Wouldn't it be the same?
A silhouette
Regardless of the sun.
is
Yeah,
where
the black
like
building.
it's still there. You're just not actually seeing it. You're just seeing the outline of it. So, I mean that still wouldn't that doesn't help you any.
Well, it wouldn't
And
matter what angle the sun is. If the sun is any angle behind those buildings, they would be a black silhouette. And because it's sunset, it's darker. All the buildings are darker instead of just a slight, isn't it?
I don't think so.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm right. Just
That doesn't work with the laws of light.
the sun could have been at any angle close to that, and you'd get the same silhouette, wouldn't you?
But you're seeing it.
No.
That's the problem. It can't loom and cause a silhouette. What are
to
you
you,
seeing?
what does
If
a
something
silhouette mean?
looms, is that the real item? Is
No,
something that's
he's
loomed?
saying that the sun and the silhouettes are looming at the same time. That's what he's trying to claim.
But like
Okay,
that
so
doesn't follow the logic.
well, hang on.
It
Let's
doesn't
cover
follow
the
the
lumen
logic.
because I was really excited to learn about lumen because they call it lumen because it appears that the object is lifted up, but it's not actually. The object is still exactly where it's at. It's not changing. The only thing that happens is the sky is cast downward to give the appearance that the sky is that the horizon is shorter than what it is. So, like in that picture that Miguel just posted, that boat is still like that is actually where the boat is.
Oh yeah, that's a whiteout. Yes, I was really confused. That I thought those pictures looked so fake, but I realized that's not a mirage. It's a whiteout. So
It's lumen. That's what that's what they
That is
call
the
lumen.
definition
Okay,
of looming.
I've got
It's
a
the
video.
physical
It'll
item.
No,
take me
what
a
he's
while
trying to
find.
claim is towering. He's trying to claim towering. So he's trying because it's lifted up. So if
Okay,
you're
yeah.
right,
This
so
boat
you're
one,
saying that the Chicago skyline with the silhouettes is a towering type of refraction.
I never studied anything how refraction works. I mean,
But
studied, but I just basic stuff I was taught in school. I have no idea about the
towering
different
doesn't lift it up either. So
I see what you mean. So Globe has explained how the refraction lets you see the buildings over the curve in the middle of the day, but you're saying at night, at the sunset, those mirages shouldn't be possible. Therefore, how are we seeing those buildings? I think now I understand.
Correct.
What you mean? I
Something
see. Yes, I didn't
backlit by
understand.
the sun.
Yeah,
Yes.
now I understand what you're asking. Yes. Oh, that's interesting.
It's a physical
Yeah.
item. Nothing moves because of visual effects. They are really there. That is the real object.
Yes. So yeah, I see what I mean. Yeah. So
Oh,
the globe
Miguel
is
just posted the perfect one. 52 miles away, you should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely.
Yeah, shorter than 1,800 feet, isn't it? Yeah. Wait, Willis Tower.
Thank you, Miguel.
Yeah, so that
But also
tower.
with mirage, with types of refraction, you're going to see a lot of distortion happening, and there doesn't appear to be any distortion in that last picture that Miguel posted.
Yeah, I could easily recognize that as the Willis Tower with the square stuff on the side. It's pretty clear.
And just keep in mind, distortion, it only affects things on the horizon. It's not going to cause the horizon to appear further than what it is. There is nothing. So did you grab that video about Life is Short that I posted for you earlier when I posted about angular resolution? Because it'll go over all the different aspects of perspective. And when you get on their channel, you can scroll down. They have other videos, and they do a really good job explaining that. And you sound like you really want to look into this and understand it. So I'm also going to post another channel where it's like a lot of the science that is involved in the discussion with flat Earth versus globe Earth is covered. So if you want to watch that, it would be a great educational video for you to watch. I just want to make sure you grab these.
Cool.
And
Okay,
then
thank you.
I'll hush and let whoever continue. And then grab this
I don't
link
know.
too.
I gotta say that Ladies' Night is awesome. So I'm gonna come back.
Thank you for answering all my questions. It's very interesting.
Yay.
And grab that link too, by the way.
Called the
Do we have any other new people? Sorry, guys, I'm at the gym, so I'm breathing heavy. But I just want to make sure other new people get a chance if they have questions.
I'm sure you won't get any complaints.
Not so sharp, Cheddar. Are you going to speak now? Did you bring any evidence?
Did you want me to bring evidence?
Oh no, I just want you to sit here and speak when you're not supposed to speak. No, of course I want you to bring evidence. But you can speak now, sorry. You can speak now, but do you have any evidence that you brought this time?
Specifically or just in general?
Well, you were busting at the seams earlier, so just go
Yeah.
ahead. This is your chance.
Well, and you've been here before, and we told you you needed
Okay.
evidence. So you knew this was coming.
1 second. Post it in the live. Because you guys keep saying all this stuff about gravity not being a thing. So.
Does heat
You think we
surpass
need
gravity?
What?
You think we need a definition of gravity that we don't know what
No,
it is?
you guys just think it's not a force. So I'm.
Of course it's not a force.
Well,
Do you
Wait a minute,
disagree?
I must have missed the part where they said it was a force.
Right.
Because I'm assuming you're talking about mass attracting mass, or what force are you talking about?
Gravitational.
What? Can you elaborate?
What do you mean? What are you trying to
Can
say?
you elaborate on this force? What is this force? What force are you talking about? The gravitational force. Elaborate on it.
Wait, didn't
Salt
catch that,
in a
Brad.
glass with an egg can disprove that mass attracts mass.
And what? Disprove?
Because I'm pretty sure you're talking about Newtonian mass attracting mass, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That's your force. What are you on about?
We refer him to the counter to his post. Right below your post, Cheddar, would you look, please, and make sure that you note that it is not a force current under your definition is looks calling it a force.
Is that what? I have bad connection.
Look at the post right below what you gave us for gravity. Yours is 100 years behind the current thinking. Notice the actual citations from where they're from, and it's not just an encyclopedia. like
You're saying Einstein, who died a while ago, is part of the newer thinking?
Yes. You ever heard of relativity, right? Please read through those because that is the current.
Yeah. You're
Yeah,
talking
maybe you
out
can read it out
You're
loud.
100 years behind.
Can you read it out loud so we can make sure he comprehends it?
You're talking outdated here. There is no force, and that was proven with the more relevant gravity, which is bending and warping of space-time. There is no force, so I'm curious to what force you're referring to. Because I'm not entirely sure you understand what you're talking about.
Please read it out loud like we asked.
I'm entirely sure that he doesn't.
Do you know how to read, Cheddar?
Yeah.
Okay, can
Loud.
you show us that? Because I don't know. I'm not convinced you do. So prove me wrong, please, and read it. Please prove me wrong and read
We
it.
can't assume. I mean, I know people who can't read or write. So.
Me too.
Literally, like the first thing.
Okay.
My God, the stupid thing is keep popping up in it.
Take your time. Just read it when you're ready.
And next, real quick, while they're looking that up, MP Door is a member of Chatterbox. We've had some conversations. It goes.
It's ladies' night, Crit.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay, I apologize.
Do you want to read it out, or would you like one of us to read it for you?
Yeah, sure.
Check.
What do you? Okay, let me find it.
You had such ease in posting. It's right below your post.
Letting you ladies know he's got a new guy, and then it has a emoji.
Oh my God.
Well, you guys did tell me it was right below my post.
Yes, right below your timestamp. 3:20.
Your original one.
Quote: Einstein's new theory, Jesus Christ.
Do you like
You
us to
can
read
leave
it for
him
you?
out of it, by the way. You can leave Jesus out of this.
Is much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus the properly speaking of not a force. In the new theory, Einstein's theory of gravitation is the astronomical consequences of monthly notice to the Royal Astronomical Society. And then it has some citations. Quote, Einstein, General Theory of Relativity, 1950, a prototype of all modern gravitational theories. This is a crucial integrate involving a colossal intellectual jump. This is a concept of gravitation and is all bold, I mean all caps, not a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time. ... Then some link. Brian Fox, there, quote, there isn't really a force, gravity at all. And then ... The YouTube link, Gregory Muser, 2019, gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Gravity isn't a force. Well, quote, gravity isn't a force. Physics, hypertext. Summarize general relativity that says matter bends space-time, and the effect that bending space-time to create generalized kind of force is the act of the object, however.
There you go.
So do you think gravity is a force?
But rather, the object is following its geosited path throughout space-time.
Thank you for reading that. Do you think gravity is still a force? Stop. Do you think gravity is still a force?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Einstein, it never said, Einstein specifically said, so that it was a force. It was just a quote of his new theory and his thinking, so he didn't
So
actually
you're going to
say
have
it.
read all of that
And
and
then
deny?
it
So you're
said
going to deny
speaking.
Oh no, you're not. I muted you.
So you,
What a little
Cheddar, you're going to
pathological
deny.
liar.
You're going to deny going college courses would teach. It is not a force. That's what the physics textbook linked for you. So that is what the standard nowadays. If you want to be honest and come on here and concede that you called it a force because you were 100 years behind and didn't realize it had been changed by the theory of relativity, then you're more than welcome. But if you keep up this kind of thing where you like to think you are way smarter than everybody else, don't have to concede anything, when you've been mistaken, okay to be mistaken. No big deal. But you're not going to do that. Come on here and then try to overtalk everybody and say that you're still right when we've provided what the current understanding is, with the link citations and what you would actually be taught in college.
I'm sorry, but Cheddar, if you're still talking about a force, I would like you to go through what your force is. Because clearly you're not talking anything relevant to what gravity is known of today. You're on some different shit. So I'm curious to what your force is and how you can prove it's there.
Even if you subscribe to gravity as a force, you're still violating the second law of thermodynamics.
No.
Oh yeah, we can leave that aside for now, but I want to know what the fucking force is.
You have to either prove your understanding of it, the 100-year-old Tonian, that's what you really want to do, which has already been superseded by minds much greater than even us.
So it's going to be Cheddar.
What? What's what gonna be?
You have to be
She asked me
honest.
2 different things.
You have
Why
to
is this such a
concede.
hard convo? Like I can't. How
You want
old are
me
you,
to-
Cheddar? How old are you? I'm just curious.
Why?
Well, because you're talking to adults right now, and I want to make sure you can have an adult conversation. Seems like you're not even paying attention.
Well, it feels like you can really comprehend what you've just read. So
He could barely read what he
were-
just read. Sorry.
What?
It's true, Cheddar.
Well,
Well, just answer Bambi like she's wanting to know what the force is.
What's the force? How can
it's
we
a-
prove it's there?
it's like a, just a force that attracts between all matter.
And how do we prove it's there?
It's just pixie dust, so it just matters.
Mm-hmm.
Moves
But how
matter.
can we
My
prove
pixie
that?
dust moves matter.
How can you're claiming that there's a
Prove
force
me
there?
wrong.
That see, touch,
A
move, do
simple
anything with? How can you
experiment.
prove that that
There's a
force is
simple
there?
experiment. Simple experiment out there can disprove gravity as a force. If you take a cup of water and you put an egg in it, right? And the egg sinks. It's not a rotten egg. And it sinks, and you add salt to that water. A few tablespoons of salt, and that egg will rise. It literally disproves that gravity is a force.
That's buoyancy.
No, sweetheart. You're claiming a force and you're saying it's there. It's amongst things. How do you prove that? Prove to
Do
me
you know?
thing you claimed
No,
right
on
now.
you go.
No, on you go.
Okay. Do you know what the moon is?
Here we go.
I mean, I can look at it and tell you what I think it is, what it looks like. Sure.
So, do you know something? Do you know that the moon orbits around the Earth?
I observe it above my head. Now, what have you got to do about this force that you're claiming?
What am I going to do about it?
I'm asking you to prove the claim that you made of this force being there, and you're talking about the moon and how you assume that it's spinning around us. What you observe is something moving above your head in the sky. I want you to prove the claim that you made of the force. Are you a Jedi or something?
Yeah, I can prove it's there because if there was no gravitational force, it would not be orbiting the Earth.
Who's orbiting Earth? Holy crap, Ed.
Sorry, take it back like 300,000 steps. You're claiming that there's a force. You observe something moving in the sky, and this force that you cannot prove, you're saying, oh, well, that's what that is. Is that what I'm hearing? So if I tell you that rainbows come out the arse of a unicorn, and that's because I see rainbows, and therefore unicorns create those rainbows, this mythical force of a unicorn creates these rainbows. Does that make sense? No.
So you're saying the moon isn't real?
I've not said anything
Where
about
did you say that?
I observe something moving above my head. You're assuming that it's spinning and then there's this magical force. You sound like you should be writing the next Star Wars movie.
What was it magical?
What is force? And how do we prove that
matter.
It's
do you not
that
understand?
You make a claim of there being a force, something you cannot touch, you cannot see, you cannot feel, smell, taste. You make that claim and you say, well, look at the moon. Now you have a force. Do you understand how crazy that sounds? Prove the claim that you make. Don't just say, well, look, there's a thing in the sky. Force. What?
Observation does not equal causation. Do not understand basic logic. Just because you observe something doesn't mean it's caused by what you claim it is, unless you can prove that's the actual cause. Could be caused by several things. The moon could be there for several different reasons, but you're only considering one because you've been indoctrinated with one that you absolutely believe with a faith.
I'm
Hello
sorry you trusted the people that taught you what you now believe, but the people that you claim are trustworthy to tell you information doesn't make that information true.
In your model, don't you have?
We don't have
We
a
don't
model.
have a model.
I've heard the words model come out your mouth a lot. At what point, who, where, when gave you a model? Did anyone give you a model? And can I see the model they gave you?
Yeah, sure. Just I can look up on Google real quick.
No, because did that come from any of
That's
us on
where you
this?
get all your sources.
Flat Earther give you a model? Did we claim a model in here at all? Or are you just assuming one and going to Google one? One that doesn't make sense, one that's probably from the Flat Earth Society to deter you from Flat Earth. You're talking to actual Flat Earthers.
Actually, from your Discord, actually, and the logo of the server.
No, that's not a model. That is an avatar.
Yeah, it
That is just a representation of somebody saying that they are a flat earther. It has nothing to do with a model. We have never claimed a model. Never.
So why do multiple people of you have a model?
Because you
on
don't
this?
talk to us about it. It's not a model that you're seeing. You're seeing an avatar, a picture.
I don't think that's what a model is. Do you know what the heliocentric model is? The one that you're taught in school, the one that is everything true, apparently. They provide us a model that's extremely flawed. They give us a radius, circumference, everything for this Earth that is all completely flawed. We never provide you a model, mainly for the pure fact that it would need to be 100% accurate, and well, we don't know what's past Antarctica. We can't give you a complete accurate model of the Earth. We can draw pretty pictures and put them as our avatars, but that ain't a fucking model.
So if So why can't you make a model that's just mostly accurate?
Where's your
I think
model?
we've had this conversation like several times before. I remember having something like this conversation. Are you intentionally acting this way, acting this dumb? I really hope you're not this dumb, because I know we've talked about this before.
Oh, come on. Could you be a bit more civil than that? I thought you were talking about adult conversation. I'm a global Earth person here, by the way.
Okay,
You're
Am I allowed
Thank
to
you. No.
I'm sorry. I'm curious. As a man, am I allowed to speak here if I'm a globalist?
No, you can, but you can't talk over me. So you
I
gotta
apologize
you gotta put
for
yourself
speaking over
back
you.
on mute. Yeah, because
when
this
we're
is the
finished with
thing, is we deal with this kind of intellectual dishonesty, and I get that he's younger, and I almost feel like we're taking
He
advantage.
is younger, right? I mean,
Because you're not prepared to
go
talk
and
with
listen.
the adults. But this is the thing: is he's come in here before and said the same stuff, and we've already clarified to him, and he's intentionally asking retarded questions to be annoying. He doesn't actually want to make any progress.
I do understand frustration with trolling, yes, but
Yeah, so he's trolling.
it is.
So I'm not
I do
sure.
understand, yes.
Waiting for him. Quit white knighting for him. He was here twice last week, doing
There's
this
what,
for hours.
50 people
Yeah,
here?
for
You're ganging up on a younger
No,
person.
He came here twice.
Did
so
you read?
go
Did you read the
away.
rules when you came in?
I apologize. I'll mute myself.
So-
It's all
so
good.
you-
I just
you-
wanted
you
to
think-
just to remind you guys
You
to
don't
please
need
be
a
nice.
white knight.
We don't need
We
that.
don't need your help.
And
He
as I
needs that.
hold on, hang on, man. I thought you agreed to the rules. I just saw on the VC check-in that you agreed to all the rules, and here you are, concerned trolling. So what are you doing?
Just making sure it's civil, right?
It is
Uh,
civil. She was not. Hang on. She wasn't being disrespectful at all.
Okay, I'll just the quote, are you retarded? Quote, are you a Jedi? Quote,
No,
just things like
she's
this. These are
asking him. She's hang on. She didn't. She said he what? She didn't say he was retarded. So what's the
okay.
problem?
It's okay. I'll drop it now. It's nothing to get attached on. I
No,
just wanted to.
and don't worry, and MP Door, if you think that I'm being too mean to him, just wait till it's your turn and you're put on the spot because you're actually an adult, and so get the lube ready because we're gonna tear you a new asshole. Okay, so just hang tight, baby.
All right. It's all good. I'll be here.
Just be
I'm
civil, all
always
right?
free.
Back to Cheddar. So, Cheddar, the point is, when you make a claim, especially one as bold as there being a force, you better be able to know what you're talking about. The only reason this has escalated so much is the issue that we're having, especially with people who are younger that come in here. We try to tell them, you can't make a claim if you don't really know what you're talking about. Sometimes the best thing to say is the words, I don't know. That's the most intellectual thing you can say, rather than claiming a force and telling me to look at the moon and that's my force. That doesn't work. It's best to just say, look, I don't know, and
One
I'm
thing,
open to
you guys can call me younger. How young do you think I am?
It does. I don't know, and I really don't care. But the point is that I'm making, which I don't know whether you heard, is it's okay to say I don't know. All right.
Okay, so what's your point?
Oh my
The
gosh.
point is when you
Cheddar.
mention the word force, and you then prove to me that you know nothing of what you're talking about, don't say the word force. Like you make a claim of there being a force, and then you're unable to back it up, prove it, or even discuss it intellectually. So why mention it in the first place if you really don't know what it is or how to talk about it or how to prove it? Why mention it?
And then when we give you information, that it's not a force, maybe you should take that information and look into it, instead of
So
trying
you
to
guys are
defend
saying,
something.
never mind.
Continue to defend something that you don't really have any knowledge of.
Sorry if I'm interrupting. My Wi-Fi is bad.
You're good.
Like, do you know what I mean? I can't hear you, and then I
You're
think you're
good.
done
You're
talking.
fine. Yeah, go ahead.
So you guys are saying that like an obviously out of this world moon is not there. It's not real. It's actually in the orbit.
You're putting words in our mouth. At what point can you give me a timestamp in the live stream where I can go back and where I said that it's non-existent? I told you, look up, it's there. There's this thing and we call it the moon. Great. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying what you're saying, which is, look at the moon, there's a force, voila.
Well, you're
That's
also
not how that
mocking it by putting rainbows, fairy dust, and unicorns in it.
It's to help you understand how crazy it sounds, because I don't. The unicorn's crazy rainbow thing sounds crazy, and so does telling me to look at the moon and voila, there's a force. That's just as crazy as unicorns and rainbows.
It's
The
not
whole
even a
point
real
is that it's
claim.
just as valid. Fairy
Cheddar,
dust
it's
is
not
just
even a
as valid
claim.
as gravity.
Cheddar, do you understand how to make a logical argument and then back it up with your evidence? Have you ever done this before? Because I know you were here last week and went through this whole thing where you keep coming with these claims, but you never back them up. See, that's what we're
Do you want me
telling
to
you.
back up the?
Yes. If you're going to claim something, when you come to this server, you better back it up. Or you're just here to learn or you're not allowed to argue because you have no argument. You just keep saying it is because this is what I've been told and I believe it. So you all better believe it. And you must be stupid or think it's not there. See, your attitude is one of intellectual dishonesty. And it's apparent that you're very young and that you think all adults are kind of dumb, especially us that are flat earthers. It comes off. I mean, I can tell that that's the attitude. And I understand it. I'm in the age, I have a kid myself. I know. But you need to quit making those assumptions to deal with something honest. If we ask you to prove a claim, you must provide the evidence of how that is proven. You must go do it yourself and not just say, well, you see the moon, and so you should know there's gravity doing that. How do we know that there's gravity doing that? How do you know that there's something not something else doing it, that it doesn't work the way that you were told? You don't know.
In our mouth. None of us at any point said that the moon doesn't exist or that it's not there. None of us ever said that. So don't put words in people's mouths. Just listen to what we're saying. And if you don't know something, just say that. If you can't explain something, just say, I don't know, and I'll look into it. It's not that difficult, rather than making things up that we've said and making things up that you don't know how to talk about.
Really is okay to be your age. You're not going to know how to do all these arguments unless you've studied them and actually listen to adults for a while how we go about this. We have a very, very, very specific way we go about making arguments that aren't fallacy. You need to go study what a fallacy is. I doubt you've ever studied philosophy or logic.
So we're glad to have you here. And if you want to ask questions and have a discussion, then that's cool. That's one thing that's totally different from trying to defend something or claiming that, claiming that something is without anything to back it up. So maybe just, make sure that your approach is not that you're making claims or like Bambi said, putting words in people's mouth, because you did do that many times. So just keep it within that context. And if you have questions, ask, look at the information and go over it. But like for now, I think we could move on to maybe MP if you guys want to.
I still have a question.
Okay, well, go ahead with your question.
Do you guys think that Australia exists?
Did you know who the rules, dude?
No, of course
Really?
not. Australia
No.
doesn't exist.
No.
We're just pretenders.
We've got Australians here. Didn't you hear that the whole time? Come on.
Let me just explain what's wrong with the first place, all right? Have you heard of Flat Earth Society? You probably should have heard this in your check-in anyway, but I'll repeat it for you. Have you heard of the Flat Earth Society?
Yeah.
So those people are not flat earthers. It's basically what's called a controlled opposition. It was made to deter people from ever looking into flat earth. There's a Facebook page, there's a Twitter, there's loads of things that are called Flat Earth Society. Barack Obama used it in a speech to describe all flat earthers. These people say things like, Australia doesn't exist. We're accelerating upwards through space and time, and that's what gravity is. We're a pancake. They say things like that. So then people like yourself will look at it and go, what the fuck? Flat earthers are stupid. They think Australia doesn't exist. They think we're a pancake. They think that we're accelerating upwards. No. It's put in place so you are deterred from ever looking into actual flat earth. You'll never get a real flat earther saying Australia doesn't exist. You'll never get one saying we're accelerating upwards. You'll never get one calling it a pancake. We're not the Flat Earth Society. Australia exists. Becky is one of our female flat earthers, and she's definitely Australian, and she lives there. She knows it exists, and so do we. But they make this thing.
Yeah, and the funniest thing.
Tell you. Sorry.
Yeah, lovely to hear you, Bambi. I hope you're doing well, sweetie. Just to reiterate that, Australia is the flattest inhabited continent in the world. So why anyone would have come up with that troll is beyond me to put it into flat Earth.
I also have like some other questions. If you guys don't have like a specific model, do you think it's just like a flying disc through space?
You don't have a model.
Don't need a model to have that. What are you talking about? See, you think reality needs a model. You don't need a model for reality. You can test reality. A model is just to help your brain. Did you go up and look and see what I posted about what models are and how many different types there are and all the different kinds of things that they only play an important role in science, but they don't prove a thing?
Yeah, can we move on? Because he's just trolling now. He's been.
Yeah. Now, please, Cheddar. I'm going to post something about logical fallacies, and it's even probably right up your alley because it's based on Star Trek cartoon. Yeah, Star Trek. Why don't you go through those videos and learn those before you come back so that you have a better grasp how to make a proper argument?
Yes.
Yeah, before
I
we
do
move
want
on,
us to get to MP Door at some point.
Yeah, just before you move on, we're obviously going to move on to the next person, but I highly suggest you go to the bottom of the server and look through the A to Z. There's everything you need to know from flat earthers. No exterior source, no, it could be someone else making it up to make us look stupid. The stuff that we post in there is from flat earthers and it is all correct. So get your information from there, from people who are flat earthers and providing it, not from the internet when you just type it in. Because the first thing that comes up is anti-flat earth stuff to deter you. So if you want to look at the moon, we have a whole tab for that. Laser tests, proof of flat earth, gravity, everything's in there. And you can do your own research rather than finding propaganda crap. That's all.
Well, do you guys like Frisbee Earth?
No, so I'm going to mute you now and kind of move on to the next person,
Bye,
okay?
Cheddar.
Thanks, Cheddar.
Well, you are a more mature young man. That's very mature to keep doing that.
Hello there.
Hello.
Yeah, for those who don't know me, you may call me MP. I've talked with Crit these last few days. He's told me to come in here I'm looking for some insight into some things, right? I don't want to go into this conversation with any thoughts of opposition, right? I heard you mention something about an experiment with salt and eggs, was it? Could you explain that a bit further?
Yep,
So
Deborah mentioned that.
Yeah, I brought that up. There was an experiment done that disproves mass attracts mass. And if you simply just take a cup of water, you put an egg in it and it drops to the bottom, if you add enough salt, that egg will rise away from the salt, disproving mass attracts mass.
Interesting.
Simple experiment you can do in your kitchen.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you use that as an argument against what was it? Just mass against mass. Mass attracts mass.
Mass attracts mass.
All right. So okay, just cleared that up. Thank you for explaining that.
Sure.
Could you guys sort of explain you guys' positions on what you do know, right? Or like what you, because like I hear lots of arguments coming from flat earthers that attempt to disprove, right? Is there anything that you guys can prove about anything? Just for some insight, right?
Is there anything that you can prove?
Claim. We don't have the positive claim. You have the positive
All right.
claim. So all we have to do is falsify your claim. That's it.
So we can
Okay.
look at nature and take it, the way it presents itself, objective reality. That you don't see any curvature. It presents yourself as flat and level. You don't feel any movement, so it's presenting itself as stationary. And we have, gas pressure. It is the air that we breathe is pressurized gas, and therefore we need a container because that's what's required to have gas pressure. So anything that's being claimed outside of those parameters needs to be verified.
Interesting. Okay. That's cool. That's nice to know. Yeah. Cool. So I guess at this point, I just you guys would just be looking for me to offer something for you to dismantle, right? Because that's what flat Earth is really about, right? Disproving, or just clarifying.
How do you see the Earth? How do you see the Earth? If we're talking about the Earth, right? We're talking about the nature of the Earth. That's the discussion, right? So we all observe the Earth and experience the Earth in the same manner. And can you explain how you experience and observe the Earth?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So I am a global Earth person. I was raised through standard public education, right? So I do think the Earth is round, and
What makes
I had
you think that?
Right. So there's a couple of things that I had that sort of support my beliefs, but I'll just mention one. right? This will be the idea that that you can be in a plane, right? Travel a certain distance north, take 90 degrees, go that direction, the same amount of distance, right? And take one more 90-degree turn, and then end up in the same spot. So that's just the basis, one of the arguments that I'd say for a round surface, right? Making two right angles, ending up in the same spot, right?
Okay, I'm not trying to be rude. I just want to like stop you for a second so that you don't waste your breath.
All right.
So what you're talking about is an observation, right? And I'm going to also post something that shows that it can be done on a flat level Earth as well. So you have north in the center, and you can if you use north as in the center with your compass, and that's what you're using to guide yourself around, then you can still go around on a flat surface. But the reason I want to stop you is because if you're going to determine the nature of the Earth, like if you're going to determine whether or not it's got any sphericity to it, how would you do that? You would measure it. So
Yeah.
do you have any measurement of curvature?
Right. Essentially, that was a test to measure. But which channel did you say you posted it in, or would you do it later, or DM it to
In
me?
the live stream voice text.
Livestream voice text. Let me look. It must
I'll
be at the
tag you
bottom.
in it.
Just above this room.
I see. I'm in it. Yeah. I just don't see where it's at. I see.
Here, I'll post it again.
All right. Okay. There it is. Thank you.
Yes,
Interesting. Okay.
there's a demonstration where it can happen, with it doesn't prove anything, right? So if you're going to determine whether the Earth is a sphere or whether it's flat and level, then you would need to measure it. So we all experience it and observe it to be flat and levels. If you are saying that it's anything other than that, do you have a measurement?
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Cool. That's a nice point to make. I do see that. Yeah. I don't have any further comment on that, but I do have another question, if you don't mind.
Shoot from the hip, dude.
So, do you guys recognize or acknowledge the spherical geometry of the moon? Just to see where you guys stand.
It's a light in the sky. We see it. It appears to us as being round, and Flatman can beat me to it. That's a really good. Are you seeing that one where it says this is reality?
I don't know exactly what you're referring
So-
to. I'm just
so the
curious
way-
whether what type of do we know any geometry that the moon would be?
Well, so the way that something appears observably to us optically, right, doesn't necessarily mean that is the actual reality of it. So the only way to determine that is to measure it.
All right. All right.
May I interject?
Go for
Mm-hmm.
it.
Does the moon spin?
I'm unsure at the moment. I don't have any direct answers to that.
So we
But
know that the moon does not spin.
Okay.
We know that it's the only light in the sky that appears to not spin. We
Right,
also
okay.
know that if you were to shine a flashlight on a basketball, that the center of the basketball would be lighter than the edges. We don't
Okay.
find that to be the fact with the moon. The edges are just as bright as the center of the moon. So if it is spherical, then the edges would be less dim than the center of it. So if it's
All right.
reflecting, if it's reflecting light from the sun, then the edges would be a lot less bright on a full moon than the center of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm more commenting on the geometry of it rather than its movement, right? But I would be curious. So you guys, I saw a comment in the chat here.
Yeah, I don't even
I-
know if we should let him really get into this because
It doesn't
this is
help
the same
prove
dude-
that the Earth is round, right?
Yeah, dude,
Just
I'm
because.
like a bounty hunter for buttholes. Okay, I think because how you're talking, it's just so condescending, and I can't take it anymore. I just left the gym because I can't take it.
I
So why don't
apologize
we
if it's coming off
Why
like
don't
that.
we? Yeah, you of course you do. So why don't we
Come
ask
on.
him the three? Why don't we ask him the three questions because he seems pretty confident in himself, and I just wonder if he can answer them before he
All right.
obfuscates to talk about
I'm open
the
to
moon's
questions.
geometry. Okay, first question, and then the other ladies can handle the second two questions. When, who, and how Did they measure the curvature of the Earth?
Whoa, what was that?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't
So
know.
when, who, and how you can measure the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
All right. So I
Was it
can't say
initially done? Because they had to do it before they
initially.
went to. Yeah, they had to do it before they could go to space. They had to know the size of the Earth.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how could so how so
So when,
basically
who, and
how?
how measured the curvature of the Earth?
All right. I don't know the who and when because I don't study this. This is just the casual discussion I've come across recently.
Okay.
But I can mention how, right? So if you have a circle, right? Let's say we're taking a bisector of a sphere, just representing the Earth, whether it is or isn't. You can take a line sector from the circumference, right, and measure it against the radius. I mean against the radius, yes, to find the exact circumference around the Earth, and from that you can decipher its size.
Where did the radius come from?
You could also do it with theta, right? The angle as well. It's just
Answer her question. Where did the
oh,
radius come from?
no, you don't have the radius, but you can do the same thing by rearranging to
But you
have
just said
theta.
you needed the radius to get your circumference. So where did the radius come from?
I apologize for using radius. That was my fault. But you can do it with the angle that you use it from. If you take just to find the circumference of a circle with the sector, a line sector, and the angle that it is in the center, you can find the radius, therefore finding diameter, and then you can find the full circumference from that.
So again, we reiterated that they had to have done this before they went to space. They had to know how much fuel to take with them when they went to the moon, etc. So
Right.
how was this done? You're just giving me a hypothetical.
Right. So the only way you could do this.
You're giving me a hypothetical. I need to know this. If this is true, the Earth is curving. They give us a radius. They give us a circumference of 25,000 miles. Whoever's yelling, shut the fuck up. They needed to have done that. So please provide how that was done. Without a measurement, you have a belief. So don't give me a hypothetical. Tell me how and who and when it was done. And if you don't know, just say I don't know, and we'll go on to the next question.
I'm okay to saying I don't know, but that's not
Okay,
this.
next
I do.
question.
No, I didn't admit that I don't know. A way you can make this not theoretical, which is what they did.
You just said you didn't know. Hold on. You just said you didn't know. You said you misused the term radius and you still didn't have an answer. So
No, I
are you
do
going to
have
be
an
able
answer.
to? No, hold on. Are you going to be able to have like an intellectually honest conversation with us?
That's what I'm having.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so you just said you don't know, and then she says next question, and then you spiral. So what were you spiraling about?
I didn't say I don't know about anything specific.
You did.
You did. You literally did.
And what you're offering is just a hypothetical of what you think could have been done, not what was actually done. Which you're
Listen,
missing
I
the point
can
of the
answer
question.
your question as long as you let me explain it. Yes? Will you let me speak about it?
Explain how it was done, not how you think
Okay.
how it
No,
actually
no.
was done.
How it was done. The only way.
Who did it? And who did it?
Listen, I won't know who did it because this is not my subject, but I do know mathematics, and the way to make this not theoretical, which it was done, you can take a measurement across the length of a state, right, and use that as your basis of the sector. That is a way to make it not theoretical. That's the way it was done.
So you're
Does that
measuring
answer your question?
You're measuring the length of a state.
You could do that, yes. Make sure it's a direct line. That's very possible.
Of land has topography, that has mountains and valleys. So you're using a surface that's not level, that has total anomalies and all hills and valleys and buildings and lumps and bumps to try to understand the shape of the Earth. No,
how else would you do it?
You would need to use something that seeks its level, like water or frozen water.
So you did that over the Bering Strait.
To actually know, there's tons of tests that have been done to debunk curvature, but if you actually wanted to know if the Earth is curving, you need to use something that's flat.
All right. I don't want to get stuck up on this single question, right? But that's the best answer I can provide.
Let's have Redford Bear do question number 2 because this guy doesn't actually know what was done.
Mrs. Musk,
Right,
may I ask
exactly.
a question?
Please don't discredit what I say. You know it's not true.
What? Hang on here. Okay, because like Kai said, sorry, Mrs. Musk said that basically you're just assuming, right? You said I know mathematics, so this is how, right? So, but
No.
you're not answering. But did you not say that? Are you denying something else that you clearly said? Like, am I?
I'm not. I apologize for interrupting. I'm not assuming anything.
She asked you for someone who measured curvature, and you won't say that you don't know, but you can't.
Oh, I will say that I don't know. I don't know a lot of things for sure.
Okay, so you said you didn't know. I said you said you didn't know, and then you said no, I didn't
Listen,
say that, and now
listen.
you've said it again.
Do you know or do you not know?
Listen to me.
Say it now.
Hey.
Not listening. I just muted him. muted him.
Thanks.
The next thing is Redford Bear. Hey, girl.
Hey, how's it going? It's good to hear you. It's been a while.
Good to see you. I think you should do question number 2. I can't stand this guy.
Oh, I know.
Let's see if he'll be honest for question number 2.
Let's try. We can hope. We just always hope for the best. Okay.
Yeah.
So since we can basically say you don't know how curvature has been measured, let's get to the second question. So how has the Earth been detected to be spinning on its own axis? So axial rotation. How have they measured this? And again, names and how they did it.
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm just
okay,
listening because I'm polite and civil, right? Unlike you guys.
No,
It's
I
all
was
right.
looking for you. It's my bad. I didn't see you.
Okay. Really? Is that how this is?
Crimea River, JT.
Is this how this goes? So you don't
No,
like
no.
how the conversation?
Could you
No,
repeat the question, please?
I'm talking actually.
I
So you
apologize.
didn't like how the conversation's going. So now you're starting to sling insults. Like that's not very good for your character, right?
How could a person not like ad hominems? Right? It's only natural to dislike when someone attacks personally, right? But it's all right. What's the second question again?
Well, you're the one attacking
What
personally.
personal attack was there?
I don't
The
know.
one that he made on us. But anyways, okay.
No.
So we'll get.
Okay, just get to the second question. I'm listening.
Okay, you'll listen this time. Okay.
Oh no,
So
I'm
how
listening
has-
always.
Okay. So I'll repeat the question for you.
Mhm.
How has it actually been detected to be spinning on its own axis, which is axial rotation? So again, if you can provide how they've determined this and who has determined this, that would be great. And if you don't know, that's okay too. Just be honest.
All right. So the only way to measure whether the thing you're on is spinning in any sort of direction is by looking to the outside at a constant, right? So you'd have to look at something constant like the sun, which doesn't have a orbit. But you'd have to prove that the sun has an orbit, and I don't have an answer for that. That's my response to the second question.
So then you don't know.
I know that we can observe the sun, and it's a constant, and we know our orbit and rotation based on the sun.
Okay, but how you just said you'd have to determine that it's actually orbiting, and you don't know how that has been done. So then that would mean that you don't know, because me staring at the sun, I observe that the sun moves. That doesn't mean that I move. That means that the sun observes to be moving. Do you disagree with that?
She didn't ask for
Right.
observation. She asked for a measurement of axial rotation.
Right. We can provide a measurement of axial rotation based on the sun, which is a constant.
This.
Okay, but this is an observation. This is not a measurement. Do you know the difference between an observation and a measurement?
You make measurements based off of observations. You observe the sun, you make measurements, you find the axis rotation.
How did you measure the distance?
That's
to the
an
sun?
assumption. You're assuming that the sun is not moving.
That's the best answer I could provide with you. If you don't want to accept it, we can move on to the next question.
Yes, so then we basically have come down to the same thing as the first question, that you don't know. And that's okay, right? You're just trying
It's
to find
okay
an
for me to not know, but no. It's okay for me to not know. I do understand that, but I have provided a significant answer to that question.
It's an invalid answer.
But staring at the sun does not tell me the measurement of, or the fact that the Earth is spinning. That's not how you measure something, right?
You can measure time and how often you see the sun and where the positions are at, and you can measure consistency of rotation. That's just how it goes.
But that's begging the question. That's
What
a
question?
fallacy.
What fallacy
You're begging the
specifically?
question. You're assuming that we're moving and the sun is not. That's begging the question.
You're right. I'm assuming that the sun is not moving and we are moving. And just as a casual learner, I cannot prove that to you at the moment. But just based off of that assumption, that's the way we would know, and that's my answer.
So then
Exactly,
you don't
based on
you
assumption.
don't know. Yeah, so it's an
We
assumption.
should
There's
move
no
on.
actual measurement though. But we can't until you admit that you don't know, because
Based on
then
the previous question, you've shown that you can move on.
well, no, because you said you didn't know. You admittedly said it twice, if I recall correctly, that you denied both times, but
I'll tell you that I did not, and we can move on if you want.
okay,
What's
so
the third question?
no. We're not done with the second one. So you admit that you don't know how it has actually been measured to be detected to be spinning. Not by you looking at the sun, how has it actually been measured and detected?
No. You don't just look at the sun. You look at the sun, you base it off of measurements and time, and from that you derive a rotation and a speed too.
But the sun, I look at the sun moves. I don't feel like I'm moving. I'm observing that the sun moves. So I'm trying
So
to
if you-
determine, but
All
wait,
right.
hold on. So if
I'm sorry,
if I'm
yes,
on
you
the
go.
earth and you're telling me that it's spinning, right? Shouldn't I figure out some way to determine that the earth that I'm standing on? Why am I looking up at the sun, the sky, to determine what I'm standing on is spinning or not?
So you guys are saying that you believe that the sun has an orbit, yes?
Listen, this is what we're saying. We're asking you for a measurement of axial rotation. Either you have a measurement or you know where someone has measured it, or you don't. An observation of the sun and making an inference and assumptions and begging the question is not a measurement. So if you
Right.
have, we either need a measurement or just concede that you don't have one.
All right, so you guys do acknowledge that in order to measure something, you need to observe it first, yes? You observe
Dan,
the sun.
You're still
You
not
measure
answering
the sun.
original. Listen, you didn't
That's still
answer
begging
the
the question.
original two questions. Were both asked specifically for you to provide where it has already been done that you're basing all this off. We're not asking for how you think it was done. We're asking you to provide who has actually done it.
Well, listen, if you're asking me when or who,
When
I
and
don't
who,
know.
and that's what
Okay,
we
well,
asked, and then that's why we
Listen,
wanted you to
We can
ask.
go
no.
on. We can
Listen,
go on
you're
to
not
the third question now, because he's
Oh, no.
admitted that he doesn't know. So now
I
you're
don't know who or when. I
And we're
do
not
know how.
asking you for more. We are not asking for your way of how. We're asking you for theirs. The specific
No, it's
question.
not
it's
specific.
okay. He's
Sorry.
conceded. He's conceded already. It's okay.
I know, but he doesn't
move
seem to
on.
understand. The pertinent
okay.
question is somebody is asking you to tell us who did, how they did it, not how you think it was done from your own supposition and your own base of knowledge. We're asking
he
you
said he
who
didn't
has
know.
actually
He
confirmed
said
it.
he didn't know,
That should
so
be the end of the
it's okay.
question, though. That should be the end of your answer. We're not asking you to explain how you would do it yet. You can do that later. These questions are made specifically to find out where you're at. Okay.
Right. He said he didn't
It's
know.
not an listen. It's not an explanation. It's not an explanation belonging to a person, a being, me or someone else. No, it is the explanation because it is mathematics. It's
No,
an
you
objective
admitted
science
you
based
didn't
off
know how you
measurements,
did
which are
it.
based off of observation as well.
You admitted you
With
didn't know how
presupposition.
they did
Listen,
it. and the
all I have
question was
admitted
about
to
that.
not know as a casual. No. Listen,
It's
the
not
only
about
things
this.
I have.
It's
Can
not
you?
about
Hey,
listening.
no. You're interrupting me. Come on, let me speak. Right? Adult conversations. The only things I have admitted to not knowing is when and who, because I am not a person familiar of history, is specific into these astrophysics. Right? The only thing I can provide is how, not belonging to a person, just the way through mathematical knowledge.
Okay.
But that mathematical knowledge would still be based on a presupposition per your own admission.
Right. So my question to you guys believe that the sun has an orbit, right? Do you guys have any claims about the sun's rotation?
We're not making any claims.
Okay, hold on, stop. We got to stop because now it's derailing. He's conceded.
No. It's
but
100% on topic. There's no tangents.
Yeah,
The
because
purpose,
we're not
the
done
purpose
with.
of the 3 points is to establish your honesty, right? And all she wanted to know is if you have knowledge of, or if you have any evidence where someone has actually measured axial rotation. So once you concede that you don't know and that you don't have that, then it's time for her to move on to the next question to establish your level of honesty with that question. And then we can go on to further discussions of what your beliefs are, because we're establishing whether or not you have evidence or whether or not it is a belief. right? And how honest that you're going to be about whether or not you have a
Right.
belief.
Right. So I'm as honest as I can be, and you asked me how I'd know that the Earth is rotating on an
No,
axis.
hang on
No,
one second.
that wasn't
Hang
the
on one
question.
second. Hang on. She asked you
It
if
was-
you had. Hang on just a second. Listen, she asked you if you had measurement of axial rotation, right? She didn't ask you how. If you want to go on and explain that, that is a discussion for, after the 3 points. So you conceded that you didn't have a measurement for axial rotation. So now let her move on to, she's going to move on to the next question.
Oh no, I've expressed that you're able to move on whenever you feel, because I have answered the
No,
question
we're
sufficiently.
just trying to establish whether or not you're going to be honest, whether or not you have a belief, or whether or not you actually have evidence for and measurements for curvature, axial rotation, and then now, and you said that you didn't, right? You didn't have any evidence where someone has actually performed these measurements. So right here is where we
Right.
need to move on to the next question. After that, then we can go into the discussion. So Rayford Bear can continue with the next question.
Right. So your statement was 100% true right there. I don't know who or when, and if you ask for specifics, I can't provide. But I do know.
Okay,
I do know the
That's all we
theoretics of it.
wanted.
Yeah, we
Stop.
can
That's
move on
all
to
we
the
wanted.
further.
All right, move on. Move on to the next one. It's okay. What's your third question?
All right. Okay.
I'm here for insight.
So,
Yes. I'm more wanting to ask you guys some
okay,
All right,
then
well,
can you
questions, right?
just
Because I'm
stop
curious
talking
of what your
so I
beliefs
can
are.
get on to the third question then, and we can get done with this, and then you can ask all your
Right.
questions.
I'm not stopping you from asking.
Okay. So the last question is, if the vacuum of space is in fact a medium that they tell us that, like it is, that we can travel to it, how can we, as a pressurized system, exist next to a near perfect vacuum without containment?
Okay. Interesting. Yes. So a prerequisite to this, I need to know if you guys believe we've recreated a vacuum on Earth, because my answer will include something along the lines of that.
No,
You
just
guys?
answer the question. Just answer the question. This is to get based on what you know. So you don't have to have us answer and influence your answer. Just answer the question.
All right. Well, okay. I just want to mention that the last question you did, but I'll answer this question to the full extent without asking you something if you request that. So yes, you can survive the vacuum of space with something that is pressurized as simulated on Earth, because we've recreated vacuums and we've been able to test that in person. You can actually go visit them at multiple space stations, right? So if you want to know the details of it, you can create your own pressurized system in the same way that the Earth is pressurized, right? You do acknowledge that the Earth is pressurized, yes?
Next to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container.
This has been replicated, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's see
They've
it.
done this in
Yeah,
multiple
this
places.
is amazing. Where?
Show.
Yes, please provide
Nobel
evidence.
Prize.
Right, so these are specifics. If you give me, let's say, half an hour, I could pull up a space station that does have this, and I could provide answers for you.
No,
But
we didn't ask you for a space station, which
Look,
is
if you're
again a
no,
violation
they
of
have it in the
okay,
space
wait,
station.
stop.
You're interrupting me here.
Yeah,
We asked
but
for on Earth first, and the question is again, how do you get a vacuum against a
what?
Pressurized gas.
Sorry, I dropped.
Pressurized. Can you demonstrate? Is this demonstration that you're going to show? Is it going to show and demonstrate pressurized gas next to, adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container?
It's going to be a replication of space, yes, to the nearest degree that us as humans can possibly.
Well, you need to drum this up. You need to drum it up if it's going to demonstrate gas pressure next to near perfect vacuum without a container, because that's what we need. Because if you do, then you will get a Nobel Prize for and get put in the Guinness Book of World Records for showing a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Again, I answered you guys' question here, and I'm willing to provide specifics, right? But I don't go walking around with this stuff on the top of my head, right?
Well, okay, then you can go ahead and find it, drum it up, and we'll
All
wait.
right. Yes.
Go on to
Perfect.
someone else while you find it.
MP, so
All
if
good.
this is possible, for a vacuum to exist right next to pressurized air without a container,
Just on Earth,
then you
yes.
should be able to give us something that we can do ourselves and you yourself to show this on Earth, not in a space station. Some experiment on Earth that we can do to see how that is physically possible.
All right. All right.
Without a container.
Yeah, without a container.
Well,
Because
how
that's
could you
the
have a
claim.
vacuum without a container, right? That's
Well,
the
that
whole
is
base.
Bingo.
that
Here
is
we
what
go.
the
This is what the question is, right? How is it
that is
possible?
yeah,
Right? Yeah.
that's exactly what the globe model claims. It claims that we pressurized air system on the Earth is right next to a vacuum of space without a container in this open system. So that's why we're asking you if you can please bring us something down here on Earth where we can demonstrate this to our, because how is this possible?
Are you attempting to say what do you mean exactly? Could you
So the
explain?
globe model, your heliocentric globe model, claims that there's a vacuum of space. If you look up, there's this infinite vacuum of space, and it's open. If you fly up, you're gonna reach this vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the air that we have here is pressurized. We know that because we can breathe, right? We have air pressure here. So what we want to know is how can you have positive air pressure like we have here that's next to a vacuum without a container? In other words, how can the two exist next to each other without something holding the pressure in? So if you have like a Coke can, soda can, right? It's pressurized on the inside, right?
Yeah.
So what happens when you open it?
It goes outward, right? So are you guys attempting to say that why isn't the Earth going why isn't the atmosphere just going out into space,
Why?
being sucked into a vacuum?
Yes. How can
Yeah,
you have
why
gas
can
pressure
we?
without containment? Sorry.
All right. So
Yeah.
so you guys are curious why the Earth isn't
We're
acting as if it
We're
were
not
pressurized.
curious.
we're
We're not
testing their
curious.
claims. They're making these claims, and we want to know if it's if you're claiming, if you're agreeing with the heliocentric model, that's what you're claiming. So if you're claiming that, it violates the second law. You need to demonstrate that it's even possible, because what they claim is not possible. It goes against reality.
Right. This
Objective
goes
reality.
back. This goes back to what I asked in the first place, was the egg, right? So the reason why the Earth is able to be inside the vacuum of space like this while acting as it is, how we say it is acting, right? Is because mass attracts mass, and that just goes back to what I asked in the first place, right?
Oh, so you
Right,
didn't
which I
listen to
showed that
what
the
you didn't
experiment
listen to
violated
what the
it.
little kid read. You didn't listen to what Cheddar read.
No, I came in after Cheddar. Crit invited me like right as you were leaving. Yeah.
Yeah, mass attracting mass is dead. It's been replaced by Einsteinian gravity.
All right. So do you mind if we talk about that a bit?
Well,
No.
the demonstration
We're
for
dealing with your
gas pressure,
demonstration.
yeah, we need that validated.
You made a
It just-
claim.
yeah.
Validate
The only answer I could provide with that is I'll have to look for an instance that's happened on Earth, but that can't happen outside of a container. That's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly our point.
Yeah, that's the
Well,
thing.
that's
That's the
what-
thing, right?
our
So then you
point.
can concede then that you need gas pressure needs containment, right? That's what you just
Yes.
said.
Gas pressure
Right.
needs
Okay.
containment.
So yes, exactly. Welcome.
Welcome to Flat
No,
Earth.
I hear where you guys are coming from. I do. But the reason why Earth can exist without a container is because mass attracts mass, right?
But
You're wrong.
Mrs. Mux just told you.
And you're thinking
Demonstrate
it's because of gravity. You're thinking it's because of gravity. And also,
No,
there's
just that mass attracts mass. I don't claim to know anything about gravity.
Stop talking over her.
Yeah, mass
Sorry.
attracting mass is supposedly Newtonian gravity. Two problems with that. One, gravity doesn't affect gases. And two, Newtonian gravity was replaced by Einsteinian gravity. So which angle do you want to take? Which angle do you want? We can go path A or path B. We can talk about how gravity doesn't affect gas. Or we can
Yes,
talk
that
about
one.
the Okay, all right, let's go. Perfect. Okay, so show me an example, testable, repeatable, demonstratable example of gravity affecting gas. Go.
Our atmosphere.
Nope, not the thing. You can't use the thing in question
Making the
to
question.
prove the thing in question. Yes, thank you. Yep.
All right. Do you guys acknowledge that the liquid is just more dense gas?
Why are you talking about liquid when I'm
Because
talking about gas?
no,
They're
the
separate.
reason
They're
why I'm talking about liquid, you're interrupting me. Please let me
Oh,
speak.
yeah, I'm going to interrupt you all day long. They're
All right,
separate.
do as you wish.
They're separate.
Just know it's
So
unfair
let's
and it's
talk
ad
about-
hominem. But
Well, you're in
go.
our house. You came to our house.
I know. That's why I'm letting you interrupt me, right? You can be a bully if you want to.
Interruption is not an ad hominem.
Yeah,
No, you can be a bully if you want to, right? If you want to interrupt me, won't let me interrupt you. It's okay.
Goodbye.
You got to take
Let's
your
move
shoes
on.
off. You got
I'll move on from it. It's okay.
Yeah, you
I already
gotta
did take
your
my shoes off. I already
when you
did.
go to, and you can't jump on my bed in my house. Sorry, that's only for me because it's my bed. So
All right, be
anyway,
a bully if you want to. I'm not saying anything
I'm not being
against
a
it.
bully. I'm not being a bully. I'm just not letting you be a bully here. Okay. So let's talk about gravity
No.
affecting
Okay.
gases. Yeah, you actually wanted to go this route, so we're going this route. So show me an example of gravity affecting gas. Please do not talk about liquids. We're talking about gases.
Right. So we're in a gas right now. If you won't accept an answer in an environment that doesn't have a gas, we have to go to a liquid because a liquid is a more dense gas. So do you acknowledge that a liquid is a more dense gas?
They are separate molecularly. I'm talking about gases, not about liquids.
All right. We can't have productive conversation. I mean,
Yeah,
No, you're not
thank you
willing
for your
to
time.
answer the specific question. She gave you a very specific limitation, and you want to go all over outside it. You're the one that's here not being specific.
Listen, I want to go. I'm trying to play by your rules here, right?
Okay, well,
No, you're
hold
not.
on just
Yes, I am.
You just made a claim that liquids and gases were the same. They're different states
No.
of matter.
They're not the same. It's a more dense version than it. It's not the same.
More advanced version.
We're not talking about
There's
the liquid state
different.
of matter.
There's different molecular structure. It's more dense.
We're not talking about the liquid state of matter. We're talking about how the gaseous states of matter behave.
Because
They behave
Exactly.
differently.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You made the claim that the reason that the gases here don't fill the vacuum of space is because of mass attracting mass, aka gravity. So you are saying
Well,
that
I
the
wouldn't say
reason-
gravity.
You're saying that's what mass attracting mass is.
No, we don't know
describing.
everything about gravity. That's. I won't admit
Yes.
to thinking gravity
So
is gravity, but
you're-
mass does attract mass.
No, it's been replaced by Newtonian or
Demonstrate
Einsteinian
it.
gravity. Yeah, yes. Demonstrate it, please.
Anyways, I'm just trying to say, if you want me to prove that gas is affected by gravity, it has to be in a non-gas environment, right? So
We're
if you
not
don't want to
talking
do
about
that,
then gas wouldn't be affected by it, then, right? Because we're saying gas.
because you
is not
can't
liquid.
prove it,
So-
because you won't play by any sort of rules.
But
The
gas
rules
is
for
not.
the
What are you?
gas
How about the rules of natural law?
You're
Listen.
talking about the Earth environment, man, and you are trying to go off on something else that doesn't.
No,
really
there's no
pertain to
tangents.
what
It's
we're
100% on topic.
Stop.
Well, let's
stop.
follow the
You're
rules of
only
natural law.
talking to me, and I was talking. Stop that.
Sorry.
Listen, we were talking about gas, and you want to go into a liquid. We are talking about the Earth environment, the atmosphere that you guys claim.
All right,
Dick,
so you'll
your
only.
point.
Sorry.
You cannot use a liquid in this case when we are talking specifically about Earth atmosphere. Gas.
All right, so I can't use a liquid, and I can't go outside a gas environment. What do you want?
No.
Why
You
would you
have
want
to
to
use
use the
what you
liquid
can
to
use
demonstrate?
here.
Why would you want to use the liquid to demonstrate how gas behaves when you know they're different
Okay.
states of matter and they behave differently?
The only reason I'd want to use a liquid is because I need there needs to be an environment that isn't what you're testing.
Because you need to use something that's going to behave the way you want it to reify your belief.
Yeah, he's trying to say that that gravity affects gases. So we have the ingredients you need right here on Earth.
So-
we have gravity supposedly.
Plus, you're
and we
using
have
a
gas.
100-year-old theory that is no longer in use. It hasn't been used for quite some time. It's outdated by 100 years.
Let's go. So gravity.
If I
is
could
keeping
prove-
the gases, gravity is keeping the gases here with us. Gravity is hugging the gases so they don't leave into the vacuum. Okay, answer this simple question. Why is your smoke detector on your ceiling?
All right, so this has to deal with density, right? The density of a material decides whether it will sink or float, right?
Okay.
The material's
So it's
denser
not
or
gravity,
heavier than
it's
a
density.
liquid will sink in it, right? Even
Okay. So
a
it's not
liquid that is
gravity.
denser than another will sink. For example, eggs float when in salt water because the egg is less dense than the salt water.
Okay.
So it's not gravity, it's density.
Yeah, it's not gravity.
Exactly.
So you're
Yes.
saying okay, I want to kind of see where we take this, because so you're saying if air gets hotter, or if air is higher temperature than the surrounding air, it will rise, kind of defying gravity. But according to you, not really. It will rise though, right?
Heat affects density. Yes.
Okay, great. So what about that good old thermosphere up there?
What's the
All the way up.
thermosphere?
The thermosphere is the second to last layer of the atmosphere. Now,
Right.
why is it? And so then the thermosphere, then the exosphere. Okay, the exosphere actually has a lower temperature than the thermosphere, which doesn't work because the heat of the thermosphere should rise. And then because you've just admitted that temperature can kind of supersede gravity, then the idea that
Facilitate.
the idea that we have this hot layer of the thermosphere just chilling, it's been able to rise all the way up to the top and chill in the thermosphere. And now you're trying to say that heat actually cares about gravity, that it won't go, when you just agreed that heat can and temperature can surpass gravity. So we shouldn't have a thermosphere because the thermosphere is hotter than or higher temperature than the exosphere. And so the exosphere should go into the vacuum of space, and then the thermosphere will go because, again, you admitted higher temperature gas defies gravity essentially, or surpasses gravity. So the thermosphere will then fill the vacuum of space. Then the next layer will become the thermosphere, and that will fill the vacuum of space, and domino effect, we would have no gas.
All right, good inquiry. I have 2 points to make on that comment, yes. The first is that cold does not directly imply it facilitates, right? So you can have a solid brick that is inside liquid nitrogen, or actually you could heat it up. You could have a solid brick that is heated up with lava, right? And it will still be more dense than something colder than it.
But now you're talking about solids. You're not talking about. You're talking.
Right. So my first point is just saying that.
I just wanted to
No, my
show
first
you
point is
that
just saying. My first point is just saying that something cold does not directly imply how dense it is. It facilitates it. But my second point is also to say, just because something is more hot on the outside, mass attracts mass. There's no more mass out there. The hottest stuff will have to go towards the middle.
So why are smoke detectors on the ceiling?
Because the first point.
Oh, so you're contradicting yourself. Now
Aw,
you're saying
man.
that hotter is denser, so it will attract to the center, but simultaneously hotter is less dense, so it will rise up.
An item can be colder than another and still be less dense, and vice versa. An item can be hotter than another and still be more dense.
Gas.
I showed you.
Sounds like circular reasoning at this point.
It's not. No, it's not circular reasoning.
Yeah,
It's a clear end and is perfectly provable by that example I showed you.
Except for it's not talking about the actual environment that we observe in this earth.
It is.
No, you're talking about one specific thing. We're talking about the atmosphere and what happens to it against 10 to the negative 17 torr environment with no physical barrier. And you're still trying to make it a false equivalence with these experiments that show that, yeah, sure, some things when they get hot, they don't overcome the forces of the medium and whatever's going on. Yeah,
Says some things, all things, but yes.
Some things do, some things don't, just like you said. It's
All
not
things
what
that-
we're talking about. We are not talking about specific experiments that could show variance in all kinds of materials. We are talking about the environment that claims to be a globe with an atmosphere. And you're trying to wander off into, other points. But how about the specific point of atmosphere against 10 to the negative 17 torr?
All right, I do.
And then you want to argue gravity, but not.
Just no.
Mass attracting mass infers gravity. So please stop with these little games. They're
They're not
games.
little games. No, they're not.
Yes,
we can't.
They're pure points made it down to the statement.
Listen, we can't talk about gravity unless you can demonstrate.
I'm not even talking about gravity. That's the thing. I do see where you guys can. I want to clarify how it's not a false comparison.
But
We
you
need to- if
used
you're gonna
gravity
claim-
as the example for why we can have gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, and this
I
thing,
apologize.
this
One
thing-
second.
and this,
My
hang on.
my electricity went out for a second. I didn't hear what you said.
I said that you were the one that invoked gravity because you used that to explain why we can have gas pressure without containment.
So we need a demonstration of gravity, and we need a demonstration of, once you do that, then we need a demonstration of it affecting gas molecules.
Okay, so just a demonstration of what we call gravity, right? Not mass attracts mass.
No, mass attracts mass is inferring gravity. If you Google mass attracting mass, Newton's law of universal gravitation states that every point of mass in the universe attracts every other point of mass with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses. You're talking
Right.
about
That's
gravity.
that's not a definition. That's a statement. But
You're
yes,
talking
I
about
disagree with the fact
gravity
of
when you're
gravity.
saying mass
Would you
attracting
quit
mass.
talking?
Yeah, you're talking about gravity. I don't know if we can actually move on until we get him to concede. When you're talking about mass attracting mass, you're inferring the force of gravity.
We can
You're
answer the
inferring
question
the
without
force of
talking about gravity, actually.
You're inferring
Okay,
the
well,
outdated force of gravity.
Right? I want to explain how it's not a poor comparison, right? Because I do see how you can think that.
Well, if you want to talk about it without invoking gravity and without talking about gravity, then continue
Yes.
to explain. Then continue to explain. What is it? A 50 torr pressure adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container. Okay, then do
Yes,
that.
please
Perfect. Yeah. Well, that end stuff was jargon. I couldn't understand it because I'm not familiar with it. But yes, I can't explain this. So in your argument, right, I do understand it completely, right? Let me make sure I'm understanding it fully and tell me if I'm wrong, right? So you guys are saying that okay.
It's not what
heat-
we're saying. It's what your model claims.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying about the atmosphere, right?
Right. Pressurized gas adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, which is a near perfect vacuum without a container.
All right, so tell me if I'm wrong. Let me make sure I understand. You're saying that because the layer of atmosphere below the outer layer is hotter than the one on top, it should be above it.
No, because it's a pressure. It's about a 50 torr pressure, and the other layer is a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, and they're claiming there's no container. Demonstrate that's possible.
So you said that the second layer has more pressure than the first.
No, you can't have. Okay, let's have him read the definition of gas pressure. This guy is
I
so
know.
squirrely.
Do you need me to tell you, ask you the question again? Because I thought you understood. That's why you invoked gravity, mass attracting mass, and then we went on this whole tangent for how many minutes now?
No.
It's like you don't even understand the question. Like, what is happening?
If time's an issue, I mean, is time really an issue here? I mean, I can go if you want, but
No, I'm
you're
saying
good.
it's just like if you didn't understand the question, why did we go on that? You should have just said you didn't understand the question at the beginning. Do you see what I'm saying? Because now it's like you don't understand what we're talking about.
Misunderstandings are easy to come across, especially in a debate. So I'm making sure I'm understanding your point clearly before I refute it.
Has it been made clear?
This is not a debate, though. Hang on.
Okay, a casual discussion. You're right.
No, hang
You're
on.
right.
I'm talking. Can you seriously?
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay,
It's not a debate.
I'm still not. Okay, yeah, it's not a debate. These are asking you questions, right? So
It's a
if you don't-
casual discussion.
Why are you
interrupting.
talking over me?
Quit.
My gosh, enough. Okay,
Just trying.
stop. Seriously, thank you, whoever muted him. Okay, so these are 3 questions, right? If you didn't understand the question, you should have asked for us to, maybe reiterate it for you instead of going on this tangent for how long. That's what I was getting at. These are simple questions, positive claims made by the model that you follow. If you don't know the answer, that's okay. We had this discussion from the beginning.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute you so that you can respond to. So was the question clarified to you? Can you demonstrate gas pressure adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container? That's the question.
There we are. I do want to mention my lag issue, by the way. I have a constant 300 ping, which means I'm almost half a second delayed. So if I end up overstepping at the ends, for sure, I apologize, but that's not what I hear on my end.
It's not at the ends. It's in the middle and everywhere. But thanks for that. Continue. Did you get the question? The third
Just
question.
keep in mind that I do have a lag problem. It is hard to have a productive conversation with unfair rules.
Dude, can we just stop talking about?
It's your house, right? So you can be rude to me, and I can't be to you. It's okay, but
I'm
it's hard to
not
have a
being rude
productive
to you, dude. I'm
conversation.
trying to get you to address the question.
Listen,
Do you
listen, listen,
understand
listen,
the
listen.
question?
If interrupting's rude, you're able to be rude, and I'm not. It's hard to have a productive conversation with unfair rules, but I'll go along with it.
My goodness. Can we like? I guess it's just too hard, like, to answer the question.
Which specifically, you've asked about 3 at this point.
Okay,
well,
and the
do
first
you
2
understand
you
it?
said you didn't know. So yeah, do you understand?
No. I said I didn't know parts to each question, right? You asked who, where, and when. I don't know 2 of the 3, right? So if you say you don't know, you're implying all 3. That's not true.
Okay, well, do you know for the third question?
Yes, I explained how for both questions.
Okay, we're talking
in
about
my
the
in my
third
own way.
question. No, you're talking. Okay, the first 2 questions you did admit that you did not know, right? You conceded to those.
No.
Moved
The
on
first.
to the next one. You did, bud. Seriously, do you not listen to the word? Like, do you not?
I don't know 2 of the 3 things in each question, not the whole question. When you say you don't know, you imply who, where, and when. I know how.
Okay, well let's get this back on track here. Okay, I'm going to repeat the question one last time. So
All right.
you can tell me if you understand it, and then you can address it. Can you demonstrate a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure adjacent to 50 torr without a container?
All right, so that's the original question, right? You cannot do it without a container on Earth. And you can do it without a container outside of Earth. And the reason why you can't do it without a container on Earth is because mass attracts mass. Now, if you want to get to the details of that, we can talk about it, which is where we went with the discussion, talking about density, eventually getting onto the example of atmosphere. That's how we got there, the logical train of thought.
Okay,
Where
well,
do you do it?
Did we go on?
Where does he do it not on Earth? Where is this demonstrated not on Earth?
Space stations. I told you.
Oh,
I told you space
then-
stations.
So what? So wait a second. You have to
Get to space, yes.
You have to be
Quiet.
in a closed. You have to be in a closed, contained system with pressurized gas. Why can't you just remove the space station?
If you
And
want to get
show
into
us-
the details, right, we can go back to the.
The details are saying that if you didn't have the fucking space station around the experiment they're doing, it would go into the vacuum. They have to have a contained place with pressurized gas. Okay? It's BS. I've posted the definite. I'm going to post it again. This is the definition of gas pressure. Can you
All right, let
please
me
read
see.
it aloud for the panel?
Yeah, I'll read it. Don't worry.
Thank you.
And you just said panel when you said it's not a debate, and it isn't. It's a casual
Well,
discussion.
it's a panel. It's the panel. There's
It's a group of people. It's all right. It's just semantics. Okay, where's the definition? Yeah, it's just semantics.
Posted at 4. Let's go back to the definition. Settle down.
Where is it?
So, Mrs. Musk posted it at 44 minutes past the hour in the voice text.
Posting it again. Don't 444. Just please read it.
Yes, please read that out loud for us.
All right. Gas pressure is the force of the gas particles colliding with the walls of its container.
Great. So we have gas pressure here on Earth. You can measure it with a barometer. And the definition clarifies very specifically that you need walls of a container. Walls. Okay? Mass attracting mass, not a physical object with walls. Walls infers some kind of containment.
If
So you
you're
need some kind of
asking,
containment to have gas pressure. It's in the definition you just read out loud.
if you're asking whether, like, how the space station has gas pressure, right, to accurately simulate
not
a
what I'm
vacuum.
We're asking about how Earth, uncontained Earth, has gas pressure. And also, it's exposed to a vacuum. But the main point is, Earth is uncontained. There's no physical, if there was a physical barrier around Earth, then the people that you're saying are going to the space station and going to Mars and the moon and stuff. Well, there can't be a physical barrier if they're leaving that place, if they're leaving this place. But we can't have gas pressure without a physical
All right.
barrier.
So, what's
they're
the
the
difference between a container and a solid object?
A container is a solid object.
Exactly, right? So why can't you just say, right, do you think that you can throw a solid object in space without it imploding or such? A solid
Does it
object.
have to do? Hold up. What does that have to do with the question at hand? Now you're talking about solid objects, and we're talking about gas pressure, and you need a container.
If you want to know what this has to do with the question, it has to do with the question because the Earth is able to sustain its pressure without being in a container because it is the container. A solid object is a container. There's no difference between them. The Earth
The
is a
solid
solid
object is outside of the atmosphere. There is a solid part of this sphere that's outside the atmosphere that we still don't know
The
is
sphere
there.
itself.
It can go through it with a rocket. Stop. You're telling me that I have to imagine there is a container and that's the way this works. But then you say a minute later that we can go with rockets through this said solid object.
Can I ask a
I'm
question?
not. Yeah.
Okay, so if you take an experiment in a container up to the space station to prove that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum inside the space station, what happens if you take that container outside the space station and open it?
The same thing as it would be if the container was just in the vacuum of space already. The Earth is a perfect example. You don't need to go to the space station to find this out, right? So if you have a solid 50-pound ball of steel and then a 50-pound, if you have a ball of, right. So if you have a ball just the same size, right, but it's a container, it's filled with air. There is no difference between them,
Is the
theoretically.
globe filled with air?
Do we live on the
You
inside of
saying
a
the globe is a solid container filled with air because that's what you are trying to make an equivalence with, and that is not even logical.
Listen,
Do you
globe is a solid
understand?
object.
We got an Easter egg
No.
Earther in the building.
The atmosphere is not
just
solid.
constantly changing like the makeup of
I'm not
we went from
changing
gas
anything.
pressure to liquid to containment to solid. It's just like my
Do we live on the
goodness.
inside of Earth?
If you
Are
guys
we
are having,
inside the Earth?
No, we don't have the problem you do. That's the problem here. You're trying to now say, stop. You just said, get a steel container filled with air. Is that Earth? Is that way the Earth looks? Or even is anywhere close to Earth?
listen, I need to address your comments, right?
No, you need to answer these questions that you're making an equivalence. You make
answering
these arguments.
Properly, I'm
You
answering the
just
question.
said that
Coherent.
it is a steel ball filled with air. Are you trying to tell me that I'm now supposed to think the globe model is a steel ball, like a steel ball filled with air?
I need you to listen to me if we're going to talk.
We
right?
have
Oh,
listened
don't be
to you.
condescending.
No,
Don't
it's
even.
not condescending. It's not condescending. We
Yes,
can't
it
talk without you listening. It's not condescending in any way.
Yes,
If
yes, it is.
if we're going to talk, if you're going to talk, if we're going to talk.
Control this. Stop.
No, okay.
You
I'm
have
calming
to
down.
go
I'm
through
calming down
people
here.
the
Listen.
entire time, and then you make a false jump again and expect us to
have
sit here and
not.
listen to you say, hey, it's a steel container with air in it. That's Earth.
Listen, if you guys perceive me jumping in between your conversations, that's not my fault. On my end, I am not. And I apologize if I am. I'm trying to have a productive conversation here. And if you guys are misunderstanding my analogies, which are perfectly coherent if you listen to them,
No.
we'd get
Did
somewhere.
you
with this
say
An
conversation.
analogy.
Did
We need
you
proof.
say-
We don't need an analogy. What is happening here? Just
Listen, analogy.
provide
Right
proof.
there. We don't understand because we're not listening. We are listening.
No, you're
If
not.
you're going to sit there and
Don't
say
pretend
that
you are.
we're not listening and we don't understand because we're not listening, that is highly narcissistic.
That's not what
You
I'm.
have
That's
been
not what I'm
listening for
accusing
the
you of.
last hour, but you're making false equivalence.
Is time an issue?
Okay, let's
I
clear
can
this
go.
up. Let's clear this up once and
Don't
for all.
if it's not an issue.
Did you
Okay,
or did you not say that the Earth is equivalent to a metal ball with air inside the metal ball?
No, not inside.
You didn't.
What?
Okay. So we both agree. We both agree that in the heliocentric model, it's a sphere that's a rock surrounded by air on the outside, right? right?
I wouldn't differentiate rock and air. They're both the same object. It's just an object floating inside a vacuum of space, which is possible.
There's gas. There's supposedly a sphere of gas around a solid object floating in space. So kind of the opposite of what you said.
The analogy will work.
So we go back. So we got a solid surrounded by a sphere of gas, a soup of gases. Okay. But we went to the definition of gas pressure and it says it needs a physical container. Physical container. But we have an uncontained soup of gases surrounding the rock in space.
Can an object not contain itself? Is that not what a container is?
Well,
is a gas
you need a container. Containment. That's like the right. What that doesn't.
There's nothing inside the Earth to contain. It's a solid object. It can contain itself, especially in a vacuum, such like space.
What? Okay, we're talking about the gas in the atmosphere. We're not talking about the Earth containing itself. What are you on about? Right? We're talking about. Do you want the question one more time? No, John, I'm still talking. Stop interrupting me, frick! Seriously, bud. Like.
Goodness gracious.
Yes, exactly. Goodness gracious. Now, should we just maybe do one more time? Repeat the question for you, and if you go on another, off on some other thing about solids and whatever, then. If you can't answer the question, then what are we doing here, right?
Right.
So do you want me to ask it one more time? And can you just give an honest answer and we'll try one more time?
For sure.
Okay.
I've been nothing but honest this whole time. And it's not a time.
Your credibility falls short considering I've caught you in a lie multiple times. Things that you haven't said. But anyways, stop it. Okay.
You can't be productive with that.
Be quiet
and
listen. Be quiet and listen for just a moment.
You're interrupting me, and that's totally fine because it's your house. But just know that you're a dick.
Her, so I'm telling you to be quiet. Let her finish, and then when she gives you a blank space. And you hear that gap that you keep claiming that you're having, that's your turn. Just wait till somebody has a gap.
That's what I have done this whole time. Yes.
No, you have not.
No.
Now be quiet.
If it doesn't happen on your end,
let's move on and let her ask the question. Just let her ask the question and then address her question.
Man, screw ping, dude. It makes conversations so hard when people think you're interrupting them.
Well, let's move on
and
listen to her question. Ask your question.
Okay.
My question or her question?
No, my question.
Her.
I will ask you the question. Okay. So, if the vacuum of space is a medium they tell us that we can travel to, and it is the way that they say it is, how can we, being in a pressurized system, exist next to a near perfect vacuum without containment? So basically, how can we have a pressurized system without a container?
It's identical and equal to dropping a steel ball in a pool of liquid. That's my whole analogy. And if you guys claim to not understand that, I'm willing to explain it further.
How is dropping a steel ball in a liquid, which is not even the same medium as a vacuum, right? We're talking about gas pressure and a vacuum. We're not talking about a solid object in a body of water.
In water.
Cutie, I hope you're listening. We got nutty clip material here. I hope you're listening.
This is something else.
Guys, can you explain it to me?
Howard, I just did. They're different mediums. How can you compare different things? They don't even. You even said before. You already conceded that you needed a container for gas
true.
pressure,
Don't assume
right?
things about my premise.
You did say that. Like, do you want to go back and listen to our whole conversation about this?
Let me. Can I just make a point real quick?
For sure.
What is holding the water? What is holding the water that you just dropped that steel ball into?
It doesn't need to hold anything. It could be out in space in a vacuum. It's just representative of an entity with a certain density.
Whoa. But you have no proof. You have no proof that this steel ball.
Oh man.
Without containment.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Now,
You
now
have-
you
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 have-
say that if we don't understand the analogy, then
Straw man.
what? How did you say that? What did you say exactly?
I said straw man. Yes, because
No,
this is
that's not what
derailing.
you
No,
said.
that's not.
No,
That's
yeah,
not
you
straw
are
man.
derailing. That's correct. You are derailing it, right? Because you're
You
not
guys are
actually answering the question.
Yes,
So
feel free to laugh, and that's what you guys are doing because you're avoiding questions and interactions.
Isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? My gosh, you've been diverting the question for like half an hour. You can't even give an answer. But you did
Listen.
give an answer, and then you invoked gravity. We went through all that. It's just like, okay, so can you just concede that, gas pressure needs containment? Like it needs a
We're
physical
not gonna
barrier.
We're not
right?
going to get conceded.
We're gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Right? He already conceded it once. He can do it again. I got hope.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I am an open-minded person. I will concede if there feels the need to. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'm willing to admit that.
Okay.
That's how civil discussions.
Does your mind and your brain have a container, perhaps, or is that just
Ad
doesn't need
hominem.
container? You can just drop
That-
that into
don't
a
straw man.
body of water.
It's like
You do admit it's.
We don't understand is an ad hominem.
It's 100% is. Don't do
I was
personally.
just using an analogy. I was using it wasn't. Did I insult you? I just asked you a question. I didn't say anything rude to you.
That's called being a victim bully. Don't act the victim. Hey, you're the one insulting.
You're the
people.
one acting the victim.
God.
Here. This is like the pot.
Or
Okay.
No, this is so many narcissistic tactics. I can't even. I can't. Oh my
There
God.
isn't any sort of tactics. I'm answering all of your questions to the best of my ability.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go then. I asked you the question. You gave an answer that had nothing to do with the question.
100% equivalence, perfect analogy. Disapprove.
Totally wrong.
Water is
It's
nowhere
equivalent.
near the same as a
Listen, your obligation is to disprove my analogy.
I'm not
Tear it
gonna
apart. Open it up. I
No.
dare you to tear it apart because you can't.
Okay.
Do it.
No, the only thing tearing apart is your asshole, and we already went through this. We already went through
No,
this.
it doesn't sound like it because all you guys can do is go back to strawman arguments.
Destroyed.
How is
We're
it
talking about gas
a not
pressure in a
equivalency?
vacuum.
You have yet to disprove my analogy.
We're talking about gas pressure in a vacuum. A vacuum is really low pressure, okay? Water,
lowest. Yes, lowest
actually
pressure
has
possible.
higher pressure. Water actually has higher pressure, okay? So you're using a medium that's actually the opposite of what we're talking about, okay? You already know that you're in a corner, that you've been checkmated.
No, it's
okay?
not. I don't
You've been
because I'm not.
checkmated.
Don't make
You're a
assumptions
little-
about my
Yeah,
position.
you've been checkmated, dude.
No, I have not. Listen,
A narcissist will never.
They will never admit. They will never admit. They will always say that they have got you.
I'm a narcissist. I'll admit I'm a narcissist if I am. You understand that, right?
Okay.
If I have if I go to a doctor and diagnose me with narcissism,
Yeah.
I will make it public and I will
I
show
went
it.
to college for behavioral science. I can actually diagnose you with narcissism. So you got it,
Go-
bro.
Goodness
got it.
gracious.
You actually do.
Demonstrate
You're
how a steel ball dropped in water is.
Is ad hominem or not?
Well,
You cannot deny
demonstrate.
it.
Yeah, you know what, Truth? Let's get some.
Explain to us. Listen, explain to us. Explain to us how a steel ball dropped in water is equivalent to gas pressure without a container. Like the atmosphere next to it, 10 to the negative 17 torque pressure without a container. Explain how a steel ball dropped in water demonstrates that.
Right.
Because there's no gas pressure in either. The steel ball is not gas pressure. Water is not gas. What the fuck does that have to do with either?
And
Please
where's your
explain.
citation
We'll
on
give you
that?
the floor. Okay, we'll give him the floor. Nobody interrupt. We don't want him to get upset. Go for it, MP Door.
I
Explain.
appreciate that. I haven't been upset
Of
yet. I'm just
course.
disappointed at the unproductive conversation.
Okay,
Of course
shh,
you're
just- you don't have to comment on everything. Just explain.
No, I will only comment on unproductive behavior like ad hominems.
Well, just explain
You know
it.
what an ad hominem is. Give the
Give me the
definition.
floor. Give me the
Okay,
floor.
Just explain it. Explain how a steel ball dropped in water is
I'll
equivalent to gas pressure without a container.
It's an equivalent analogy because it's a ratio, right? 16 is 16 to 4 is a ratio of 4, right? Now listen, this relates to what I'm talking about because the vacuum is the
We're just gonna let him talk. No, let him go. Let him go.
Let him go.
Yep. Shh. Please go. MP door. Sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you.
To laugh.
Okay. I'm drawing a blank right now for the atmosphere. What is it called? Space? A vacuum. That's what it was. I completely brain farted right
Gas.
there.
Gas.
A vacuum.
Next to a 10 to the negative 17 door pressure without a container. Go.
A vacuum, by definition, is the least pressured thing. That's what it is. It has no pressure. It's a vacuum, right? At its absolute, it's absolute zero vacuum, right? So what I was talking about with ratios, 4 to 16, that's a ratio of 4, right? This analogy is equivalent because water representing a vacuum, solid ball steel representing the object that is Earth inside that entity right there. It's an equivalent ratio. That's why that analogy
Okay, I have to stop you for a second because I've got to ask this. I have to know. Okay, one, we're not talking about ratios, right? We're not demonstrating ratios. We're demonstrating gas. We're talking about gas. That's the topic. That's the focus. So how is water analogous to gas?
No, water's analogous to a vacuum.
No.
How?
Exact fucking
What?
opposite.
Someone fucking clip that.
I'll explain. Listen, if you could include this.
Can you say that again?
We can hear this. It's gonna make a
And
great
everybody be
clip.
quiet so we can can you say that again?
Hear this. Okay. Comment beforehand. You clip this without this part, it's out of context. Now.
Oh, we'll get it all. Don't worry.
Oh, don't worry.
All right.
you don't worry about that. Just
I
talk.
don't mind
Tell
being
us your
clipped in any way.
I know you keep telling us what to do, but go ahead.
I'm not telling you to do anything.
See,
No.
you can't even just move on. Just
hang
go.
on. Let's let's not drag it out and draw it out and give him like room or whatever, a reason to go on about it. Right? Let's just stick him to it. So just tell us how. Can you repeat what you said and then explain how that is the case?
Water. You wanted to know how water is analogous to space because you feel my analogy is false. Water is analogous to space or a vacuum in terms of pressure, right? Water has more pressure than space because space has no pressure by definition. So if you just multiply that by however much pressure water has, it's a perfect analogy in terms of ratio. That explains everything.
Pressure equals non-pressure?
What?
No.
Did you just hear what you said?
What?
Like that doesn't make any
One more
logical
time.
sense.
I want to hear that very clearly, girls. Let's let him say it.
It's not the same.
Exactly the same again. Say it one more time.
Say that one more time.
Really
Maybe we
clear.
didn't catch it. Yeah, exactly. Say it one more time because I don't think I caught it.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
The vacuum of space has no pressure, right? In its definition. Yes?
Right. Well, a near perfect vacuum, yes. To the 10 to the negative 17 torr, yes.
Right. So the only way to represent what you're asking is to do it on Earth, right? So there'll be water in a sleep ball.
That's
Yes.
correct. Yes.
Exactly.
Perfect.
So
continue.
Exactly. So and this analogy is a ratio, right? A ratio of 4 to 16 is 4, right? Because it's that, right? So if you're going to make an analogy that doesn't include the vacuum of space, you need something to represent the vacuum of space, and that will be water in this space, in this one. You understand how that can work, right?
No, this is some.
No, I don't think you do because you admitted the pressures were different though. So how can it be? How can you use that as a representation to
For the numbers?
Explain that though. Like
the numbers
okay,
zero.
Okay, hold on. I'll play along. I'll play along for 2 seconds. Okay, so I dropped the ball in the water. But where is the gases? Where is the gas in this analogy that you have? Because that's what we're talking about, right? So gas pressure without containment. So you got the steel ball, which I think represents the Earth. Is that what you're saying? And you got the water. Perfect. Okay, I'm following. The water deals with the vacuum.
No, it's a vacuum.
Even though
it's a vacuum in its essence, just multiplied times however much density it has.
Okay, I'm playing along. So where's the gas pressure in this analogy? Like explain that. Go with that.
Right, so gas pressure comes from mass attracts mass. So don't interrupt please. Say the atmosphere is represented by a fine powdery mist of metal and the steel ball was actually a magnet, right? Pretend they're attracting each other, right? There would be a pressure inside that layer of metal, the flaky metal that's on the outside. There would be a pressure. That pressure comes from mass attracts mass, and that's why I was getting into that in the first place. There you go. Everything explained in the most simple possible way.
What in the?
You do know. You do know.
Goodness.
You do know that gravity is not described as magnetism first. That there is
It's
no
attraction. It's
equivalency. Stop!
magnetism.
Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. Let you go on about magnetism now around some ball that dropped through some liquid that doesn't even behave with the same laws of gas.
You're right. I interrupted you on that one. Thank you for calling me out on it. It was
Hey,
uncivil.
can I add to this? To what this
You are
is saying?
talking no.
No.
You are talking completely
Get to you in a
about
minute.
math. You're just giving us math equations of it's calculated to be the same ratio, so then it's an equivalency. But the thing is, we're not talking about the math or the equation or that. We are talking about the behavior of gas, the behavior of your so-called gravity, the behavior of your so-called globe model, which you seem to not understand it very well because you are claiming gravity is now like magnetism. You're jumping to now, it's not just mass attracts mass, which you are behind the times, and we've told you that, yet you keep referring back to it. But now it's magnetism. You switch an entirely different subject again.
Listen to me carefully.
No, I'm not.
No, listen to me. Listen
We
to
have
me.
to listen to this
I'm not going to
again.
be told to be listened to you again. We've been listening to you this entire time. We gave you plenty of rope to hang yourself. And you actually hung yourself here on all these points that I just made. You either address those points and tell me how those are the same as liquid is the same as gas. You express to me how you can do that. You express to me how gravity is now magnetism. Because these are the claims you just made very clearly that we gave you space for. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. And you used a math equation, a comparison between ratios to argue this point that has nothing to do with about ratios and math. It actually has to do with gas laws. And the second law of thermodynamics, which you don't seem to understand, but you did the very beginning of the hour ago, you admitted that the second law of thermodynamics required a container. You did that. We got you on record. And now it suddenly doesn't seem to calculate in this whole thing that you've made and conjectured and put together. And then you call it us thinking that you are not making a false equivalency when you are absolutely making a false equivalency because we aren't talking calculations here. We're not talking math ratios.
I need 1 minute to reply to that comment.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Listen, I have claimed nothing about gravity this whole discussion. 1.
A lie.
2,
Stop it. No. Hold on. I'm not letting you get away with this anymore. I'm sick and tired of this. You did invoke gravity numerous times. Mass attracting mass. Mrs. Musk went over that with you, told you that that's not Einsteinian gravity. It's replaced by Newtonian gravity, right? And then you invoked it again after you said that you didn't, right? Okay, so you can unmute him. What does he have to say to that?
May I speak?
Yeah, you're unmuted. Go for it.
All right. I don't claim that mass attracting mass is anything to do with gravity. I just know that mass does attract mass. I don't know what people would call it. The scientific community might call it gravity, but mass doesn't. This is a whole different subject.
Are you making up your own definitions then? Like,
No.
I don't even know what to say.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
No, we don't. No.
Only making observations.
How many minutes?
I don't want to give you any more minutes.
I haven't had a minute.
Let's go ahead and provide.
I haven't had a minute. Don't interrupt. I haven't.
We need
That's
two
not true.
things from you. We need two things from you. Okay? If we're going to talk about mass attracting mass. One,
perfect.
Please provide a academic source for what you're talking about. 2, provide a demonstration that we can do ourselves to demonstrate mass attracting mass. So please do both of those things. First, provide citation. Because you're not making any sense. So just give us an
not your
academic
explanation.
citation. Don't talk. This first step requires no talking. Okay? So type away and post your citation in the chat, please.
Listen to me. I don't have time to look up citations. I've been here long enough. I'd like to end it here. Thank you so much for your productive conversation.
No, please. Hey, hold on. Hey, on.
Well,
hang on here.
let him go if he wants to go
Yeah,
because he's making baseless claims.
No,
without-
Winston wants to talk to him. Let him go.
Don't let him
Let him
go.
stay. Don't let him go.
Hey,
Yeah, he has to
all
stay.
right. Hey, bro. So you understand they're explaining the second law of thermodynamics to you?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics, systems spontaneously seek equilibrium, right? So high pressure goes to low pressure, heat goes to cold. So if I have a soda and it has a higher pressure, that's why it's carbonated and fresh, and I open it up and it goes, psh, it instantly equalizes to the lower pressure around it, right?
All right. Yes.
Okay, that's the second law of thermodynamics. According to the second law of thermodynamics, you could not have a pressurized system sitting next to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr without some physical containment, because the high pressure would instantaneously fill the vacuum, right? Just like the soda. So what they're asking you is, how can you think the Earth's a spinning magic cartoon ball in a vacuum? If we have a pressurized system on the Earth, how's it sitting next to the vacuum if the second law dictates that the pressure will immediately fill the vacuum?
Exactly. Yes. So that's
He
a
did
good
this
inquiry.
before.
We're,
He did this before. We did this an hour ago where he did the exact
Exactly.
same thing.
Yeah. I said no. I said.
Wait up. Just let him
my
answer,
goodness.
man. Go ahead.
I said exactly, because that's exactly the good inquiry that I mentioned before that you guys said. You guys asked me this an hour ago.
Specifically, answer the question. Just answer the question. How can you have the pressure next to the vacuum? Answer.
A way to prove this is by dropping a steel ball into water.
No,
water
man. Listen. That's not what I asked you. Okay. Water is literally so incredibly dumb as to pretend it's analogous to a vacuum. Okay. Water's more dense than air. We're talking about how the air that we breathe is more dense than the vacuum. To go all the way to water is beyond elementary. So I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to need you to answer, not bring up fairy tales about balls in water. Okay. How do you have the pressure sitting next to the vacuum without the pressure filling the vacuum? What keeps the pressure from filling the vacuum?
Do you want me to provide an example of an experiment with the atmosphere and space itself?
No, what
Or
I want you to do is answer the question. What's preventing the pressure from filling the vacuum?
I'm saying unless your answer has to be directly with the atmosphere and space, it needs to be an analogy, right?
I'll
Do you
ask you
agree?
again. What is preventing the pressure?
Man.
No, your model has to have an answer, okay? Your model does have an answer, and you need to say it. Own up to your model like a big boy. I've watched them. They're dragging you around, and you don't even realize that they're dismantling you. So we're going to cut straight to the chase. No, that's not an ad hom. That's an objective recollection of events that I've lost IQ points listening to for 20 minutes. So what we're going to do is have you answer the question, Mr. Fallacy. Since you know how fallacies work, you know what a non sequitur red herring fallacy is, right? So you're committing a red herring fallacy on over and over and over. So
let's just get to the question you asked, right?
A red herring fallacy is whenever you pretend that it's somehow related to what we are asking, but in fact it is not. It's a non sequitur, and you're not answering the question. Shut up! I'm talking. You're not gonna interrupt me like you did the females. So how do you have the pressure sitting next to the vacuum? You need to answer the question. What keeps the pressure from filling the vacuum in your globe Earth model?
The fact that it can act as its independent entity. That's what the object itself. Steel ball in my analogy.
No, the steel ball. We're talking about the atmosphere. Okay, so there's gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum. What prevents the gas pressure from filling the vacuum in your model?
Don't use your analogy. Just answer the question. It's really simple. Just answer it. Go for it.
You do understand that an analogy is an answer.
Answer the question without your freaking analogy.
Do you want me to answer it by showing you the atmosphere and space itself?
No. What I want you to do is to actually understand your religion before you pretend you know it's real. Okay?
I have no religion.
I'm still talking, bud. I know you're a Gamma, get it. I already gave you the Secret King role. You're going to stop interrupting me. Okay? So your religion has an answer. And if you're supposedly so intellectual, you understand fallacies, then you understand that you need to defend this model, okay? Your model has an answer, so you're going to need to answer the question. Stop bringing up water. You sound dumb. How do you have pressure sitting next to the vacuum? Your model has an answer. So what keeps the pressure from filling the vacuum according to your model?
Guys, there's not a single sentence answer to this. The only way to prove this is
There's a single word. There's a single word. Okay, I debate astrophysics. Listen, my man, listen. astrophysics professor, and they would make fun of you right now. Okay, there's a single word that is
No
an
one
answer
cares.
for your side. Listen, bud. According to your model, since you're such a gamma, you can't do it. I'm going to answer for you. Okay. So according to your model, the answer is gravity. So when I said what prevents the pressure from filling the vacuum in your model, your answer has to be gravity. Do you agree?
Gravity holds an entity together, yes.
Okay, so gravity's keeping the pressure from going into the vacuum.
It can act as its own entity because of gravity. If you want to call gravity mass attracting mass, but I don't call it that.
Okay, stop. No one calls it that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you yes or no questions, and that means your answer needs to be yes or
Perfect.
no. Okay? In your model, is gravity keeping the pressure from going into the vacuum?
Yes or no?
It's a syntax error, but okay.
Oh
it is a syntax, but
yes or
if you want
no? Yes
His
or
brain is
no?
breaking.
No,
You
if
know
you
you're
want to,
making narcissistic ways of
No.
behavior here because you
I
won't
don't-
answer a specific question.
intellectual
Hang on just
I
a
don't
second.
care to
We're
be
letting
smart.
him
diverge.
Please
MP
don't
Door,
assume.
listen, can you I'm going to put you on mute and you can just hang around and wait till later, and I hope that you do. I love you, and that's why I didn't say anything, but I really hope that you stick around. I hope MP Door sticks around, but it is ladies night. We will move on to someone else, and you can just like that's why I let you go on, because it's like I just wanted to hear it. I know it's ladies night, but you know,
But we did
and
do it.
he's just going to go in circles, though. I know where it's going to go from here, and I don't want to take up any more of ladies' night to listen to him go around in circles with you like he did with us, because that's what he's going to do. But please do hang around, MV Door, and Witz, I hope you hang around because I do want to listen to this after ladies' night.
So I just don't understand how water, the pressure of water, equates to non-pressure of vacuum.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
You didn't hear his explanation? My goodness.
A steel ball dropping in water.
Understand that.
Come on, a steel ball dropping in
My
water.
God.
Water is equivalent. Water
And it's
is
like
analogous
16
to
divided by
vacuum.
4 times 4.
But we do have Yaman in here. We do have Yaman in here that was wanting to talk. So we'll.
Yeah.
Oh, if someone wants to, like, I don't know. I guess maybe he might have a question or something. And if he does it, then maybe if someone wants to take him to the 3 points or whatever, first we need to find out where he stands.
All right. Yeah, I do have here. Listen, the flat Earth is a circle, and the toilet flushes in a circle. So are the sun and the moon. Therefore, they are all connected, and that proves the Earth is a globe.
Wow, you waited all that time to say that? That's really.
Fuck you, fat ass. Go suck a
something.
dick, you dumb
Oh
bitch.
What a life, hey? Waited all that time to say that?
Well,
what a
let's
sad
not-
existence on his spinning ball.
Hold on, ladies. Listen, let's not give him. Let's just move on to the next one because that was weak.
True.
Oh,
You're
he's a
so
fan.
intelligent for making that happen there. Boy, that made you look really bright. Ah.
I need a massage after this,
Hey,
guys. I don't know
hey,
about you.
Shelby.
I know, massage. Like, oh, the tension. Oh my gosh.
Wow. That was just.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
the
and I do
toilet's
think
in the
for,
other way on the other side of the equator.
What
What? Who was
about the
that?
equator? I think that was complete self. What's up?
Yeah. I was just adding to that comment. The toilet spin the other way, south of the equator.
Are
Yeah.
you serious?
Serious?
Or are
No,
you
I'm not
joking?
serious. Water? Yeah. No, I'm serious. Water
Oh.
spins. Water spins a certain direction on the north side of the equator, and then on the south side of the equator, it spins the other way.
And this proves the
Yeah.
globe?
Oh no, I was just adding to the comment.
What do you think it's a globe?
As far as what I think, I haven't looked at it for myself, so normally I try not to.
How do you know that water flushes one way versus another way? Did you call up your friend and confirm this?
No, I did this myself. Scientifically, it's known.
Really?
Yeah, like
You took a shit
I did it.
and you watched the water go one way, and then you went to another country
Many
and you
people
took
do
another
that.
shit and you watched the water go another way.
Well, that time I didn't take a shit. That time I was just, letting the water
Oh,
run
okay.
down. Yeah.
So,
How does that
so
prove
do you,
anything?
yeah,
I
it
was just
doesn't. It
adding
could be.
to
What
the
if it's just
comment,
the
like I said.
different types of plumbing in the places you were staying?
Oh no,
So,
because it wasn't in plumbing. It was just water running down. Like draining.
okay, look, we're not talking about this. Do you think the Earth is a
Yeah,
globe?
listen.
Yes or no? I think you probably do, based on your comment.
If it's a globe, I think it's neither round or flat.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's not a globe?
That it's not a globe, because you could get a level, measuring utensil. It's called the level, and then if you place it on a flat surface, it's gonna be flat. Therefore, if it was a globe, then we wouldn't be able to measure that. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, it sounds like he's got a bunch of assumptions and ideas and beliefs. So maybe you want to go to the 3 points with him.
Wait, if I
Oh,
put a
another one.
level, if I put a level on a table, it'll tell me the shape of the Earth. Is that what you're saying, my dude?
What I'm saying is, through the utensils that we have to measure, I guess you could say, damn, I don't even know, honestly. I'm just trying to see what you guys think. You putting me on the spot here.
Well, you spoke up, so you kind of put
Well,
yourself on the spot.
I was just adding to the comment. That's it.
Hmm.
I try neither to take a position whether it's flat or round. I try to listen to both sides, and then with whatever I think is, resonates, I'll add it to what I think, and therefore I could get closer to my conclusion. Because the only way we could really know is if we go outside of space and look at it with our own eyes, and even then it'll just be our perspective.
So how do you see the Earth? What does to you when you look at the Earth? What do you see? Do you see the Earth as a sphere, or do you see it as flat, stationary?
Well, that's the funny part. None of us here, I don't think, have gone up out of space and
No,
actually looked at the Earth.
I'm not asking you about the second law of thermodynamics violation. I'm asking you about the Earth, walking on the Earth, looking at the Earth, practically using the Earth. How do you see it? Objectively, how does it present itself to you?
As what one makes of it. As for right now I see a small little square called the tablet that I'm holding on my hand, but yet I'm speaking to you, and
But we're talking about the Earth,
that's
not the tablet, dude.
well,
What is it
the
in
Earth.
your viewpoint? Is the Earth spherical or is it flat and stationary? Pick one.
You asked me how I view it. That's how I view it. I'd have to literally go outside and view it. I've never viewed it.
You've never been
I've
outside.
never seen it.
Have you never been outside?
No,
I believe
never.
that. All right, let's
Yeah.
someone else that has
How
actually
do you view
observed
it?
the Earth. Yeah. Well, if you've never been outside, then there's nothing that you have to offer to the conversation about the Earth. I mean, if you guys want to
Have you
continue
been
talking to
outside?
him, go ahead. But I think we should maybe see if
Have you
there's
been
someone else
outside?
there.
You don't want to answer?
Your avatar shows you outside next to water.
Yeah. Okay. So it's. I mean, you guys can unmute him if you want to talk to him. It's like I don't want to stop you guys from having a conversation, but
I don't think he has much to offer.
okay, we have what Sun 21 Gilbert has no rows. We have straight line's been in here. We have a couple with no rows. Let's see. I want to go ahead and unmute straight line. Well, not straight line. It's Sun 21. Sun 21. Welcome to the server. Do you have any questions about the Earth? What brought you here, and what do you expect to like? Why are you here? Sun 21. Okay, Gilbert, you're unmuted. Okay, well you can go back on mute then. So Woody 88. Welcome to the server. Octo Woody, you're unmuted. Welcome to the server. If you're not going to respond, I'm just going to put you back on mute. It's your last chance. Going once, going twice. Dude's never been outside. You know, I almost believe that. But do you want to continue with the lady night with MP Door or the dude that's never been outside?
Ladies, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I think we can end ladies' night if everybody, unless anyone wants to continue with MP Door. If you want to run in circles with him, play Ring Around the Rosies.
He's not. I tell you right now, not ready. He doesn't even know his own model well enough to defend it. He goes and some stuff. Willing to actually work within the parameters of the questions and answer replies, and maybe even study his ad hominem and figure out what that really is, or equivalency.
Yeah, I usually like to take it on as long as we can, right? But I mean, I know that I want to hear MP Door with the room, because he's just gonna. Well, actually, I honestly don't, because I know what he's gonna do. He's just gonna go in circles. But if you guys are finished with the ladies' night, Kai, do you want to continue? Did she leave? Yeah, well, I guess we'll end ladies' night, fellas. You can have at it with him.
He's trying to say you're dumb is just an ad hominem. No, it's when you use it as a way to argue your point. It's not one thing to just say somebody's dumb, point out they're dumb. It's when you use it to make an argument.
Is ladies' night still going on?
Nah, we're ending it right now, because MP Door's still sitting in here, and I know he'll probably stick around for a while, and I know the guys are really wanting to get at him, and I know he's not going to go anywhere. He's just going to continue to go in circles, just like he did with us. I mean, Witsit took him down the same road, same path, even smelling the same flowers along the way.
I heard the whole conversation. It was completely insane after a while.
Dude, he couldn't even say yes or no, bro.
Dude, we need to get QE to debate that guy, dude. I want to see QE versus that guy. He would just.
He'll just get.
it wouldn't
He'll
even
scream
go.
and get muted. Yeah, he'll get muted.
It won't even go past the second law of thermodynamics. If he tries any of that crap, it will literally end there. It will not be longer than maybe 10 seconds.
Yep.
You guys still have ladies' night, or?
Yeah, I hope ladies are upset with me for ending it, because we usually do take it on as long as we have questions, but no one was asking questions. The one dude that went outside, we've already took him, and I asked you if you wanted to continue with it. No one spoke up, so we're ending ladies' night now. And hello, Miggy. Glad that you're here. Thanks for showing up. And
hello.
And sorry with it. Love you, man. It was
You're fine. Sorry, I didn't even know. I thought it was over. I wouldn't even have jumped in. That dude was pretty useless.
Right. Well,
we had tried the same thing. We had done the same exact thing, and he had actually admitted that he needed a container, and then he switched. As soon as he got caught in it, it was done. And that was at the very beginning, way back.
Right. And you don't come around much, and I knew you were wanting to get into it. I kind of wanted to listen to it, so that's why I kind of give you some, liberties. That it was kind of unfair to the other fellas that get shut down when they try to speak, and it's just I don't know, sue me is all I got to say. I'm sorry. But
that's my bad.
It is what it is. I wanted to hear it.
No, it's ladies' night. We can change.
No, not you. I was talking about the other fellas that get shut down. I mean, they probably get upset because we let give Witsit some liberty, but he's not around much, and I kind of wanted to hear it. But it's open to you guys. Thanks
Thank you. It was
for
fun. It
thanks
was
for the
fun.
support for Ladies Night. Thanks, ladies, for showing up. You guys did an awesome job.
Yeah, it was,
It was
great
fun.
ladies night. You guys did well.
The ladies.
Great night. Awesome
Thanks.
job.
Take the floor, fellas.
You gotta give the Gamma dude a little break, right? Like, he's not used to talking to that many females at once, you know? He's just getting excited.
The ladies were crushed. The ladies were crushing it tonight. Yes.
Toes to the fire sign. What's it?
Well
Yeah, what's
done,
up?
ladies. I really enjoyed that ladies' night.
MP Door, are you trying to get embarrassed? Earth to MP Door.
Here we go. Here comes 4 hours of the same conversation over and over again.
Round and around you go.
I'm not letting
Round
it
and
happen.
He's
round.
run away suddenly. Isn't that
I didn't realize
interesting?
I was unmuted. I was typing to you.
Okay, check this. Hey, MP Door, check this out. Since I'm gonna give you one more opportunity to redeem yourself, right? And I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question. It's called the Socratic method. We agree on certain parameters and definitions to have a productive intellectual exchange. Okay? I need you to pay careful attention to what I say. I say the words that I say for a particular reason. All right? So I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question in order to establish undeniable parameters for the conversation so that it is ensured to be productive, right?
Not everything's a yes or no question, man. I cannot answer your question with a yes or no question.
Man, I think you're accidentally interrupting. Okay, I don't know. You're talking to a mod. I'll just mute you. I don't have time for you. Okay, so I'm gonna give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question, right? And this is within the parameters of your model. Again, when you said I don't care, I wasn't bragging. I'm telling you, I debate astrophysics professors, astrophysicists, aerospace engineers. They know that they have to defend the model. The question is the Earth a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics, or is the Earth a geocentric stationary plane? Now, you think the Earth's a ball that we were all taught. So in order to debate that the Earth's a ball, you must defend the model. This isn't subjective. It's not up for negotiation. It doesn't matter what you think or how you want to wiggle out of it with sophistry, right? This is just
I don't
objective.
wiggle.
Yeah, you do. So if you think that the model's correct, you must defend the model within the parameters of the claims the models make, right? There's no other way around it. And so objectively, your model has answers to these questions. So it is a yes or no question. So I'll give you one more opportunity. According to your model that you believe in,
I don't claim any model. Just to clarify that before you ask your question. No one's ever asked me that.
According to the globe Earth that you think you live on, right?
All right.
What contains the pressure sitting next to the vacuum is gravity, correct? Yes or no?
What do you claim gravity to be? No, what do you claim gravity to be?
The model of the globe Earth claims that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time.
All right, then no.
Okay, so this is where you now losing your engagement privileges with me because I don't talk to toddlers, right? So here's the deal. I'll just teach you. What we're gonna do now is I'm just gonna teach you. Okay. So according to the globe Earth model, you have a pressurized system adjacent. I need you to pay attention. According to the globe Earth model, it claims a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now, it is known that the necessary antecedent to pressure is containment, as the definition of gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. It's actually in the word pressure. It pressed on the walls of a container. So the globe Earth model, as in the aerospace engineers that work at NASA and all the scientists, quote unquote, on your side, they all know this, right? And so they say, well, gravity is what contains the atmosphere encompassed within this vacuum. It is a postulation for your side objectively. It's the only viable way you can even pretend to claim it. Okay, so if you claim that gravity is in fact containing the pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, we have a few problems. For one, there is no scientific evidence for gravity. It's never been isolated. In fact, the theory of relativity is a reification fallacy. Concepts known as space and time cannot have physical properties of bending, warping, and dilating. It's literally inadmissible on its face. But before we even go down that route about how it's just pure pseudoscience and just a theory that has no evidence, if I grant you gravity, it still doesn't work. So gravity, according to your model, is the strongest at the surface level, right? Because it's strongest relative to the center of mass. So when I let gas out, say I have some hydrogen bottled up and I let it out at the surface where gravity is the strongest, it will go in all directions, omnidirectional. Omnidirectional includes directly up, which is of course the opposite of down. And gravity claims to have a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass. Okay, so where gravity is supposedly the strongest at the surface level, it does not prevent gas from going in all directions, including up, the opposite of the vector of gravity, down. So it would certainly not do it hundreds of miles above that, where gravity is weaker, sitting next to a vacuum, because it doesn't do it where it is strongest. So, what is your rebuttal?
I don't have a model. It's held together because mass attracts mass. I don't claim that to be gravity. I don't claim to know what gravity is. That's my
Okay,
rebuttal.
you just said mass attracting mass, but you don't claim
Yes.
what gravity is.
Exactly.
So
I don't know that gravity is mass attracts mass. I don't know the
Okay,
specifics
here's the
of
deal.
gravity,
Here's the deal,
right?
bud. There's no evidence that mass attracts mass. It's not even claimed that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter anymore. That has been outdated for over 100 years. So you're trying
I
to play some
disagree.
semantical.
It's not
You're trying-
semantical. If
Let me
you
finish.
claim that mass doesn't attract mass, we can talk about that.
Let
Yes.
me finish. Okay, so you're trying to semantically say mass attracts mass, but that isn't gravity. It's the stupidity of your argument is actually baffling, right? But anyway, the point
I don't
is
believe
that
you know what gravity
there
is.
is no evidence of mass attracting mass. If you're going to claim it, you have to support it with evidence. I just dismantled your entire religion, as did all of the ladies, because you
I don't
cannot
have a
have.
religion.
Yes, you do. You have a belief system built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical evidence that
don't
you
have a
blindly
belief
believe.
system.
Do you? I need to mute you.
Hey,
Don't make assumptions about my personal beliefs. That's not right to do in a public
Okay, how about
setting.
this? Do you think there's a ball?
What's it?
What specifically
have a
ball?
question.
You're
The
sharing your
Earth?
beliefs here, and then you're telling us not to make judgments on your beliefs. Does
I
that
believe
make
the
sense?
Earth is a ball. Yes, the Earth is round, and you should say, I believe the Earth is round. Anything else is making assumptions.
Okay. Do you think
You
there's a
guys
spinning?
haven't.
I do think the Earth is spinning.
Do you think that space is a vacuum?
Yes, I do think space is a vacuum.
Do you think that the circumference of the Earth is just under 25,000 miles, like we've been told?
40,000 kilometers, whatever that is in
Okay.
miles.
And do you think that the sun is 93 million miles away?
I do not know how far away the sun is.
Okay, so you agree with all the basic parameters of the globe Earth model, which is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid that spins around in a vacuum 1,000 miles per hour with a circumference of 24,901 miles. So as you try to pretend that you can detach yourself from the model and simultaneously defend it, that's not going to work here. You're playing with big boys, my man. Okay?
I don't believe in a model, and I will play with big boys because I don't do ad hominems. I don't call people dumb in a civil debate. A casual
First of all,
discussion.
let me enlighten you. As you pretend to have intellectual superiority here, you're actually you're operating at a very remedial I will mute you. You're actually operating at a very remedial frequency. So an ad hom fallacy is where your response or argument is an insult. Okay. Now I have formulated my argument with tons of specificity, and in addition to that, made the observation that you're dumb. That is not an ad hom. Me saying you're dumb's not an ad hom. Me saying that you're playing with big boys now isn't an ad hom. Me observing the fact you're a gamma male isn't an ad hom. If my argument was the insult, that's called an ad hominem fallacy. So stop using the fallacies incorrectly. You don't know what they are as you continuously spew red herring fallacies. You are intellectually out of your league, my friend. And what you need to do, apply some intellectual honesty and imagine if they know everything about my model, I have to not even.
Did he cut out?
If you're listen, be intellectually honest, and you're like, if these people actually know about what the fallacies are, they're actually applying them correctly. They actually know all about the model. They know everything that I don't know. To pretend that we're somehow the uninformed, ignorant position here is dishonest. You are uninformed. Okay.
I don't assume you to have any sort of ignorance. I just assume that ad hominem, adverb, in a way that is directed against the person rather than the position they are maintaining. You are dumb is an ad hominem.
That's not what we're doing. I'm attacking your
The
position.
thing is, as soon as you got here, the ladies told you about the egg and the water with the salt, disproving your mass attracting mass gravity bullshit.
We didn't
and you're
discuss
still
it.
on that shit.
I disagree with their position on that statement. We haven't discussed it.
Scientific evidence do you have for mass attracting mass?
All right, we can discuss this if you want to, but just know that I don't claim to have any sort of intellectual superiority. I apologize if it comes off that way. I don't claim to be
certainly
smart.
does, yeah.
Okay.
We discussed it with you multiple times.
What can I do? What can I do to avoid that? Just tell me so I can do it.
Stop with the gamma tone where you try to inadvertently imply that somehow we are not sufficiently cooperating within the intellectual exchange. Whenever
What is
you
gamma tone?
when you spew out fallacies, right? Implicit within that, when you spew out accusations of fallacies, implicit within that is that we are not adhering to the parameters of an intellectual exchange. This is what gamma males do, right? They don't. They always have to pretend they have a moral high ground. Oh, look, we're not going to discuss how you're a gamma. What we're going to discuss is, do you have scientific evidence of mass attracting mass?
I don't know what gamma means. So if you're going to tell me to not do
it's some guy that really the majority of people don't want to follow them or don't respect them, but they've convinced themselves that they have this superior position where they can subversively try to get attention from other people by lying and manipulating and being dishonest about what's actually going on consistently. And this is all you've done and demonstrated the entire time you've been here. Do you have scientific evidence of mass attracting mass, though?
I don't claim to be intellectual or superior than anyone here.
Exactly. That's what gammas do. Gammas don't make the direct claim. They do it inadvertently and subversively. Okay. So anyway,
claim to be superior. What more can I do to show that I don't feel like I'm superior?
You can be honest. You can be honest. Yeah, exactly. You can stop obfuscating and you can be honest because gammas are dishonest, right? So they try to disguise it as
honest. I'm sorry, but I have been nothing but honest. Okay, tell me where specifically. Address
I'll show you right here. I'll show you right here. What's the scientific evidence for mass attracting mass?
Okay, we're going to discuss this. Let me think about it. Find an example. A mass attracting mass. All right. It's on a large scale, right? So I'd have to say planets and planets, but that won't work in this situation because I have to play by your parameters. The closest thing,
called a reification fallacy.
Exactly. So that would be a fallacy, so I can't use it. The closest thing I could think of it on a smaller scale would be if you had a looser trampoline, right? You might have seen this experiment where you have a 5-pound steel ball in the middle, and then you throw 2 or 3 smaller steel balls around it, and they attract each other.
Well, that's because you've actually created there being a downward vector, right? You've actually changed the angle of motion of the smaller balls. This is not, no, it's not the ball in the middle attracting the balls. When they show it, they don't even claim that that's what's happening. They're just supposedly demonstrating the quote-unquote fabric of space-time. The ball in the middle doesn't attract the smaller balls, so that's not analogous.
Right, so you're right. It's not a direct analogy and it's not perfectly equivalent. It's meant to be a simulation because it can't be done on a small scale. Gravity is a very large scale thing, and we could see it with planets. So you could say telescopes and you can observe different orbits of planets, but we can't get into that because you guys don't believe
Well,
that.
look at this. Even whenever I grant you this stupid reification fallacy, within those confinements, mass attracting mass doesn't work. They didn't just change gravity for no reason. It's because it doesn't work. Mass attracting mass doesn't work, dude. Okay, so when you invoke the planets and the galaxies and the universe, mass attracting mass doesn't work, and that's why they had to update it to the theory of relativity. Okay. So you need to look into this a little more. Mass attracting mass is in no way a viable option. You must now skirt over to gravity as the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Now you seem to want to distance yourself from that, reasonably so. It's dumb. Okay.
Not really.
So would you agree that under your own admission, there's no scientific empirical evidence or experimentation that has demonstrated gravity?
We can observe it with orbits, and that's scientifically proved, but we can't get into that. So my question to you, let me ask you. Can you do the same? Can you find a point where it disproves that?
Yeah, helium balloons go up.
All right, so I'd like to discuss that, and I'd say that that's the cause of what's it called? Density. Yeah.
Yeah. That has nothing to do with gravity. Yeah.
So not gravity then?
So gravity.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't debunk gravity with something that has to do with density.
Wrong, because you claim gravity is always there.
Gravity.
Exactly.
I don't claim. You gotta prove it. It's not up to us to disprove it. That's how that works.
Exactly.
Burden of proof is on you. Who has the claim? My bad. What's it?
No, you're good, brother. Is helium? You too? Are helium balloons gravity proof?
Not gravity, and no, it's a matter of density. But yes, who was the other guy that was speaking? So I could. What do I call you? What's your name?
Chocolate. It's chocolate.
Chocolate.
saying.
Right. So you have a good point there. I'm wrong in the sense that I cannot prove mass attracts mass to you because I can't work on a micro thing. I have to work on a macro thing because that's what mass attract mass.
Technically wouldn't. You technically wouldn't even need to prove mass attracts mass because that's not the current mainstream rhetoric of what gravity is supposed to be.
Right.
That would
That's
be
what we're
the bending
talking
and
about.
warming of space-time. Yeah, but why are we talking about 106-year-old antiquated science? That's not even science. That's never
Because
been validated.
that's the
It's
train
also
of thought.
super
Yes.
easy to show he's wrong.
The train of
because-
thought. What year is it? It's 2021. That was
Mhm.
outmoded in 1915, my guy.
Here, let me jump in.
What do you mean?
Let's get into it.
Here, real quick.
Let's get
Dor.
into what?
Let's do it, dog.
Hey, Crit, did I hear you?
Yeah,
Crit, you're
yeah.
here?
Just let me reset the conversation real quick. I know MP Door from the Chatterbox. I would
Yeah.
say he's one of the better ones. Most of the people over there say things like flat.
It's awful. It truly is.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Like he understands that a lot of people I'm engaging with over there are extremely toxic, and he was looking for other people to talk to because he thought some of my answers were
Yes.
were a little bit. He was unsure, right? I told him right from the start that I'm not an expert. You know, I'm like kind of just one of the guys over here, and there's other people over here. So
You
it
know,
might
Crit,
seem like he might be like a toxic globalist, but he's a flower that grew. Like, you remember those like flowers that grow all the like cow shit. So that's what we're looking at here. So he still might have a little cow shit around him. Just clean it up, is what I was hoping.
But he's gonna have to be cooperative. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna have to have a hard
I-
conversation, brother.
Yo, Crit, I really appreciate you bringing me here. It's bringing a lot of insight too, and empathy too for what you're dealing with on our server. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I got you, and that's why I say I keep turning the other cheek over there because eventually they'll tire themselves out, right? Because they're not speaking from a place of honesty. Each
It's
time
just
they
a
make
matter
claim
of endurance. Yeah.
yeah, each time they make a claim about me, I know they're bullshitting, which is why I use that word. But okay, go. I just wanted to reset it real quick. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
thank you.
you admit
Never
there's
mind.
no evidence of mass attracting mass that can be done on the Earth, right?
I admit that there's no evidence of on Earth. Yes, on Earth.
Okay, so now let me ask you this. How does anyone prove that mass attracts mass if they're off the Earth? What would be the proof there?
Okay, so yeah, if you were to zoom out on the galaxy, you'd be able to observe orbit patterns, right? And we can zoom out virtually through math and in measuring orbit patterns, right? But it's a huge
Lights in the
subject.
sky, right? You're just using lights in the sky?
Yeah, I disagree that there are lights in the sky. I do feel like you can go to Walmart, get a telescope, and observe our planets.
But okay, when you're using the telescope, do you see anything beyond lights in the sky moving?
There's other objects in space, right? Like asteroids or comets, things like that.
Okay, so when you look through a telescope, you can tell are you able to discern that more than just them being lights, that they are physical or have mass or anything like that through a telescope?
Yes, you can observe craters, and they're being similar to this Earth in an almost exact manner.
Okay, how did you test those when you look at the craters on the moon, or let's say, let's take that for instance. When you looked at those craters, how did you physically test that those specific craters are made of, let's say, mass or have mass, for example?
I haven't physically tested them, right? And I'd argue that you wouldn't need to know that they are mass.
You're just believing a story.
Can you see what I just posted in the live stream at 2049?
Well, why am I believing a story? Who told me that? I have a telescope. I looked at it. Who's telling me something?
You're seeing a light in the sky. That doesn't prove anything.
Excuse me. Can you see what I posted in the live stream at 2049?
2049. I have a different time zone. I don't know what you mean.
Or sorry, 8:49. I'm on military hours here.
Wait.
8:49 in the live stream.
The live stream, is there a stream on
8:49
Twitch
PM.
or?
No, and see, you're not even aware there's information being posted in this server that you're not looking at.
Oh, where
to the
though?
conversation.
The text above, right?
Yeah, live stream voice text.
It's so I'm there. It's 6:50 where I am at right now. I don't
Okay, but in the
know.
live stream on the timestamp should be 8:49.
It hasn't been 8:49 yet. Could you just post it again so I
40,
could see it?
49 minutes after
minutes
the after.
the hour.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
after
Okay,
the hour,
okay.
man.
Yeah, I didn't get that. Let's scroll back.
Scroll up a bit. It's all right, man.
48.
Is it still ladies' night? I just want to ask.
No, ladies' night ended.
Who posted it?
I did. Flatman Can.
Flatman Can. Okay. So what do you is what you believe true, or do you believe, or do you just think it's true because someone told you and you never looked any further?
And can you see the images? The
Let's
gentleman
see.
making a crater on a moon? The second down from the left in the 6 images?
I see a gentleman imitating, like recreating it out of like looks like
There
some
you go.
material on the
Okay, that's
ground.
all I wanted to point out to you. Continue. Thank you.
Does that mean that
let's
it's
get-
in space?
Let's get back to the point. Let's get
yeah,
back
that
to the
was
point.
kind of derailing.
Can I ask a question about
Yeah,
your
go ahead,
telescope?
Sasha. Yeah.
About telescope. Did you where did you see craters on the other planets?
Okay, specifically Mars. I do have a casual telescope, and I got it from Walmart for like around a couple $100. I can see craters, yes, and on the moon too. Just as
Okay,
the moon.
Yo, dude, you never bought any telescope from Walmart and seen craters on Mars. You're talking absolute shit. How much did you pay for the thing? $30,000 or something?
And that was the point of what I just pointed out to him. I wasn't derailing. That was craters on a moon that person was creating.
Yeah, I know for
I don't
the
think
moon.
that guy was.
I want to see craters on Saturn, Uranus, and Jupiter, and others.
Yeah, guys with £30,000
you
telescopes ain't
said-
even seen these things.
Is that
All right,
enough?
so a solution to this.
No,
I
I'm
offer
only
a
asking
solution.
I'm asking a question for craters, because if you want craters to see on the moon, where do you have craters on the Earth, like on the moon? You said that they are the same.
Okay, we've got plenty of craters here. I think we got some in Arizona.
Are they the same like on the moon?
Yeah, not as large because we haven't had some gigantic ones, but we
Why
definitely
does
have
the
craters.
moon only have direct hits? There's no glancing blows on the moon. Why is that?
I don't know.
Ooh, can I tell him?
So just to reiterate, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm telling you only to invoke the creators of. If you even, I don't know if you saw. I can believe you that you saw on the Mars, but it's missing. Other 6 planets. And you invoke the creators. That means maybe other 6 planets are not planets with the creators.
Right. So there are some planets that are solid, and there's some planets that have a atmosphere that's foggy.
How do you know
as
they're
well, right?
solid?
Yeah, but listen, this how something what is solid or something is gaseous. I think some of these planets.
Hold on.
Something what is
He just
gaseous
said. Wait, Sasha. Wait. He just said that the other planets are solid. Okay, what physical test did you use to prove that those planets are solid? Because remember, you're just looking at lights in the sky.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's induction, right? I haven't been up there and touched it. I mean, I can build a machine to go up and touch it, but
How about? Do you know anyone who's
sure?
proven it? Do you know anyone who's done that?
On taking rovers and going to the moon.
Yeah, NASA for sure.
I don't
Okay,
know
how did you
anyone.
verify what they told you?
They sent a solar probe, guys. If you guys are unaware of that, so don't.
Okay,
they
so let's
say
take their
they sent
story.
a solar
But
probe.
Let's take
they
their
never-
story and
if they never
verify
was in
it,
the
right?
space,
Until
how
you do
they
that,
sent-
then you're just believing them.
What
You said some of them are solid. What are the other ones?
He
that are
said
not
some
solid?
have atmospheres, dog. I heard it clearly. He said some are
Atmospheres.
solid, some have
But
atmospheres.
that's a little weird.
And I wanted to comment on that.
Where are they?
Well-
where are these things supposed to be?
And in their orbit, right? Just like us, we're solid with an atmosphere, right?
Orbit where? In the vacuum of space?
Yes, in the vacuum of space.
How's that possible?
Ouch! That's a big problem.
Well, that's what we were talking about, right?
I thought you guys said that the vacuum of space didn't exist before with Witsit, but now you're insisting it exists again? Okay.
I never claimed that the vacuum of space did not exist.
Yeah, you admitted that you can't have gas pressure without a container.
And somehow we're looking at craters on other objects to somehow verify your claim of the globe. I'm not understanding this line.
You couldn't.
Well, these objects have gas on the outside, on the surface somehow. That's just
No, we have no proof of that.
Don't we have gas on the telescope? You can see that some have atmospheres. You said that, bro. Like, just rewind the live stream.
Yes,
Look through your
some
telescope.
planets have.
How do
Yeah.
you know? How could you tell that some of these balls, right, have atmospheres? I'm interested.
You can observe objects going through them
Halo?
if you really want.
Really?
specific.
Are you looking at the live stream?
Objects
at
going through
55
their
minutes?
atmosphere.
How about hold on, the live stream at 55 minutes after? Look at that image of Mars. Really? Do you think you can
55.
land on that?
Yes, I do think we can land on that, and I do think
On
we
that,
have.
huh? A light,
Yes.
a shimmering light. All of those 6 photos are all Mars.
With poor telescopes, wouldn't you think? Because that's definitely not a detailed
Well,
image.
can you post and make a model of your telescope, please?
What would make it pulsate?
Hey,
like
where's
a
Witsit
light?
at?
Dude.
Yeah, the image
kind
you're
of
seeing,
telescope
those
are you
images
using,
of
bro?
Mars, do they look solid and like you can stand on that? Really?
So,
Chocolate,
guys,
man, help
just
me
to
out.
clarify this for future questions, I'm moving for college to Florida in around a couple days, so I have nothing here other than like my bed. So my stuff is in Florida currently. So if you'd like me to post this telescope stuff, then I cannot. But I could in the future.
Okay, can you just take it? Do you,
I mean,
do you
I'll
know
stick
what
around for like a month
type of
and stuff.
telescope it is? Do you know what type of telescope it is?
Yeah,
No, I got it a long time ago.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the types of telescopes? Because your fucking telescope can show you atmospheres on planets. Like, dude, I'm gonna buy the one you have. I'm so hooked
Yeah,
on this.
from
like,
Walmart.
damn,
All right.
son.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll show you as soon as I get it back. You know, I mean, I'll be in the server for plenty of time after this. I'll spend a lot of time, but
let's see.
you can
Let's
talk
see
with me
your image.
after too. I'm gonna be in VC probably all night, so feel free
Sure,
to.
man.
See-
We're
we
in
wanna
here.
see the
I'm
images
having
you
fun.
took. Sorry.
You know.
All
it's-
right.
Yeah, it's good. I
You
like
seem-
to
You
chit
seem
chat.
like a really cool
guys hear
guy,
me?
and that's all
Yeah.
great.
Hey, what
What's
up,
up,
Miggy?
Miggy?
Yeah, Maggie.
What's good, man?
What's good,
Oh,
homie?
okay.
A little down, a little low. Let me see if it's from my end. No.
I can hear you,
I'm gonna
Maggie.
talk
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was coming through or not. That's
You are, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Your name's
so-
Miggy.
Yep, the one and only. Hey, where's Witsit at, anyways? I saw him in
He
here earlier.
left. I don't know.
It was a long discussion. You know, it's easy to get exhausted with mentally tasking discussions.
You know, Dor, I mean, it shouldn't take that long, really, because what should stump you is the challenge that's before you, right? The challenge is you have to bring evidence for the claim of the the Earth being a globe. So if it's that, how should I say, if it's a belief that you have that the Earth is what it is, then you should be able to verify it, no problem. And not only that,
right.
substantiate it with a lot of evidence. So really things that should pop out to you are that you can't find the answers to the very simple questions that are asked before you. So you can really talk about how you believe certain things are the way they are, but sir, until you verify them, they're really not put into the realm of the what is level.
All right,
really
I
what
agree
you-
with you on that last point.
Right. So it's just really what you think it is, not what it really is. And so that's what we're here about. We're on the really is level, trying to get everybody to realize that really don't know anything. So at the end of the question, it's really like you should be honest with yourself and with us and say, I don't know. And there we can have a great discussion because you don't know. And so if that's the case, you can't make a claim that something is what you think it is. Because I mean, obviously it's secondhand information at the end of the day. You can agree with that because that's how you learned. You haven't went and measured the curvature of the Earth. You haven't seen if the axial rotation is actually occurring. So I mean, and of course the vacuum of space, you haven't been there. So all of these things
I
should be,
understand.
I don't right. So basically at the end of the day, I think most of the frustration that comes from this server is because they want you to come to that realization where you're like, you know what, guys, I don't know.
Mhm.
And so when you do that, you open yourself up to understanding, right? You can actually let some real knowledge come in and then a correction in your mind, something that you were thinking all along was the way it is, really isn't that way. So, but if you're kind of like, there's this cognitive dissonance that sits in, because I can say this for the people that have been taught such a long time and they believe that the Earth is a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space. They have a mindset of like, oh, I just really can't be other than what I know it to be. But in all reality, you could be wrong, right? And so you
for
could
sure.
be arguing. You could be arguing something right now from a point of like where everybody's trying to tell you, dude, you haven't checked it out, and you're like, that's okay, it's been peer reviewed. But once
Right.
you actually say, let me just research it. All right, you guys are talking about curvature here. Let me go see if I can verify that these guys who are teaching me all of my life that the Earth has curvature is actually really measurable. Like I can go out and measure this thing that has curvature. And once you do that, once you verify it, then you're at a dude be able to find it, right? Like there is no such thing. It's like a unicorn. You're not going to be able to find the thing that we're asking for right now. These are impossible tasks. So that's kind of like the engagement that you're getting here. There's a lot of like resistance because of the fact that people want to hear the honesty come through, right? Because it sounds like you're a very intelligent human, but it makes
I
me
don't know
feel like
about that.
when we hear the cognitive dissonance, like that kicks in, that part of you like, yeah, but space, like then we're like, oh dude, come on, and so we're wanting you to get to that point. And once you do, and it's the conversation's a lot better, man. Like you'll be able to understand a little bit more. But like what you were saying, like I'm pretty sure you have a standpoint on with your telescope looking up at the night sky and then saying, hey, I saw Mars or whatever, and it's a, the red planet or whatever you did. But the only thing that you're doing right there is just regurgitating what you've been taught. There's no verification behind that.
All
So
right.
you can make a claim. You can make a claim. That's okay. But then there's going to have to be the time where you say, okay, my claim validated with at least evidence that would support it. So when you have that, then you got a case there. But if you don't have that, you're really just arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. I mean, that's just the reality of the matter that we have here. So hopefully I'm making sense right now, Dor. But that's what we're dealing with at the moment. We're dealing with the masses having to come to the realization that they don't know. So people that come into the server are engaging in conversations with people who are honest with themselves. Okay, so everybody in here that's already knowing that the Earth is flat, they can honestly say, you know what, I'm honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to tell you something that I haven't checked for myself. That would be dishonest of me, right? So anyways, I just kind of wanted to open it up to where you can understand our point of view and let you know what the forum is about, so that it won't be so much you trying to defend something when it's like, have you really checked it out? And when you get to that point, you'll be like, oh yeah, I haven't looked into it, but let me do that. And if I do something that I can do myself, like it's not really going to help if you say I got a video or Neil Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson said something, or none of that's really going to fly in here. The only thing that we want is proofsies. I call it proofsies. So,
correct measurement.
Yep. All you got to do. And then once you do that, I mean, we got people in here with, degrees, and they could, kind of argue things on an intellectual level, or just people that can just tell you, hey, you know what, just be honest with yourselves within a conversation. And that would get you really far. I mean, so
right.
Anyways,
so thank you.
That's my spiel. So hopefully I kind of made a little headway there with the position here.
Yeah, thank you for clearing some stuff up there. Yeah, it is. I do, through this conversation. Yes, I have recognized that most information, right, is reliant on trust. Right, people here describe it as ignorance, right? But I feel like trust and ignorance are two different things, right?
Well, I mean, not so much. I mean, you could, like, let's say if I was to tell you, hey, I know how to drive this car, get inside with me, like, trust me. At some point, you're going to be like, okay, well, you get in the car, right? And you're going to trust that I know how to drive, right? But then there's the verification part where you're going to verify to see if I actually know how to drive, right? And you're like, dude,
Right.
you don't know how to drive. Like, you're swerving. Like, and
So that's the part we're at, right?
Yeah, we're at the part right now where we're telling you, okay, it's okay to say that that these guys are telling you something that when you look up at the night sky, you have this idea in your head that you live in an ever expanding cosmos, right?
Right.
Whatever. They can say whatever they want. It's shrinking, it's expanding, whatever. But at the end of the day, we're gonna tell you, okay, that's good. Now, how do you know that? And then your rebuttal to us should be, I don't know, or I do know, and then
Right.
followed by substantiated evidence. So
That
you
makes
see
Mhm.
where
So yeah, I was coming into this conversation. I wished it was more clear that I am okay with saying I don't know when I don't know, right? If I don't
Yeah.
say I don't know, it means I do have an attempt at an answer, right? Or an answer that I believe is
the problem that we usually have in here is when somebody says they know it to be a globe, and we got big problems, big issues, because now you're saying that the claim that that's been stated that the earth is a globe is standing with substantial evidence behind it. So now we're going to need the evidence. But somebody like yourself was just like, well, I'm coming from a point where the secondhand information that I've been receiving all of my life, I don't really know if it's true or not. I'm just saying like what they're saying, right?
No. There wasn't any echoing, but I do see where you could see that. But there is different ways of knowing too, right? There's not just one way of knowing. There's plenty of ways of knowing, and there's ways of knowing through third person, second person, and third person, first person thing. What you guys attempt here to do is prove it through first person experiences, right? That's what we need in these arguments.
We're attempting to science. Science doesn't rely on trust. That's
right,
the whole
and the only types of proof that don't rely on trust are first person. So that's what I'm trying to get
So
at.
would you say that you would just take somebody on credit that the earth is what they say it is? Would that be a fair statement?
Not on that alone. If I was previously ignorant of anything related to the earth and someone just said that, I would not. But there's many other little factors in many of the classes I've taken that you put
Sure,
together
so-
to see that it is a globe.
It's still secondhand though. At the end of the day, you haven't done
So,
anything.
so nothing in reality, just
Right, we're
stuff
back
in a classroom.
Yeah, right.
Right. So I haven't.
We're back to that
Oh,
point, right?
Sorry. It's there's a lot of lag over here. I live in Costa Rica. The ping's really bad. So sometimes it's like I hear you at different times and you're actually talking. It gets weird.
Yeah, go ahead. You were saying?
Just to go ahead. Sorry, go.
Why you flat earthers think that the earth is flat?
Why am I protesting it, you say?
No. It was kind of rhetorical what he was saying.
I didn't hear him, but okay.
All right. So do
I'm
you
trying to
understand?
help.
Yeah, appreciate it, Sasha. Can you understand? Like you're right now, you just made another claim about you being able to say that you can trust that people that are telling you the secondhand information that the earth is what they say it is.
Specifics, right? So, down to very specific information, right?
Well, I need to know how that I need to know how that satisfies the understanding that you can trust that information 100% without even having to verify it. Like that's really kind of that's bizarre, right? Like it is bizarre.
I do hear what you're saying, and technically, if you are to not assume that everything or like things that people say are true, I technically would have no clue whether theirs is round or flat.
But you can't.
But
wait. The
wait.
thing is, though, we can't make it like analogous to like everything. Well, because you said this, then everything. No, I'm very hyper specific, right? I say things like the Earth's curvature, and we're talking about axial rotation.
It's a good thing to be specific.
So if you stay within those parameters and only that, and say, how do you know that is true? Not everything else, just specifically that. What have you heard that you know that the Earth's curvature is what they say it is?
I'd say it's a compilation of them. I'd have to take some time to write down a list of them. But one thing I do know is I haven't gone down to the first person evidences, right? Because I haven't. This is a super casual thing for me, right? Like,
have you ever seen Earth curvature? Have you ever seen Earth curve?
Yeah, I have. If you go to, I mean, I don't know if my eyes are tricking me or what it is. Some people, like, for example, I've been I was born in Ohio, right? So our family used to go to New York pretty often. So when I'd go on to the Empire State Building, right, you can very clearly see the Earth's curvature. Although I have heard people say that there is.
Did you happen to have a recording device at the time that you saw it?
Really?
Do you know how many glober
I
believers?
I've
Hold
been
on,
on the
hold
top
on.
of the
Two
Empire
hold on,
State
please. Do you know how many people with your side of the understanding would have already brought us footage from the CN Tower right now showing us a curvature?
We could probably look at some, but what I saw was
Like,
it was
come on,
very
man.
round.
Come on.
Well, it's just
Hey,
as valid as you.
how come
It's
you
just
didn't-
as
how come you-
guys.
Chocolate, you've been holding back, man. You didn't say the Empire State Building. You could see the Earth's curvature. What's up, bro?
Yeah. I must have missed it when I went there.
Yeah,
and when I went to the World Trade Center when it was around.
You know, it's interesting.
I must have missed that Earth curve.
Just a second before you go on your spiel again. It's not valid that you just say that you hallucinated Earth curve at one point because it doesn't work from that height in your model.
I don't have a model, like I said before. I haven't thought about it enough.
It doesn't matter
Right.
if you believe in the model or not. You believe in the globe, and therefore the
I don't know what the
metrics
model
of
is.
the globe are required.
Well, you must know, man. Well, what are you arguing for then? With planets and telescopes and what the fuck are you arguing? Now I just don't get it. Like what?
Right. So I first came into the server. My first few sentences here were, "I'm here to discuss your stances and insight." Basically, insight's the purpose of my being here. Right now, right?
When you say hours, what do you mean by hours?
That's this.
Because if
this
you
flat
say you
Earth
have no
Discord, right?
model, what is our stance if you have no model?
If you have no stance.
Did I say hour?
Okay,
Yeah, you said you said you came in here to find out what our stance is, right?
Oh,
Our
sorry.
stance.
That was a gaffe on my part. My stance, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I meant my stance, yeah.
Nearly
came
2
in here
hours.
to
You're
find
saying
out
that
what
you
your
have
stance is.
no model.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't believe, I haven't seen, I don't know much about the model you guys are talking about or my model in general because I haven't taken the time to really explore Earth
What do you think the Earth is? What do you think the Earth is?
I think
Bro,
the
I
Earth is
heard-
round. Yeah.
Okay, where did you get that from?
Specifically, so I've heard some experiments proving some, like, if there was theoretical experiments, right? Nothing in actuality that I've done yet, right?
Dude,
So
you're struggling right now, man.
have a
I don't want to. I
theoretical
don't want to.
experiment.
I'm not trying to
it's
get
a
you
lot to-
in any way. I'm just
No,
trying to
I
find out because
understand.
you're saying you don't have a model, but yet
Yeah.
since you've been in here, you've been defending said model that you don't have. You understand how that now makes no sense?
Well, you see, I'm not defending anything. I'm
I
attempting to answer.
understand because you guys technically don't have a model. Because if I were to ask you for it, like you're doing, you'll say you don't have one. But you have
Who
a
is
narrative,
this?
right? You guys, the people who
Who?
believe they live on a
Globers.
magical spinning ball.
I don't attempt to identify with the group, but okay.
Are you on the
Okay,
fence
but
then?
I just asked you 2 minutes ago. What do you think the
I-
Earth is? You said
I
it's
just-
round.
Yes, I do
Right?
think it's round. Yes, I'm not certain
Okay.
about.
So
Yes.
I'm not trying to get you. I'm just saying, where did you get that from?
understand.
That's the narrative that you grew up with, right? That's what
I
you're. That's what
guess.
you're. That's what you're here to defend, right?
Who told you it was round?
Nobody told me it was round. I have flat Earth relatives. But
Okay,
yeah,
so did you see the roundness of the Earth in real life?
What the hell?
I saw when I was kind of building, I saw a curvature.
I want to understand that.
Yeah, did you?
And a
Okay, so
5-year-old
when you were
kid, you thought it was round because why? 5-year-old child. We're not asking about what you question.
I didn't
We're
think-
asking you where you learned it.
MP Doors jerking everybody's chain.
Oh, come on! What am I jerking? How?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
why did you say that you have flat earth relatives?
One
I want to
second.
know.
One second. I'm gonna go ahead and step in here real quick. Dude, what you're doing, it's not cool, dude. Come on. Like,
What do you
if
mean?
think that
Yeah, because I legit just
Yeah.
tried to reason with you,
it's
bro.
not it's not cool,
And
man. It really isn't.
yeah,
So if you want to play head games or you're bored or you have nothing to do, go outside or go meet some friends at a bar or something, dude. We want to talk to people who think that the Earth is a globe.
I think the Earth is a
jerked
globe.
around.
It is
Okay.
No, you
round.
don't.
Okay,
No. Listen,
now he's
all
coming
these-
with it, huh?
No, all these other conversations that you're trying to have in here are not going to fly anymore. All right.
What
So-
conversations?
It doesn't matter if you play dumb with me, dude. I'm already calling you out. Anyway,
What's playing? Be specific with me. Come on. I'm not avoiding anything.
Yes, you are. I don't like people that play these little head games. I don't. If you're gonna be honest, be honest. If not, then you're gonna
Not
kick
even
rocks.
good at it, man. Listen,
You just said nobody told you it was round, even though you should be saying spherical, right? You should be saying spherical, but we'll get over that.
Spherical.
You just said
Okay,
nobody
I'll
told you that.
from now on.
So you figured that out yourself?
When I was
Or
5,
that
like
a
she said.
story?
I wasn't
Was that
in.
a story that was told to you, or did you figure that out yourself?
I was told the Earth is round when I was older, like 7 or 8, right? It's not a thing that just naturally comes into a person's head. That's a very meta type of thing.
Why do you think that is?
Because I was taught it in class for school. Because I'm old enough to be in.
Oh, okay,
You were
brother.
never
What I mean is, why do you think it is?
Please,
No,
if I
hold
can
on.
just for
don't rump
about
his chocolate.
30
Don't rump his
seconds.
chocolate,
Give me
dog.
30
Don't rump-
seconds,
Dude,
please.
No,
I'm
man.
asking him a question.
Yeah, don't
Can I
cut
ask
him
him a
off.
question?
Please,
Thank
please
you.
keep going, chocolate.
Right.
So now I lost my place. Forgot what the hell I was going to say.
It's all right.
It'll come back
Easy
to
to
you. I just
forget.
wanted to ask. I just want to say this. Listen, when I knew Santa was fake, I didn't question it years after with my friends. Hey, do you think elves are real? I found out Santa's fake, but I'm not sure. You know, and then I'm just putting it that there. You might have been told that when you were a kid.
Okay,
But
let's
what
talk
do you know now? What can you be
let-
intellectually
thank-
honest with about?
Thank you.
What you
Thank
can confirm yourself, not what other people told you.
I think we live on a globe. That's what I believe.
When you said that doesn't come naturally to you, why do you think that is?
I just never considered it whenever I was told it in like biology class.
Because
like
it's the exact
second,
opposite
3rd grade.
of why? Because that's not what you experience, right?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Because that's not what you experience. That's why the thought of the Earth being a ball doesn't come naturally to you, does it?
This guy's
No,
a pretender clown, brother.
Oh my god, dude, I'm being so genuine. I'm serious.
No, you're not. You're a pretender clown. You're a pretender clown. You've been lying all night long.
Biology
I'm
in 3rd
calling you.
grade?
Listen, I'm calling you out. If you're time limited right now, so I'm
All
pretty
right.
sure somebody's gonna cut you out of the server. If not, I will. Dude, you don't belong here anymore. Your lies have ended. We wanted to speak to somebody who has going to give us a productive conversation.
What
So
has
kick
not
rocks,
been productive about this?
kick
I'll tell
rock-
you some
kick
things
rock-
I've learned.
Kick rocks. Kick rocks. Kick rocks.
Crit,
I
are
don't
you
wanna hear it.
here?
Go back to
I wanna hear it.
biology. Go back to biology for your ball Earth.
ya.
And biology for
Biology.
ball Earth.
Okay, I'll see you guys. Am I allowed to be in VC?
Goodbye.
See ya.
Biology.
Hello.
Bye.
Peace.
Biology. Flat Earth relatives told him it was a ball.
Relatives, yeah, that was
Go home
mistake.
and get your
Flat
shine
Earth
box.
relatives.
Are you kidding
He
me?
made that mistake.
But
Flat
he said
Earth
nobody
so
told him
nice.
it's a ball first.
I was
Did you
gonna grill
notice,
him so
guys?
fucking hard, but you guys were too
Guys, did you notice one in particular thing that was quite different between his interaction with women versus you guys? Big difference. What was it?
Got no idea.
He didn't interrupt you guys like he did with us. Constantly talking over us and then blaming it on a time problem with his server not having enough whatever data or whatever stream wasn't clear. Yeah, he never interrupted you guys like talked to us.
Muted
He kind of did. He kind of did try to interrupt them too, but
Yeah, but he didn't try as hard. It was literally a narcissistic thing he was pulling on us women. It was pretty obvious.
Yeah, truth. I was
all he would
muting
do
him.
is just concede and then explain how it could be. That's it.
Yeah, the thing is, whenever you girls would start speaking, if I did not mute him when you started speaking, he would talk over you, so you wouldn't be able to finish your point, and you would have to address him talking over you guys.
Oh, so that okay.
was
So
the
that,
only reason you
that
could talk.
explains why when we were muting him that he would end up unmuting him because a lot of people were trying to mute him at the same time. But yeah, he tried. He tried to.
It was literally this guy he fits all the classic narcissism signals. He uses women like that because he can get away with it, but he doesn't do it with the guys because they come on and don't let him. As even Witz had said, it's not that we let him; it's just that it was funnier to watch him spiral with us.
Yeah,
But,
we were trying to like hold him to it, but then after a while, it was just entertaining. Let's just let it go for a little bit. You know, but
he's making himself
really
look
entertaining
really
for so long.
dumb.
As
The
entertaining.
ladies are
correct.
the ladies are correct. He gave us more respect for sure.
No, he
Yes.
was
I mean, it was
enjoying, he
very
was
obvious.
enjoying what he was doing in here. That's what he was
And
doing.
it
He was
confirmed
enjoying
his
it.
gamma.
Can you call it
alright.
respect when you say that nobody told you it's round? Like you just figured that out yourself? Like you're
True
just
enough.
lying straight to my face. That's why I wanted to talk to him, because I like talking to people who like to be full of shit like that. Like I'm
He's been lying the
on
whole
point with
time.
Biggie. Like
The
he was full
entire
of
I can
shit.
see with my Walmart.
I just
I can
wanted
see
him
with
to
my
display how
Walmart
full of shit he really
telescope
was.
craters. I can see telescope from Walmart craters on Mars when it's just color differentiation. Not even being
Yeah, when I
about
asked
that.
when I asked about the telescope, this is where like I knew for sure he was a liar, and I just wanted a chance to grill him because it was like this. I'm in college, and that stuff is in Florida. Blah 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 blah. So I can't tell you make a model. Fantastic.
Yep.
Now in
But let's not
text,
forget.
he
Let's
was
not
asked
forget.
something about college. He was like, "Look, I'm 18. I'm not there yet." And then he told me he's in college. So it's like, oh, okay, there you go. Boom,
I said,
lie,
what's he
verified
studying in
text. I'm like,
college?
got
And he
it.
typed in, I'm not there yet. I don't know.
Yeah. He typed it, yeah,
So-
something like that. I was like, oh shit. It's like, really?
So
And he told me
don't
your stuff
forget-
is in Florida or whatnot, so you can't
Don't
tell
forget.
me.
Don't
Boom,
forget the
liar.
technical parts of the telescope. It was a casual telescope from Walmart, so don't forget
know,
that.
And that's what I asked him about. Make a model of your
And
telescope.
how
It's
did, wait a
nothing
minute.
about telescope.
When
It's the
asked,
brand, casual.
when asked, wait a minute. When asked who told him that Earth was round, he had. This is a quote. I had flat Earth relatives.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
According
want
to
to ask
many classes I've studied.
And I spent enough time in
versus,
biology
you know,
that I know
as
it's
a
a ball
ball.
Earth in biology.
So now I'm just asking for constructive criticism. Is there anything that we could have done different? This is what I want to hear.
No, he enjoyed doing what he was doing in here. So
Miggy,
that's one thing. Just listening to this guy, he enjoyed what he was doing. He was lying constantly, and he didn't care. He just wanted to be in here having his jollies. Like that's what he wanted.
I claim he was recording this whole time.
Right. No, that wasn't my question. I was asking, is there anything that we could have done different?
It's up
You
to
did
you.
fine.
You can
Let's
have
just move
fun
on.
with it, or you can shut it down. You can do whatever. Like personally, I kind of have fun until like you just tell me just lies here. Like, how about this lie you told me? Let's just focus on that. Then you just try to move on. I'll mute you immediately. Like because you can have fun with it. You can troll me, but don't lie. Don't be stupid.
But
all
listen,
atmosphere around planets with my $200 telescope. It's like really, man.
but see
what kind
what
of
happened
That
is
was hilarious. You were like, I'm gonna go buy the one you got, bro.
Like, bro, I've
was
looked into
dying.
making my own telescope. It's like, dude, there's a lot of information about this. Like, can you tell me what kind of telescope you have? Like, what type is it? No clue.
It must be a sick
But I can see
telescope to
atmosphere.
see that the 1% atmosphere that Mars supposedly has.